After they disembarked at the castle, Effie bid them farewell and went away, giggling as she walked. Sunny and Nephi stared at her back until she disappeared from view, both not in a hurry to say anything. What do I even say after that? Sunny sighed and decided not to say anything. Nephi seemed to be of the same mind. His thoughts, however, were on fire in the wake of Effie's antics. So, while Sunny kept quiet, his imagination was running wild against his better judgment. He did not know what Nephi was thinking about, but he was definitely thinking about all kinds of things that he probably should not have been thinking about. He threw a furtive glance at Neph. Was she really calm? Was he imagining things, or did her cheeks seem a little pink? No, that is definitely my mind playing tricks on me. There was no way Nephi would be fazed by mere words. It was just his wishful thinking, it was all Effie's fault. That Effie. She really had not changed at all. He would have thought that being a married woman with a child would curb her wilder tendencies, but alas. Having a loving family only seemed to embolden the vivacious huntress even more, as if having a safe space to retreat to gave her wicked tongue more power. It's a miracle that little Ling is such a sweet boy, despite being raised by that miscreant. Sunny inhaled slowly. Nephi lingered for a few moments, then looked at him with a deadpan expression. After a while, she said in her usual impassive tone. Don't mind Effie. Saint Athena. She's always like this. Sunny chased the improper thoughts out of his mind, or at least tried to, and chuckled. That's all right. I'm rather accustomed to it. I used to have a close friend who was just like her. In fact, as much as I hate to admit it, I miss it a little. She smiled faintly. I can't quite imagine. But, of course, it wasn't. The ruins hidden in the moonlit reflection were proof. Nephi led him deeper into the ancient castle, making sure that they would be seen by everyone who had time to look. The reactions people were giving them were much more intense than those at the lakeshore settlement, mostly because much more of them recognized who Nephi was. Sunny could practically feel the veneration and admiration they felt for her. Wherever Changing Star went, people's faces suddenly looked bright and inspired, as if just seeing her gave them strength. Well, it made sense. Nephi's had become somewhat of a symbol after the Forgotten Shore, and her fame only grew further in the last 4 years. Especially for the people of the Sword Domain, she was a champion of peace and prosperity. A radiant figure who defended them from the horrors of the nightmare spell, and whose light illuminated all of humanity. Princess Nephi, one of the 2 invincible sword sisters of Anvil's domain. The nickname Effie had given her in the Dark City was not that outlandish anymore, if at all. So, Sunny could understand the gazes of adoration directed at Neph. However, the more intensely people admired her, the more confusion and simmering hostility his presence by her side caused them. Who was that dainty stranger walking by Changing Star's side? Who does he think he is, being so close to our princess? Suddenly, he felt a little uncomfortable. Might have underestimated the consequences of playing Neph's secret darling. He might have underestimated it severely. As a passerby glared at him with obvious hostility, Sunny made sure that Nephi could not see, and glared back with a cold menace. You can glower all you want, but are you worthy? All of you wretches combined are not fit to stand by her side, only I am. Well, that was what his glare was meant to convey, at least. Sunny was not unfamiliar with the castle, since he had to come here every time he wanted to return to the waking world without raising any suspicions. However, he would usually spend quite a lot of time following the main thoroughfare to the main keep, where the gateway was located. This time, Nephi led him on a shorter path to the pinnacle of the stronghold, across narrow stairs and hidden posterns that he had not even known existed. There was no need to waste time at each checkpoint, either, so their progress was rather fast. Who would dare to stop the transcendent daughter of a sovereign? After a while, Sunny asked with a hint of curiosity. By the way, Lady Nephi, where, exactly, are we going? He knew that they were about to sign a contract, but wasn't sure where the signing would take place. Was he going to make a deal with Clan Valor, or with the Fire Keepers directly? Who else would be involved? She looked at him with a hint of confusion, then suddenly seemed a little embarrassed. Oh, please forgive me. I have forgotten to explain properly. With that, Nephi raised her hand and pointed to one of the tallest towers in Bastion. The tower was not much different to all the others, with one big exception. There was a graceful flying ship floating in the air near it, moored to the higher floor of the tower with thick cables. A beautiful tree was growing around its main mast. The chain breaker. Sunny unconsciously looked up, at the beautiful visage of the ivory island drifting in the air high above the lake. I see. Nephi lingered for a moment. Very few people have ever visited my citadel, but you don't have to worry. Everyone there is a trusted friend and ally. It is also quite peaceful there. We won't be disturbed. Right. Sunny was not supposed to have ever been in the ivory tower, so he had to act as if the whole experience was new to him. He put a sufficiently believable expression of wonder on his face, making sure to keep a proper level of decorum, of course. I've long heard about the beauty of the ivory tower. It is my luck to be able to visit it. A faint smile appeared on Neff's face. I'm sure you'll like it. They continued on their way, soon reaching a lesser courtyard in front of the tower. There were quite a few people here, although most of them were different from the crowd at the lower levels of the castle. The closer to the pinnacle of the stronghold one was, the fewer mundane people there were around. At this point, Sunny could not see anyone but awakened, with plenty of masters mixed among them. Legacies. Soon, the two scions reached him. The one who had been purposeful gave Sunny a glare and said, his voice full of arrogant indignation. I am Ascended Tristan of the Aegis Rose clan. This is Ascended Mercy of the Dagonet clan. Who might you be? Sunny blinked a couple of times, looking at them in amusement. Wait, it can't be, is this the legendary arrogant young master encounter? It is, isn't it? Gods, the legends are true. He reminded himself to remain calm. Keep your cool. Be polite. Don't start trouble. Sunny smiled politely. I am Ascended Sunless. How may I help you, gentlemen? Master Tristan frowned. Ascended Sunless? Of which clan? Sunny remained silent for a moment. Why was everyone so insistent on waving their family name around? Of no clan. The young man scoffed, while his friend tried to pull him away. Tristan, drop it, come on, we are going to be late for practice. Master Mercy of the Dagonet clan seemed to have a little bit of brain, at least. But the scion of Aegis Rose clan did not want to listen. Scowling fiercely, he moved a step closer to Sunny and asked, his voice harsh and domineering. Master Sunless of no clan seems to have some business with Lady Changing Star. But that doesn't give you the right to, don't think I didn't notice you ogling her with lewd eyes, scoundrel. What eyes? Huh? The second legacy gave Sunny an apologetic glance and tried to pull his friend away harder. He seemed exasperated, hinting that Master Tristan had a habit of saying rash things. Sunny took a deep. Be polite, don't start trouble, be polite. He calmed himself down, then opened his mouth and said. Why does a moron like you have the confidence to open his mouth and spout nonsense? If you were born brainless, at least have the decency to keep quiet. Better yet, get lost altogether. Don't think I didn't notice you being dropped on your head as a child, you cretin. Sunny's words hung in the air, contrasted starkly against his polite smile. The two young masters seemed frozen, as if unable to digest what they had just heard. Mercy of Clan Dagonet let out a stifled breath. At the same time, Ascended Tristan's eyes widened. His face, frozen in a state of stunned disbelief, was slowly contorted by a grimace of righteous wrath. Trembling in outrage, he bellowed. You dare? Sunny couldn't quite believe it. He held his breath, his heart beating wildly. Is he going to say it? He's going to say it. He totally is. His smile remained perfectly pleasant. I do dare. Why, wasn't that obvious from my remark? Or has your flaw made you deaf? Goodness gracious, dumb and deaf. what an unfortunate fate. You have my sympathy. The young master stared at him, mouth agape. After a few moments of silence, Tristan pointed a trembling finger at Sunny and hissed. You are courting death, mongrel. He said it. He had really said it. That was. Sunny had no words. It was really too astonishing. He struggled to suppress a burst of laughter. Amazing. But also, what is it with legacy brats and calling people mongrels? Sunny kept his composure with titanic effort, and shrugged. Funny you should say, but I am indeed somewhat of a mongrel. His smile widened, which seemed to send the young master into a spiral. With his face turning a concerning shade of red, ascended Tristan outstretched a hand and growled. You've gone too far, scoundrel, you need to be taught a lesson. I, Tristan of Aegis Rose, hereby challenge you to a duel. Sunny blinked. Huh? Hearing these words, young Master Tristan paled. You don't even have a single memory weapon? And you call yourself an Ascended? Sunny scratched the back of his head, his face full of embarrassment. I do call myself an Ascended, but not all Ascended are like you, scions of storied legacy clans. Personally, I manage a small cafe and a shop. The last time I was in a battle, I had to run away and barely escaped with my life. It had been a battle against a cursed tyrant, but they didn't have to know that. Master Mercy seemed relieved. He let out a long sigh and said tentatively. Then, let us just drop this matter. Tristan, he is clearly not a. But his friend shook his head furiously, summoning a memory. No, I simply can't let this matter rest. I demand satisfaction. Soon, a heavy greatsword manifested itself from sparks of light. He scoffed contemptuously and shoved the sword into Sunny's hands. Here. This sword is called the Heartbreaker, and it is a family heirloom of my clan. I'll lend it to you for today. It is your privilege to be able to hold it, knave. With that, he shook his head and mumbled under his breath. This, really. I just don't understand why Lady Nephice would associate with such a profligate wastrel. He must have deceived her with his looks, the scoundrel. Sunny held the greatsword awkwardly and rested its tip on the ground. No, really, what was the situation? Why was the person who had challenged him to a duel supplying him with a powerful weapon to fight that duel? Was Master Tristan actually brainless? At the same time, the young man in question summoned another memory, this one a much lighter arming sword. From the looks of it, he was giving his opponent an advantage, a better weapon with a longer reach. He also dismissed the outer layers of his armor, leaving only a gambeson jacket behind. Here. I won't use any enchantments, so you won't be at a disadvantage. Are you ready? Sunny remained silent for a moment, then shrugged timidly. I guess I am? Young Master Tristan grinned. Then, here I come. Prepare to be humbled, wimp. He brandished his sword and lunged forward. Under the dubious gazes of everyone gathered in the courtyard, the duel started. Chapter 1704 A slap heard around the world plus, turn off reset. It seemed like the diminutive Master Sunless, an unknown ascended from the lakeshore settlement, had no chance against the young master of the Aegis Rose clan. Not only was Tristan much taller and more powerfully built, but he was also a legacy. And legacies still held the title of the most skilled and deadly warriors of humanity, by far, even now that the number of awakened had swelled. Their upbringing, training, and martial culture were all designed to produce lethal fighters to rule the battlefield unopposed. FOLL0W current novels on N/O/B/3L/B, in, co/M. The idle onlookers did not know what the pretty young man had done to enrage the legacy scion so much, but from the looks of it, he was in for a good beating, which was a shame, considering that with his jade skin and slender figure, he looked quite handsome. Sadly, though, he didn't look like much of a fighter. Neither did Master Sunless seem very familiar with handling a blade. He tried to swing the provided greatsword to deflect an incoming attack, but failed. Not just that. Perhaps due to his short stature and slender build, he actually lost control of the heavy blade and allowed its weight to pull him off balance, instead of deflecting the opponent's sword, he yelped and stumbled forward instead. That was a common mistake most often seen among awakened. Young awakened were prone to overestimating their newfound strength, forgetting that their mass and center of gravity remained the same. So, it was easy for them to misjudge things and end up being pulled forward by the inertia of their own swing. Still, for a master to be that inexperienced in combat was a bit. The delicate Ascended seemed to be doomed. But, strangely enough, he ended up being saved by his clumsy mistake. It was doubtful that he could have deflected Tristan's powerful strike, but after stumbling forward and nearly sprawling on the ground, the opponent's sword missed and flew harmlessly above his head. There was a murmur among the onlookers. Lucky. But then, they were treated to a bizarre spectacle. That Master Sunless was not just lucky, it was as if he was charmed. No matter what Tristan of Aegis Rose tried to do, his sword never seemed able to reach the cowardly opponent. Master Sunless slipped on the cobblestones, accidentally evading a skillful attack. While trying to stand up, he tripped on the hem of his own silk robe, losing balance and gracelessly sprawling on the ground, but also making Tristan's follow-up strike miss him entirely. While trying to block a downward slash, he actually failed to hold on to his sword and dropped it, staggering back in panic. However, in the process, the coward accidentally kicked the falling sword and sent it flying in the direction of the Legacy Scion, who was forced to hastily defend his lower torso and retreat. Then, Master Sunless recklessly bent down to pick up the fallen sword, a grievous mistake when facing an armed opponent. However, it was exactly because no one in their right mind would think of leaving themselves so open to a lethal blow that Tristan had never anticipated it, once again fruitlessly sliced the empty air above the oblivious opponent's head. "What are you doing? Fight like a man." A sheepish smile appeared on the unknown master's deathly pale face. "But I was trying to pick up my sword. How am I supposed to fight without a sword?" Ascended Tristan let out an infuriated growl. "Just take it, damn. I'll step back." Under everyone's bewildered gazes, he took a step back and waited patiently for his opponent to arm himself. But Master Sunless did not seem to be in a hurry. Breathing heavily, Tristan's face twitched. "What are you doing?" The delicate young man coughed. "Well, you didn't specify that I should pick it up immediately, did you? So I thought I'd catch my breath real quick." The Legacy Scion seemed stuck between complete disbelief and apoplectic fury. "Pick it up right this second." Master Sunless bent down and gripped the sword. All right, there's no need to shout." Soon, the oddly comical duel continued. Coincidentally, or rather, quite purposefully, the sun was directly behind him. Which meant that his shadow was sprawled on the cobblestones directly in front of him. Right where Ascended Tristan's foot had just landed. Using a tiny bit of essence, Sunny stealthily manifested a small part of the wild shadow and made it trip the poor fool without anything noticing. That was more than enough to send the enraged young master, who had committed to the attack a little bit too hard, completely off balance. It all worked splendidly. In fact, it worked a little bit too well. Oh. Crap. Sunny had forgotten to take one small, but vitally important detail into account. In the next moment, everyone in the courtyard witnessed a startling scene. Ascended Tristan of the Aegis Rose clan lunged at the dainty master, who let out an embarrassing shriek and flinched away in fear. By doing so, he not only completely avoided the sudden attack, but also caused the Legacy to lose balance and be pulled forward by the weight of his sword. And there, right behind his cowardly opponent, was the parapet of the courtyard ramparts. The young Legacy had no time to slow down and collided with it at full speed, buckling at the waist and flying over the stone parapet in the blink of an eye. A split second later, his figure disappeared from view. A dumbfounded silence settled over the courtyard. In a few moments, everyone shuddered as they heard a loud crash from somewhere far below. Master Sunless looked back with a strange expression on his face, then cleared his throat and gracefully straightened his mantle with an elegant motion. Then, he turned to Mercy of Clan Dagonet and said, his voice full of sincere concern. "Sir Mercy, why are dawdling?" Shouldn't you hurry up and tend to your friend? Such a fall won't kill him. I think, but he'll certainly need a good healer. The petrified young man slowly nodded. Why yes. I'll go. With that, he turned around and hurried away. But at that moment, Master Sunless called out to him. Wait a moment. Ascended Mercy froze and slowly turned around. Yes? Sunny smiled and pointed to the heavy greatsword laying on the ground. The sword, what was it, the Heartbreaker? Take the sword with you. The young master stared at the greatsword for a moment, then bent down to pick it up. Yes. He mumbled an apology and dashed away. Sunny grinned. Make sure that Ascended Tristan takes his time to rest and recuperate. There's no need to rush. He sighed and then added, his voice full of magnanimity. He can beg me for forgiveness at a later date. When Nephi's returned, the courtyard seemed a little liveler than it had been before. A few people had strange expressions on their faces, and a few more seemed to be glancing at Master Sunless from time to time, their gazes full of contempt and amusement. The charming enchanter himself was standing near the parapet of the ramparts, not paying the pointed gazes any attention. He was looking down calmly, a small smile playing on his lips. Nephi frowned slightly. Has anyone bothered him? She had not anticipated that leaving Master Sunless alone for a few minutes would be a problem. It was only an hour or two after they had shown themselves together in public. After all, no matter what kind of rumors people wanted to spread, such things took time. Nephi definitely did not want anything remotely unpleasant to happen to the delicate young man, so she had to be more watchful in the future. Approaching Master Sunless, she said in her usual even tone. I am back. Did something happen? He turned and looked at her with a smile, then lowered his gaze awkwardly. Well, nothing too serious. There were a couple young men who wanted to have words with me. I'm afraid I failed to resolve the issue amicably. Oh, well, some people simply don't have manners. I'm rather used to such situations. Nephi's frown deepened. Sunny, of course, was talking about himself. It was Sunny who didn't bother with basic manners unless he wanted to, and was therefore used to facing the violent consequences of running his venomous mouth. But Nephi understood it differently. Cassie? Who were these young men, and how dare they be rude to Master Sunless? Cassie responded a moment later, her voice deceptively smooth. Tristan of Aegis Rose challenged Master Sunless to a duel. Nephi almost jumped. Of course, her calm expression remained the same, but her mind was suddenly awash with scorching flames. And you didn't warn me? I explicitly asked you to keep an eye on him in my absence. That will also clearly show the other clans that I favor Master Sunless, and that touching the person I favor, pretending to favor, will not go unpunished. Which could further the deception and at the same time protect the charming enchanter going forward, thus killing two birds with one stone. Nephi took a deep breath, still feeling guilty. Then, she contained her emotions, nodded lightly, and said. Then, please, follow me. There won't be any other delays. Master Sunless smiled and gallantly gestured forward. After you, my lady. As they ascended the steps of the tall tower, Nephi remained silent and thought back to what Cassie had said. What is it with me today, indeed? Many people thought that Nephi was a cold and emotionless person, but they were all wrong. Her emotions, in fact, often burned with a frightening intensity. It was just that she rarely showed them, if at all. Still, looking back, she felt like she had been too flustered in the last few hours, and even before that. Being in the company of the charming enchanter had a strange kind of effect on her. Granted, anyone would have been flustered after what Effie had done. Just thinking about it, no. Nephi refused to think about it. But it was an undeniable fact that she couldn't help but act unlike her usual self around Master Sunless. Usually, she would have been much more guarded around a stranger, but there was just something about the delicate young man that made her lower her guard. It was like an odd sense of familiarity that had no reason to exist, but was deeply compelling, as if he reminded her of something, or someone, that she had been longing for without even knowing. How strange. The feeling was indeed strange, but not unwelcome. It tasted a little sweet, and a little bitter. But mostly, it was just there. Nephi sighed. My behavior thus far has been nothing short of embarrassing. Considering that the two of us will be spending a lot of time together, I really need to maintain composure, and treat Master Sunless with the degree of respect he deserves. She glanced at him, her gaze once again lingering on his exquisite features and glistening onyx eyes for a moment too long. Suddenly, Nephi felt that maintaining composure would be a bit hard. Following Nephi, Sunny ascended the tall tower and found himself on a spacious balcony that served as a pier for the chain breaker. Neither of them had spoken about the duel, and it suited him just fine. In any case, he had to admit that his actions had been a little naughty. He could have defused the situation by groveling a little, but chosen to antagonize the pompous legacy instead for no good reason. Explaining the sequence of events to Nephi would have been a bit embarrassing, and so Sunny went ahead and shamelessly pushed that responsibility onto Cassie. Some would call such a move unbecoming, but he preferred to call it delegation. Read new chapters at novelhall.com. The chain breaker was floating in the air a few meters away, with a wide wooden plank affixed between its deck and the stone balcony. Several fire keepers seemed to have just finished loading a bunch of wooden crates into the cargo hold of the graceful vessel, and were now resting beneath the branches of the sacred tree. Noticing Nephi, all of them stood up. Then, their gazes fell on Sunny. The fire keepers, especially the two women, had a bit of a strange reaction to his appearance. What's wrong with these people? Considering how devoted the fire keepers were to Nephi, he would have expected a more intense version of the jealous hostility the denizens of the castle had met him with. However, they seemed more stunned than unfriendly. Am Master Sunless? Why are you here? He forced out a polite smile. Good day. Oh. I am here to sign a contract. I think we'll be working together often in the future, so please take care of me. The fire keeper slowly turned to Nephi. Then, the two women suddenly broke into wide smiles. Lady Nephi, thank you. Nice. He stared at them in confusion. Why are they giving her thumbs up? The fire keepers frequented the brilliant emporium due to their friendship with Aiko. Perhaps they really liked his cooking and assumed that he would be employed as a chef? Was the food situation on the Ivory Island that bad? Nephi coughed. Yes, I've invited Master Sunless to the tower, please get ready to ascend. They joined the fire keepers on the deck. The wooden plank was swiftly removed, the mooring cables unled, and no more than a minute later, the flying ship slowly moved. The leaves of the sacred tree rustled as the chain breaker started to climb into the sky. Sunny looked up and studied it for a while, his gaze lingering on the golden fruits. What would happen if I fed these fruits to Rain? Currently, Rain was preparing to hunt an awakened demon in order to absorb some of its essence and push her own toward awakening. Such was the path most of the ancient people had followed, forging their fates in the crucible of combat. The fruits of the sacred tree contained essence, as well, so its existence was much more precious than the carriers of the spell could ever imagine. Granted, it was a rhetorical question. If Sunny simply wanted Rain to awaken, he would have showered her with soul shards and been done with it. But what he wanted was to make her strong enough to survive on her own, if need be, and so, cutting corners would do her more harm than good. Everyone who received a proper education did, but Sunny had only ever known how to type things before coming to the academy. He had learned cursive later, after returning from the Forgotten Shore and getting himself a position as a research assistant. But, of course, no one had any way of knowing that. Signing deeply, he looked over the contract and signed it. Nephi watched him with intently as he did. The moment his signature was put on paper, the corner of her mouth seemed to curl upward slightly. Sunny smiled. Well, as long as she's happy. It's a pleasure doing business with you. And that was how Sunny became the memory purveyor of the fire keepers. Unbeknownst to him, though, something else was happening while he was signing the contract. The news of Sunny's duel with Tristan of Aegis Rose was spreading across Bastion with the speed of a forest fire. Of course, with each retelling, it collected embellishments and turned more and more outrageous. People were talking about it all over the city. Have you heard? Some unknown master defeated Lord Tristan. In one strike. They say that they were fighting for Changing Star's affection. There were several Valor Knights and dozens of awakened in the courtyard, but no one even tried to stop the duel. There were dozens of Valor Knights in the courtyard trying to stop him, but he defeated them all before striking Lord Tristan in the face. There were 100 Valor Knights in the courtyard trying to stop him, but he easily defeated them all. And then beheaded Lord Tristan with one strike. That unknown master is too scary. Too tyrannical. What a monster. If Sunny had heard these whispers, he would have paled. He would have also probably said something like, "Oh, no. Oh, no. Not again." But he didn't hear anything until the next morning. When Aiko stormed into the kitchen of the brilliant emporium and tossed a newspaper on the table. "Boss, what the hell is this?" Frowning, Sunny picked up the newspaper and read the title on the first page. The title read, "A Duel for a Saint's Heart. Wretched mongrel, Master S, defeats the noblest of knights, Lord T." His hand trembled. Chapter 1707, The Fine Nuances of Demon Hunting Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1707, The Fine Nuances of Demon Hunting. The stars shone brightly in the cold black sky. Sitting on a wide tree branch, Rain studied them silently, surrounded by darkness. It's strange. Some of the stars looked familiar, but she couldn't recognize any constellations. The alien sky of the dream realm was different from that of Earth, but worse than that, it was both fickle and unreliable. The stars shining upon the Song domain were different from those illuminating the Sword domain, and even various regions of the two kingdoms did not share the same heaven. Some places did not even have a sun, while others were bathed in the light of many moons. Astronomers were probably going crazy. Why are you still awake? Sleep. You'll need all your strength tomorrow. Her teacher's voice resounded softly from the darkness, making Rain sigh. He was right. She had climbed the enormous tree and tied herself to the branch in order to rest, but now that there was nothing else left to do. I can't sleep. Sleep was escaping her. Her teacher chuckled. Nervous? Rain remained silent for a while. Was she nervous? She couldn't tell. They had spent a lot of time preparing for this hunt. From searching for suitable prey and learning all that could be learned about it to coming up with plans and contingencies, studying the terrain, and preparing all the necessary equipment. The process was only different from all the previous hunts because it had been so extensive. She was supposed to kill an awakened demon this time, after all. So, Rain did feel a little nervous, frightened, even. But at the same time, she was a little excited. Not only because successfully slaying the demon would finally allow her to grasp the key of awakening, which she had been trying to do for many years, but also because of the challenge itself. She always felt a pleasant rush of adrenaline when facing appalling abominations in battle. To be strong, to be able to protect herself and other people, that was what she wanted, and why she had accepted the ominous Shadow's offer to be her teacher. Rain smiled. What is there to be nervous about? It's just an awakened demon. Her teacher laughed in the darkness. Fair enough. There was a bit of silence, and then Rain asked against her better judgment. Teacher, what was the first awakened demon you fought like? The darkness spoke in a tone of nostalgia. Oh, that guy? Ah, as tall as a house, covered in a carapace of impregnable steel armor, with claws strong enough to crush diamonds and a pair of razor-sharp scythes in place of hands. A really charming fellow. Rain raised an eyebrow. Was such a creature really worth feeling nostalgic about? In the morning, Rain untied the rope fastening her to the branch and carefully climbed down. Soon enough, she reached the ground, standing on the outskirts of a vast forest of dead trees. Ravenheart was so far away that the mountain chain was merely a dark line on the horizon. There was no ash around, and although the frozen ground was covered in frost, there was no snow either. This was the place where the awakened demon she was intending to kill dwelled. Humanity had conquered a vast area in the dream realm, but that did not mean that the two domains were entirely safe. In fact, safety was a fleeting illusion here. Apart from the citadels and their immediate vicinity, the wilds were still ruled by the nightmare creatures. Humans had only really started to encroach on their reign after the advent of the Dream Gates 4 years ago, building roads and expanding their settlements. In that regard, the current era was very much like the dawn of the legendary Age of Heroes, when mortal champions battled against countless abominations to help the nascent human civilization survive and spread. Of course, modern humans had no gods to guide them. They only had Queen Song, the King of Swords, and the Nightmare spell. Well, in Rain's case, she also had an oddball of a shadow showing her the way. While she was checking her weapons in the dim twilight of the early dawn, her teacher asked calmly, "What makes demons so dangerous? Their strength? Their speed? Their resilience?" Rain shook her head. "No. It's their intelligence. Beasts and monsters might be stronger, faster, and much more resilient than me, but they are also not too bright. A demon, however, is as intelligent as me. It might even outsmart me, if I'm not careful." Her teacher emerged from her shadow and nodded. "So, how do you kill a demon?" She counted her arrows while answering. "By being more prepared. By controlling the battlefield, knowing the terrain, and learning about the enemy in advance. By taking initiative and not making any mistakes. By having a clear mind and deadly resolve." He smiled. "No one is perfect. Mistakes happen whether you want to or not, so what are you going to do if you do make a mistake?" Rain stared at him for a moment, then returned the smile defiantly. "Curse you bitterly while I die?" Her teacher laughed. "Go on and try dying. See what happens." She stared at him for a bit, then shook her head. "Fine, since teacher insists, I won't die." He nodded with a smile. "Good. Now go and kill that demon." Chapter 1708, The Huntsman. Rain had taken off her winter coat, her light armor, and even her military jacket, leaving only the henley and the wool vest on. No amount of armor was going to protect her from the awakened demon, so she wanted her movements to be as agile and unobstructed as possible. It seemed a little poetic, as if she was proclaiming that there would be no retreat, only victory, or death. Find new stories at novelhall.com. It was also a bit funny. Awakened warriors were often shown preparing mentally for battle while donning their armor, but she was doing the same while taking it off. Such was the pitiful life of a mundane hunter. The preparations had long been complete, the traps were laid. All Rain had to do was venture into the depths of the forest and face the demon. Taking a deep breath, she went through a series of stretching exercises. She had always been nimble, but after years of training under the sinister shadow, her flexible body was like that of a snake, no, a gymnast. A very graceful, limber gymnast. That was a much better mental image. Still, she had to be careful when going all out. Her mundane flesh was lagging behind her skill and training, so it was easy to damage. "What are you, a ballerina?" Rain glared at her teacher silently. "Didn't you once tell me that you're the best dancer in the world, 2 worlds, even? So who's the ballerina?" He coughed. "Well, if your teacher said it, then it's true. There was this one time I danced with a princess at a ball, and immediately after, she dragged me into a private room." No, wait, or was it me who dragged her into a private room? In any case, the two of us ended up in a private room. Her teacher smiled wistfully. "And let me tell you, what happened in that room, it was nothing short of life-changing." Rain stared at him for a moment, then pretended to be sick. "Old pervert." He was offended. "Who are you calling old?" "No, wait, who are you calling a pervert?" She did not deign to answer, shaking her head silently. At the same time, though, Rain noticed that her previous nervousness was almost entirely gone. She felt calm and ready, as if her teacher's familiar nonsense could magically make any situation, no matter how dire, seem mundane and ordinary as well. "That's all right. It's infused with mine." Rain nodded, then collected the things she was going to leave behind and placed them in a nook between the roots of the old tree, to be retreated later. Her original sword went atop the neat pile. She stood up, looked into the depth of the forest, and started walking. As she did, her teacher spoke. That sword should be able to cut the flesh of an awakened demon even in your hands. Still, don't rely on it too much. Remember, the sword is just a tool, you are the weapon, you are the one who has to kill the enemy, not your sword. Rain nodded calmly. I remember. She cleared her mind of all distractions, focusing solely on the hunt. The demon she was going to kill was called the Huntsman, quite ironically. That was what the people in Ravenheart called him, but actually, the creature's proper name was Chalice Knight. The reason why Rain and her teacher had chosen him was precisely because there was a lot of information to be learned about the Chalice Knights. These abominations were not independent nightmare creatures, after all rather, they had been mid-rank minions of a fallen titan. The Titan's territory used to be about 100 kilometers away from this forest. Coincidentally, it lay between Ravenheart and one of the other large cities of the Song domain, preventing the construction of a convenient road. A year or so ago, Song Saishan had battled the Titan and destroyed it, obliterating most of its minions in the process and scattering the rest. Rain remembered that event well because there had been a series of missions issued by the town hall in the aftermath of the battle, all having to do with hunting down the remnant abominations. She wasn't quite strong enough to challenge them, but many awakened cohorts were. So, the surviving minions of the slain Titan had been swiftly eradicated. All except for one Chalice Knight who had found his way into this forest. Despite the fact that the abomination had lost its monstrous steed, thus becoming much weaker, he still managed to decimate several cohorts that ventured into the forest to kill him. Perhaps there was something special about this particular demon, or perhaps the awakened warriors had come unprepared. In any case, they were forced to retreat, and the oddly fearsome Chalice Knight earned a foreboding nickname, the Huntsman. Rain did not consider herself to be stronger than the awakened fighters who had tried to slay the creature in the past. However, she was definitely much more cautious and prepared than they had been. So, she was going to hunt the Huntsman. Once she did, her essence would awaken, and she would be able to start forming a soul core. And once her soul core was formed, then, finally, she would be stronger. Chapter 1709, Hunter's Prey. The Huntsman was so dangerous because he ruled the forest like a stealthy predator. He moved unseen and attacked from the mist and darkness, picking off his victims one by one. He also seemed to know the value of intimidation and mental pressure, displaying the mutilated corpses of his victims on the branches of the ancient trees for everyone to see. Or maybe skinning corpses simply spoke to the abomination's aesthetic sensibility. In any case, his human enemies often faced him already shaken and rattled, which was a deadly poison for anyone going into battle. Rain knew that he was approaching the creature's lair because she saw a human skeleton hanging in the trees, its bones cluttering against each other in the wind. Her expression darkened. However, she wasn't shaken. She wasn't rattled, either. Her mind was much too strong to be poisoned by fear, instead, fear only sharpened it. I'll need to bury them properly after everything is over. She shivered, not because of the morbid scene, but simply because she was cold. The battle would warm her up, though, so it was all right. Every time an awakened cohort ventured into the forest, the Huntsman was in no hurry to attack. Sensing the threat presented by a group of experienced awakened warriors, he stalked them silently or retreated into his lair, waiting for the night to come. Then, when impenetrable darkness shrouded the world, his own hunt would begin. Rain was not a cohort of awakened warriors, so she was pretty sure that the demon would not wait to attack her. It was for the best. She knew that if she failed to slay the enemy before nightfall, her chances of survival would drop to 0. And yet, the Huntsman had not shown himself yet. What was he waiting for? She frowned, then glanced at her shadow. Could it be that the demon is afraid of you, teacher? A calm voice resounded from the darkness. It is highly unlikely. I am very hard to notice when I'm hiding in the shadows. There is a much simpler explanation, don't you think? Rain nodded. Indeed, there was. The huntsman was not omniscient, after all. He simply had not noticed her yet. Which was what she had been hoping for. Rain knew that she wasn't strong enough to face an awakened demon in a direct confrontation, which meant that she had to rely on traps to even the odds. The problem was that even luring such a creature into a trap was problematic, because he was much faster than her. Well, if he doesn't want to welcome me. She was going to have to announce her arrival. She had been quite angry at her teacher for how vague and confounding his explanations about the meaning of clarity were. But after finally mastering it, Rain finally understood every word. Master the body, master the mind, the essence of combat was murder, and every action she took in combat only served one of two purposes, to kill the enemy or to prevent the enemy from killing her. Something like that could not be explained with words, only learned in battle. However, once Rain truly understood that unfathomably deep, but simple truth, every battle she had fought after that was easier. Time seemed to slow down as her perception expanded. Her thoughts accelerated, and at the same time, the scope of the world grew narrower, eliminating all unnecessary distractions. She could feel every minute detail of her environment with striking sharpness, from the direction of the wind to the slowly dancing snowflakes. Down below, the almost invisible menace slowly approached the bonfire she had made with wet branches, and the butchered corpse of a dormant beast she had laid as bait. It was time to strike. There was no way back anymore. Drawing her bow, she finally allowed her gaze to fall directly on the empty space where the huntsman was supposed to be, and let the arrow fly. Rain had thought that her shot was immaculate, and almost impossibly swift. From the moment she knocked the arrow to the moment she let go of the string, less than a heartbeat passed. And yet, frighteningly, that single heartbeat was enough for the demon to react. She couldn't see his movements, but the vague patch of subtly hazy air shifted at an impossible speed. The arrow flashed past. But that was all right. Rain had not been aiming at the invisible abomination, anyway. Instead, she aimed at a burlap sack hanging above the bonfire. The arrow split it open, and fine powder poured into the air. It was not gunpowder, nor was it some expensive alchemical concoction. It was simple flour. However, when the cloud of flour ignited, it still produced a fiery flash. That flash couldn't be called a proper explosion, really, since there was no closed vessel to contain it, but it still served its purpose. That was, to cover the huntsman in soot. Suddenly, his invisible form was not that invisible anymore. In fact, whatever camouflage the creature had been using was broken by the rain of burning flour, and Rain finally saw the huntsman in all his vile glory. Chapter 1710, Daring Escape. The Chalice Knight resembled a human wearing a tattered suit of ancient armor that had turned green from rust. He towered at around 2.5 meters of height, but seemed even taller because of the deer antlers attached to his closed helmet. The rusty helmet itself was fashioned to resemble the snout of a snarling beast, with deep darkness nestling in the crack of its visor. There was moss growing here and there on the battered armor, and a ragged cloak, too weathered to retain any color, hanging from his shoulders like a torn banner. The creature was holding a frightening battle-axe in his hand, its blade large and heavy enough to easily split a human in two. The huntsman was like a dead knight that had crawled from under the roots of the forest that had claimed an ancient battlefield, ghastly and imposing enough to make Rain shudder. Worse than that, the dark crack of his visor was already staring directly at her. Her soul seemed to squirm under that gaze. Crap. Rain knocked another arrow on the string and prepared to draw her bow. But before she could, the huntsman had already reached the base of the tree that served as her sniper nest. His dreadful battle-axe rose and fell. That dreadful strike was enough to make the mighty trunk of the ancient tree explode into a hurricane of splinters, obliterating a whole swath of it. But, a moment later, a sharp arrow fell from above and lodged itself into his knee. It struck precisely at the narrow gap between the bottom of the abomination's cuisse and the top of his polion, which were the armor elements responsible for protecting one's thigh and knee, respectively. A pretty decent shot, considering the situation. But Rain did not have any time to celebrate, because the tree was already toppling, and she was falling with it. After a moment of weightlessness, the rope tied around her chest drew taut, and she found herself flying through the air. If there was one thing her teacher had told her, it was that one should always leave themselves a path of retreat. Rain had never considered that climbing a tree would protect her from an awakened demon, so she naturally prepared a way to escape. In this case, that way was swinging on a rope and flying between the trunks of terribly tall trees at breakneck speed. She had not carried a sizable length of silk rope all the way here in vain, at least. As the wind whistled in her ears, Rain thought, FOLL0W current novels on N/O/V/3L/B, in co/M. This is going to hurt. She really did not know if she would be able to escape his axe long enough to accomplish her goal. Run, run. Gritting her teeth, Rain did the unthinkable, she tossed away her bow. That was a terrible loss, not because he was afraid to lose it, but because the quiver of arrows she had hidden up ahead would be useless without it. But she had to sacrifice something, and her javelin seemed much more useful in a battle against such a large foe. As for her sword, well, her teacher had given it to her. She would never discard it. She felt incredibly lucky about leaving her coat and armor on the outskirts of the forest. Run, goddamn you! Rain did not have eyes on the back of her head, but she could feel the ground trembling, and hear the branches snapping behind her. In fact, the huntsman was barreling directly through the trees, snapping the mighty trunks like matches. It was as though an unstoppable, inescapable behemoth was pursuing her, getting closer and closer. He was already no more than a dozen meters away. A dozen meters, 10 meters, 6 meters. Rain's heart was beating wildly in her chest. But then, finally, the trees receded, and she escaped into a vast open space. That was where she had wanted to fight the demon. Be more prepared. Control the battlefield, know the terrain, learn about the enemy. Take the initiative and don't make any mistakes. Have a clear mind and deadly resolve. That was the recipe for winning a battle against a demon, any battle, really. So, this was the battlefield that Rain had chosen. The open space in front of her was a swamp that hid in the depths of the forest. Currently, it was frozen over, the treacherous depths encased in a layer of ice. The ice was covered by a thin carpet of snow. Rain was light enough to walk on the ice without falling under its surface. The huntsman, though. With his frightening size, heavy armor, and dreadful battle axe, he was going to have a bit of a problem. Feeling death approaching her from behind, Rain did not waste a single moment and stepped onto the hidden ice. Rain was ready to step on the ice when something inside her screamed. Perhaps it was because of the subtle change in the sounds behind her, or perhaps it was because of the change in the currents of the wind. Perhaps she had subconsciously noticed the shadow moving unnaturally around her. In any case, she didn't hesitate even for a split second before throwing her body down. An experienced warrior did not alloy themselves to be ruled by instinct, but they also never ignored it. A warrior's instinct was the result of countless hours of training and rich battle experience, after all. Blood, sweat, and tears went into honing it into a life-saving tool. Rain dodged, and in the next moment, her side was pierced by a flash of blinding pain. She spun in the air and crashed into the ice, throwing herself into a roll. A moment later, Rain was already on her feet, sliding back as she held the javelin between herself and the enemy. A muffled groan escaped from her lips. The huntsman was spinning his grotesque battle axe, a few drops of blood marring its heavy green blade. Damn it. Rain briefly glanced down to assess the damage. It wasn't anything serious, the axe barely grazed her, leaving a long cut across her ribs. But if she had been even a little bit slower, it would have split her open like a log. More stitching. It was a little absurd, but she was more upset about having to mend her bodysuit than about receiving a wound. Her body was much more resilient than the threadbare bodysuit, after all. You bastard. As soon as the words left her mouth, the demon took a step forward. Suddenly, they were surrounded by silence. The huntsman entered the vast clearing, his armored boots sinking into the snow. Simultaneously, Rain backed away from his towering figure. They were like a fearsome predator and its powerless prey, the predator preparing for a lethal lunge, the prey raising its quills in a vain hope to save itself. The heavy javelin usually gave Rain confidence, but in front of the dreadful master of frozen forest, it seemed a fragile willow branch. It all happened very fast. As the demon was advancing, his foot fell through the ice, and in the next moment, he plummeted down. Black water and pieces of ice flew into the air as if there was an explosion, and Rain felt the swamp tremble. Cold drops pelted her face. Of course, water alone was not going to slow the huntsman down. A human would have been rendered helpless by the need to struggle against its weight, but an awakened demon was powerful enough to shrug such a burden off without any effort. At that distance from the shore, the water was only to the huntsman's waist, so he continued moving forward after a momentary delay. But, still, it wasn't a lake or a river. There was no ground under his feet, only the treacherous mass of the ancient swamp. Although the abominations managed to prevent himself from sinking, for now, its speed still dropped. More than that, the moment he fell through the ice, Rain was already moving. And before the huntsman could regain his bearing, the heavy tip of her javelin had already crashed into his helmet. She did not get greedy with that attack. Greed was the third most common cause of death among experienced fighters, following directly behind arrogance and bad luck. After delivering a strong blow to the demon's face, Rain immediately pulled back and jumped away. And just in time, a split second later, his axe whistled past the spot where she had stood before, colliding with the ice and splitting it. The attack was much too fast for her to perceive and react in time. If Rain had not anticipated the danger and disengaged in advance, she would have died. Her side burned with cold pain, but that pain only made her mind sharper. Her heart was beating steadily, pumping blood throughout her body. Her muscles seemed to have come alive, making her body light and alert, brimming with energy. It was a state of absolute focus and awareness, so heightened that it couldn't last for too long. Let's see which one of us is the real demon. Brandishing her javelin, Rain grinned and escaped the cracking ice, already searching for a way to deliver another blow to the frenzied abomination. Less than a minute later, a vast swath of the frozen swamp had turned into a ravaged scene of devastation. The pure white snow was washed away, the ice was broken and shattered, its shards floating in the black water like dirty glass. The water itself was restless, boiling and rippling from the furious movements of the huntsman and the escaping gas. The swamp was trying to swallow the frenzied abomination, but was getting battered by him instead. The demon would sink deeper from time to time, but then tear himself from the insidious embrace of the marsh. Even though that struggle allowed Rain to survive so far, it was not enough to grant her victory. FOLL0W current novels on N/O/B/3L/B in co/M. She was breathing laboriously. Rain had continued to retreat deeper into the swamp, and the demon continued to pursue her like a demented executioner. She had delivered more than a dozen strikes to him, but none dealt any serious damage. Even when her javelin pierced the cracks of the huntsman's armor, it felt as if she was trying to cut wet fur. Rain did do some damage to the hidden flesh of the demon, but not nearly enough to matter. At the same time, her own body was not faring well. She had not been cut by the dreadful battle axe again, so there was little blood, relatively speaking. However, there were bruises. In fact, after being tossed around by the fearless power of the demon's blows, Rain felt like her entire body was one glamp bruise, by now. And that was even considering that she fought as cautiously and cowardly as she could. The huntsman had much longer limbs, and his battle axe had much more reach than the black sword her teacher had given her. So, even if Rain was willing to risk clashing with the abomination face to face despite being slower and weaker than him, he would have held a great advantage. Stories like to speak about exalted skill and unbreakable resolve, but in a real fight, the outcome was often decided by the most mundane of things. Reach trumped skill, and weight definitely trumped will. Well, perhaps it was different for the awakened, whose power refused to obey common sense. But for someone like Rain, having a longer weapon meant emerging victorious more often than not. Which was why she did not draw her sword yet, relying instead on the heavy javelin. It's all right. Her javelin was crafted from the same material as her arrows, and it was not as if a mundane human could not leave a scratch on the body of an awakened abomination. In fact, it was entirely possible to slay one, just a bit hard. Things would have been different if Rain was facing a fallen nightmare creature, but then again, she would have never allowed herself to end up in such a situation. Her teacher tasked her with slaying an awakened demon precisely because it was not impossible for her to succeed. It was just that. The huntsman had proven to be much tougher than she had anticipated. Rain had expected to be powerless against his armor, but even when she managed to bypass it, the result was minimal. It is as though there was another layer of protection hiding behind the suit of rusted green armor. Something had to change. His voice suddenly resounded from the shadows. Wait, what are you doing, ungrateful brat? That's my most expensive bottle, you know. Rain ignored the startled voice and produced a brass lighter. She wasn't fond of drinking, anyway. No, really, what had he been thinking, gifting a young girl alcohol? What kind of attitude was that for a teacher? Had her teacher been a delinquent in his youth? Igniting the cloth, Rain stood up and swiftly turned around. The huntsman was barreling toward her like a frenzied icebreaker. He had long torn her javelin from his chest and snapped it in two, leaving the broken pieces far behind. For a moment, her heart ached for her trusty weapon. Then, Rain gritted her teeth and tossed the bottle at the demon. Catch this, you rusty piece of... The huntsman did not even bother to move his axe, swiping the bottle away with his gauntlet. Of course, it shattered instantly, spilling burning alcohol all over his towering figure. The flammable cocktail was not going to damage an awakened demon. But that stench in the air. There was a lot of gas trapped beneath the ice, and currently, all of it had been released, surrounding the abomination like an invisible cloud. And when the bottle shattered, the cloud instantly turned into a sea of raging flame. Of course, Rain did not see any of it, because she was already diving behind the twisted tree. Swamps had a natural inclination to produce methane, which often remained trapped beneath the surface, forming voluminous bubbles of putrid gas. And those were only the swamps of the waking world, which were much safer than the marshes of the dream realm. Well, at least they had been before the dark times. In times of war, humanity had unleashed all kinds of weaponized horrors upon itself. So, today, there was no telling what kind of buried plagues could be released into the world if someone went around digging in the swamps of Europe or the Northern Quadrant. The dream realm might have actually been safer, in that regard. None of it mattered to Rain, though. What mattered for her was that methane was highly flammable. And so, when the huntsman shattered the liquor bottle, it ignited. Crap. Diving behind the tree, Rain pressed her body into the ground and covered her ears. In the next moment, she was momentarily blinded by a violent flash. Then, she was assaulted by unbearable heat. And then, the entire world shuddered. Ah? Rain was tossed into the air as the tree she had been hiding behind was obliterated. That was not supposed to happen. Marsh gas could ignite and burn, but not explode, and especially not so fiercely, at least not under an open sky. Perhaps the flames somehow reached a huge pocket of trapped methane, or perhaps it had something to do with the pockets of gas sticking to the surface of the ice. Perhaps the entire swamp was anomalous, and the gas she had set aflame itself was unnatural. In any case, the result of tossing the liquor bottle surpassed Rain's expectations. By a lot. Crashing into the ground, she felt the wind being knocked out of her and let out a suffocated groan. Rolling in a mess of limbs, Rain fell into shallow water and came to a halt. That hurt. She was hurt and dazed. But there was no time for such frivolous things as pain and disorientation. Didn't think so. Well then, I'll just have to kill you bastard right here. A split second later, she was already moving. Of course, the huntsman was moving as well. And a lot faster than her, despite weighing at least 5 times as much. But Rain knew how he was going to act, and where he was going to move. It was not because she had a prophetic gift or could read the abomination's mind. It was simply because she understood his physical limits from doing her research and observing him in battle, as well as because of her knowledge of combat. She knew how to wield a polearm and how one proficient in the use of a great axe would most likely attack. She knew all the elements that comprised such a suit of full-plate armor, how they were fastened to one's body and to each other, and what limitations to one's movements they would cause. She knew that the demon would favor his right leg, because his right knee was not damaged, and that he would protect the left side of his chest more, since the breastplate there was cracked, and the flesh beneath had already been pierced by her javelin. Most of all, she knew that the huntsman was boiling with demented wrath. That mad frenzy clouded his judgment, and made his actions more predictable. So, she had a few advantages of her own. As the flames danced and the small island quaked from the heavy burden of the demon's footsteps, she dashed forward and met him with a flash of her black sword. The harrowing battle-axe would have split her in two if she had not sidestepped at the last moment. Rain had managed to evade the attack, albeit just barely. Still, the length of the axe, and the huntsman's arm length, were too great for her to strike at the towering abomination. But she had not aimed at the demon's mighty body. Instead, she aimed at the axe. Just as the fearsome weapon flashed past her, the black sword fell in pursuit. And severed the charred shaft cleanly. It had avoided the metal bands reinforcing it and bit into the burned wood, slicing through it as if it was butter. The axe blade sunk into the muddy soil, and the huntsman's balance was suddenly disrupted without its weight. Now holding only a severed shaft in his hands, the demon staggered and fell heavily to one knee. The ground quaked. In that moment, Rain could finally reach his body with her sword. Updated chapters at novelhall.com. The enemy was in front of her, kneeling, and momentarily vulnerable. Who knew how long that vulnerability would last? The demon would most likely regain his bearing a heartbeat later. Everything inside Rain screamed for her to attack, to throw her body forward and slay the abomination before that happened. After all, she could not be sure that there would be another chance later. Adrenaline flooded her bloodstream, and her heart thundered feverishly. Her pupils widened, her mind drowning in excitement, fear, and frenetic urgency. But, at the same time, the memory of the teacher's arrogant voice rang in her ears. Bruise? What do you mean, it will leave a bruise? Listen, disciple, you should be grateful to your kind and gentle teacher for educating you so tenderly. The last time I made such a mistake, I was stepped on by a mountain. Not that left a bruise. It was the mark of a skilled warrior to keep a cool head in the middle of the fiercest of battles, and so, she suppressed her excitement, ignored her fear, and cast away her sense of urgency. Don't be greedy, greed will get you killed. It is a sin, and only those strong enough to bear the consequences have the right to be sinful. Rain did not abandon her caution and attacked calmly. The tip of her black sword slid into the seam of the huntsman's breastplate, plunging deep into his side. This time, there was very little resistance. Unlike her javelin, the dark tachi pierced the demon's flesh almost effortlessly. But instead of leaning into the thrust or twisting the blade to wreak more damage, Rain immediately pulled it back and jumped away. And just in time. Although the huntsman seemed momentarily dazed, and his weapon had been destroyed, his fist was already tearing the air with stunning speed. If Rain had been a split second too slow to disengage, her head would have been turned into bloody pulp. As it was, she had enough time to block with the dark tachi, and received the harrowing blow on its blade. She was thrown backward like a rag doll. Which was the intended outcome. If Rain had been stubborn and tried to stand her ground, her body would have received the bulk of the impact. But by allowing her to be carried away, she dissipated the force greatly. It still hurt like hell. It felt like every bone in her body was about to burst. But they didn't. Rain was tossed back into the shallow water once again and skidded in the mud. The lay water washed away her sweat and numbed the pulsing pain in her side, which felt almost pleasant. Ah. I need to stand up. This time, it took her a little longer to gather herself. Feeling the mud starting to pull her down, Rain groaned and rolled onto her stomach, then staggered to her feet. The black tachi rose into a high stance, sending drops of dirty water flying. How badly did I wound him? None of that mattered to her, though. What mattered to Rain was that, from what she knew, the transformation of the Chalice Knights took some time to happen. Even if it was just a couple of seconds, in a battle, those seconds were like an eternity. She had been waiting to stake her life on that eternity the whole time. As the huntsman's bestial roar reverberated across the burning swamp, Rain dashed forward. Her steps were light and swift. Before the demon could assume his true form, before the echo of the roar was swallowed by the shadows, she reached the kneeling abomination and brandished her black sword. The dark blade hissed coldly as it cut apart the world. And also the huntsman's neck. The darkness nestling in the crack of his visor gazed at her silently as his grow abruptly stopped, and the bestial helmet flew into the air, a fountain of dark blood spilling from it in a spiral as it spun. It was a clean cut. The horizontal slash was performed with perfect form, thanks to the countless thousands of practice swings she had performed under the watchful guidance of her tutors. The huntsman's severed head fell into the water and sank into the swamp with a ripple. His towering body swayed slowly, and then collapsed. Rain swayed, as well, and sprawled in the mud next to it. The tension drained from her body, but so did all her strength. She breathed hoarsely, staring at the distant sky. The flames were dying down, but she was still surrounded by terrible heat. Well, it's good. I won't freeze to death yet, at least. In the smoky silence that followed, a sudden noise resounded, sounding indescribably misplaced in this hellish scene. It was the sound of applause. Rain tiredly turned her head and stared at her teacher, who had finally deemed it necessary to crawl out of her shadow. His voice was unnecessarily loud. Congratulations! You have slain an awakened demon, Chalice Knight. He smiled and added quieter, his tone turning warm. Well done. Chapter 17:15 There are no washing machines in Ravenheart. Plus, turn off reset. Well done. Rain had just killed an awakened demon, but hearing her teacher's praise was strangely just as validating. Or rather, it made the act of slaying the huntsman feel more meaningful. In any case, it was a nice feeling. Too exhausted to move and hurt all over, she simply lay in the mud and rested. Her gaze was directed at the sky, which was as empty as her mind. Feeling too lazy to think, Rain simply stayed still and savored the moment, unbothered by the encroaching cold. By then, the ghostly flames had been mostly extinguished, with only a few small tongues of fire dancing here and there above the ravaged swamp. While she was spacing out, her teacher disappeared somewhere. Soon, he emerged from the shadows, carrying her bow, backpack, and other things she had left on the outskirts of the forest. Placing most of it on the ground, her teacher then walked over and carefully covered her with her winter coat. Here, don't catch a cold. Rain smiled faintly, enjoying the warmth. Her teacher, meanwhile, approached the corpse of the huntsman, looked at it curiously, and gave it a little kick. Then, he circled it slowly, mumbling some nonsense in a hushed tone. Chalice Knights. Chalice Knights, wait, don't tell me. Were these the poor bastards who drank Jade Queen's nectar? Soon, there was nothing but bestial need left, they might be. What fools. Even my little sister knows not to drink everything given to her by shady characters. It's you're the shady character. Rain wanted to scoff, but then decided against it. Instead, she asked. Teacher, can I awaken now? She knew the answer, of course, but hearing it again would give her confidence. He smiled. Well. You've already made great progress and learned how to sense your essence. I'm pretty sure that absorbing the soul shards of this demon will be the final straw and serve as a catalyst to make your essence awaken. Of course, that alone won't make you an awakened. Her teacher looked at the mud with a finicky expression, then reached into the shadows and pulled out an opulent wooden chair out of them. Placing it on the ground, he sat down and let out a satisfied sigh. The problem is that there will be no vessel to store your essence, and no bridge between your soul and your body, at least that is how I understand it. However, you will be able to control your essence, and by controlling it, you will be able to create such a vessel, which is itself the bridge. A soul core. It will require time and effort, but with your level of enlightenment, I am sure that you will manage splendidly. When you do form a soul core, that is when you'll undergo a rebirth and become awakened. Rain listened to his voice silently, then sighed. How long will it take? Her teacher chuckled. I have no idea. That wholly depends on you, but, from what I am told, learning to control essence is the hard part. Forming a soul core is relatively easy, albeit tedious. So, a few months? A year? We'll have to wait and see. I bet I can do it in a day. Rain didn't voice her defiant thoughts and smiled. What comes next? Sitting comfortably on his luxurious chair, her teacher smiled. Ascension is a step of rising above one's mortal nature. You will have to accumulate power by improving the quality of both your soul essence and your body. That can be achieved naturally, by slowly refining the essence, or by slaying powerful enemies. Once your essence reaches a qualitative change, the last step is to reform your soul core. That's a bit tricky. He shook his head. The easier part of the process is learning how to access your soul C. The harder part, sadly, it requires the knowledge of a soul refining technique. In the past, many such techniques were known to us humans, but sadly, that legacy has been lost. These days, everyone simply relies on the nightmare spell. Rain raised an eyebrow. So, what? I can't ascend? Should I just go and jump into a nightmare? Her teacher furrowed his brow. Can't ascend? Who do you think your teacher is? Of course, you can ascend. The fact that no one else has a soul-refining technique doesn't mean that I don't, or that I can't invent a new one from scratch. Rain turned her head and stared at him dubiously. So does he have one, or is he going to invent one? Well, it didn't really matter to her now. She was not even an awakened yet, so ascension seemed distant enough to not feel real. Even the awakening. Sure. And, unlike the spell, I'll even customize it to your liking. More than that, listen, I really don't want to badmouth the competition, but the spell, it really has no imagination whatsoever. Why limit memories to powerful weapons, enchanted armor, and mystical tools? There are so many mundane things that would make for an amazing memory. That bodysuit of yours? I'll memorize it, no problem. Do you want a pillow that is always cold or a magical toothbrush? Your teacher can make that happen, as well. He looked at her with a smug expression. Hell, I can even make a roll of toilet paper into a memory. If you don't go overboard, it will never run out. Why the hell is that bastard talking about toilet paper? Rain stared at her teacher for a while, then blinked a couple of times. Are you telling me that you have been able to create memories this whole time? He nodded. Strange question, but yes, sure. Slowly, Rain's blood started to boil. So why, the hell haven't you made me any memories, then? Was watching me suffer fun for you? He glanced at her with an offended expression. Huh? What are you talking about? I was always planning to arm and equip you. It's just that you are still a mundane human. Until you form a soul core and awaken, your soul can't even contain memories. Blame yourself for being so slow. What's so hard about becoming the first human in history to awaken naturally, huh? Do I ask for much? She took a deep breath and turned away, staring at the sky again. What an insufferable, cheapskate deity. Who can make memories? Slowly, a few grandiose thoughts entered her mind. After a while, though, Rain sighed. Well, it's good enough. Teacher is amazing. Sure, I won't have an aspect, but having memories is already great. Receiving them directly from someone instead of earning them from the spell is a little weird. I guess, it's not much different from how legacies inherit memories from their clans, though. Her teacher frowned, then chuckled suddenly. Hey, now that I think about it, aren't you a legacy yourself? Your big brother can provide everything a legacy clan can, and much more on top of that. She looked at him scornfully. Oh? Teacher is like a legacy clan now? So, do you have a legacy relic, then? He tilted his head with a smile. A bunch of them, actually. Rain blinked a few times. Does he really? Actually, she wouldn't be surprised. Well, what about a citadel, then? He grinned. A citadel? Sure, I have one of those. It's a huge temple built of black marble, shrouded in eternal darkness. Granted, it's a bit of a fixer-upper, but what can you do? My citadel is almost as old as the universe. The ambience there is great. She stared at him silently. That's great. Speaking of great, since it's teacher, there has to be a supreme in our clan, no doubt. Should I consider myself royalty? Might as well, right? Her teacher coughed in embarrassment. Well, technically, our clan doesn't have a sovereign at the moment. Rain's eyes gleamed with triumph. His capacity for nonsense has a limit, after all. But we do have a supreme devil. I used to bully the little bastard a lot in the past, but now that he's all grown up, it's not very fun. She took a deep breath, turned away, and stared at the sky. The sky was indifferent and beyond reach. I give up. After a while, Rain felt rested enough to move. She rose from the ground with a grimace and went about taking care of her wounds. Her teacher had made a fire from the splintered remains of the twisted tree, so neither of them had to freeze in the cold. Rain disinfected the cut on her side, then wrapped it tightly in a clean bandage. That would have to do until she returned to Ravenheart and found a healer. Usually, she would have been lamenting the need to pay one, but there was a sizable reward promised to anyone who managed to slay the huntsman. Not only could Rain afford a decent awakened healer, but there would be enough coins left for her to replace the broken javelin, and maybe even upgrade a few pieces of her equipment. No, wait, actually, I don't need to worry about that anymore. Rain still had hope of awakening swiftly. Even if she failed to do it before returning to Ravenheart, there would be no more hunts in the next few months. She already had everything she needed to form a soul core, so the best course of action would be to hole up in a safe place and patiently work on becoming an awakened. Once she was an awakened, her mundane equipment would not be of much use. She would be able to draw a much more powerful bow, wear armor crafted from much heavier mystical materials, and even wield memories. Her entire arsenal would need to be changed. She would have to purchase a lot of things. Suddenly, Rain did not feel rich anymore. She was so poor. Full of sorrow, Rain put on her winter coat and approached the remains of the huntsman. She stared at it for a while, then glanced at her teacher. Should we harvest his armor? It should sell for a lot of coins. He scratched the back of his head. Who's going to carry it all the way back to Ravenheart, though? Rain sighed. How can a deity be so useless? Yeah. Still, we should take the axe blade, at least. To prove the kill at the town hall. That axe blade alone would sell for a hefty amount of coins. She fished the giant blade from the ground and attached it to her backpack. Her teacher, meanwhile, looked at the remains of the dreadful Chalice Knight and clicked his fingers. Several shadows suddenly rose from the ground and sliced the carcass apart, cutting the rusted armor like paper. Raid didn't look at the bestial features of the corpse as she harvested the soul shards and sat down, staring at them solemnly. There were 3 of them. The glimmering crystals were not too large, but to her, they meant the world. This is it, then. She had been striving desperately to reach this moment for 4 long years. Those years had been full of pain and hardship, but also joy, satisfaction, and fulfillment. And now, the final stretch of the road was right in front of her. Her teacher sat on the ground across from her and smiled with encouragement. She could feel a condensed mass of energy slowly forming in the place where her heart would have been. It was not solid yet, but also not as ethereal as the usual state of soul essence. More like a shimmering liquid. And at the very heart of that mass, where the pressure was most crushing, something solid was slowly being born. A tiny crystalline gemstone, so small that it could only be called a grain of sand. Ah! Rain opened her eyes and shuddered, her entire body drenched in sweat. The whirlpool of essence dissipated, and she sprawled on the ground in utter exhaustion. Her chest rose and fell heavily, as if she had just run a marathon. The mental fatigue was even worse. Her teacher raised a fist. Success! You did great! But Rain was full of bitter disappointment. A single grain of sand. Did I really boast that I'll form the soul core in one try? Ah, so embarrassing. Thank the gods I didn't say it out loud. How long would it take her to create enough of these tiny gemstones for them to merge into a core? A month? A year? Rain wanted to groan. But doing that would undoubtedly make her teacher way too happy. She couldn't let the enemy win. She sighed, and then slowly sat up. I'll stay home for an entire month, let Mom pamper me, and work on awakening slowly. Disappointed? Who was disappointed? A whole month, or even several months, of doing nothing and being spoiled rotten. No biting cold, no blood and sweat, no hideous abominations and revolting corpses. Just eating well and meditating in peace. It was a dream come true. Wouldn't it be great to rest for a few months while being absolutely safe, with nothing terrible happening? It sure would. Her teacher suddenly looked at her with suspicion. His onyx eyes narrowed. What is this? I sense a familiar disturbance. Hey, you didn't just think something stupid in your head, like finally, the worst of it is over or that demon is definitely dead, nothing bad will happen, did you? Rain raised an eyebrow and put on an innocent expression. No? Why would I? Only a complete fool would think something like that in the middle of the dream realm. He studied her dubiously for a moment, then exhaled slowly. Well, good, and, don't use such harsh words. Some people, very smart people, were known to make small mistakes like that in the past. Anyway, time to head back to Ravenheart, then. Rain collected her things and holstered the backpack onto her shoulders. The axe blade was terribly heavy, which messed with her balance a little, but she could handle it. The frightful black sword her teacher had given her was already gone, and her tachi regained its shadow. She studied the familiar sword for a few moments, then sighed and sheathed it smoothly. Rain was ready to leave. But she didn't. Teacher. We might have a problem. He turned to her and raised an eyebrow in confusion. A problem? What's the matter? She hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly scratched the tip of her nose. Well, you see. That explosion was much more powerful than I had expected. So, all the ice is broken. How am I supposed to get back to shore? He stared at her for a bit, then glanced at the ravaged landscape of the vast swamp. Indeed, the little island was surrounded by nothing except mud and black water, with not a single intact piece of ice in sight. The deadly expanse of treacherous sludge stretched all the way to the distant shore. Her teacher lingered for a bit, then sighed and approached her. Crouching, he pointed to his back. Climb on, brat. Rain didn't make him ask twice. There were ways to traverse a swamp, but none that were both safe and timely. Not to mention that she had just disinfected her wound and didn't want to get it wet and dirty again. Plus, her battered body was exhausted. Why would she refuse a piggyback ride offered by a powerful deity? Climbing onto her teacher's back, Rain wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled. He lifted her like a feather, not showing any strain at all despite how thin his body looked, and headed for the swamp. Ah, how humiliating, a divine shadow like me being reduced to carrying ungrateful mundane girls, gods are truly dead. Ignoring his grumbling, Rain rested her head on his shoulder and allowed her consciousness to drift into a relaxed state. The familiar sound of her teacher's voice was almost like a lullaby. Walking to the edge of the island, he didn't even try to slow down and stepped directly into the muddy water. However, his foot never plunged into the murky sludge, instead, the shadows moved and coalesced into a glossy black plate under it. Then, another plate appeared as he took a step. Like that, her teacher walked across the swamp as if he was walking on a paved road, the black plates dissipating behind him after a few moments. The water sloshed and surged, but never managed to touch his leather boots. That reminds me of that time we fought the drowned in the lost temple of fallen grace, back when I was still wearing the Serpent King's crown. Who knew that I would end up becoming a swamp rickshaw one day? Damn, life is sure full of irony. Rain did not know what the words drowned, fallen grace, and Serpent King meant, but they sounded exciting. Was her teacher a king once, in ancient times? No, knowing him, it was more likely that he had stolen a king's crown and wore it to gloat and boast about his nefarious deeds. The walk to the shore was both comfortable and uneventful. Rain could have climbed off her teacher's back once they reached solid ground, but he simply continued to carry her without saying anything, and so, she didn't say anything either. Perhaps he saw through her bravado and realized that her condition was worse than she was letting on, and that she was too exhausted to hike through the forest while suffering the pain of her wound. Still. After a while, Rain spoke. We should take down the corpses of the fallen awakened and give them a burial. Usually, the queen would have taken the dead. But the huntsman must have prevented them from leaving on a pilgrimage to her palace, and as a result, their bones had been left unattended. Her teacher stopped. Rain couldn't see his face, but she felt a subtle change in his mood. Suddenly, the shadows populating the frozen forest seemed much deeper, and the world felt much darker. Her breath escaped as a cloud of cold vapor. Does he not want to bother with burying them? Climb off. He bent his knees, allowing Rain to stand firmly on the ground. She was a little confused. As a matter of fact, we have indeed met before. Although I doubt that you'll remember. In any case, why don't you and your friends continue onward? Let's part on friendly terms and go our separate ways. How about it? There was another lengthy silence. Shivering, Rain heard a strange rustle come from the direction of the three strangers. Their surroundings were slowly turning colder. What was that rustle? How about it, how about it? How about it? Master Shan's voice still sounded human, but his speech had turned strangely incoherent. Another voice joined, its mannerisms and intonations too similar to the first. We are on our way back to Ravenheart. These are my companions. Master, we are on our way. How about it? Rain was still stuck on her previous thought, unable to throw it out of her head. What was that rustle? She had never heard a sound like that before. Just at that moment, the disturbing rustle grew louder, and a third voice added amicably. These are my companions. My companions. My companions. That rustle. How about you become my companions, too? Her teacher took a deep breath. Rain could hear his voice turning dangerously cold. Listen here, bastard. She had never heard such coldness in his voice before, and the unfamiliarity scared her. You might have managed to claw your way out of Dread's tomb, but so did I. You might have survived in the depths of 1,000 hells, but so did. So save me the theatrics and be on your way, otherwise, I'll stop being gracious and skin you alive. Rain shuddered. Skin him. Suddenly, a thought flashed in her mind. The Skinwalker. The great abomination that had been the nightmare of humanity for the past 4 years. A great abomination. 3 of the indescribable horror's vessels, no less. Her terror was so vast that she couldn't even move. All Rain could do was keep her eyes closed and tremble. I'm dead, I'm so dead. No, death would be a mercy. At that moment, Master Xian, Skinwalker's vessel, spoke with a hint of curiosity in his voice. You, whose companion are you? Her teacher scoffed. And then, the world quaked. The world quaked, and then, Rain was suddenly enveloped by absolute darkness. It was as if an impenetrable wall rose to surround her from all sides. The deafening cacophony of terrible sounds coming from the outside was muffled and dampened by that wall, and nothing but slight tremors reached her. For the moment, at least, she was safe. But those sounds. Feeling a cold dread grasp her heart, she took a shaky breath and tried to comprehend them. There was the sound of trees snapping. There were the screams of the air being torn. There was the roar of the ground being upturned. These were the sounds that she could recognize. But there were other sounds, as well. Inhuman hells. Chilling groans that sounded like the world itself was weeping. Eerie and revoltingly organic rustling, as if a mountain of flesh was ripping as it expanded while consuming itself. And many more that Rain simply could not describe and was afraid to fathom. The ground was shaking violently, and she was struggling to stay standing. Her fingers turned white on the hilt of her sword. Teacher, be safe. Please. But how could anyone stay safe when facing the Skinwalker? Countless people had fallen to its menace and were consumed, becoming vessels of the abomination's corruption. Mundane humans, awakened, masters, even saints. Not even the sovereigns could eradicate this living curse. Shrouded by darkness, Rain realized how painfully weak and helpless she was. Just a few moments ago, she had been full of pride, praising herself for slaying an awakened demon. Updated chapters at novelhall.com. But now, she remembered that in the world of the nightmare spell, she was nothing but an ant. An ant who couldn't even do anything when her teacher was fighting to protect her. Strong. I want to be strong. She had not changed at all. She was still the same girl who had been powerless to protect herself, let alone anyone else, when the tide of nightmare creatures descended on her school. The world continued to scream and quake for several minutes. Then, an eerie silence suddenly enveloped it. The tremor stopped, and the terrible sound ceased. Rain remained motionless, keeping her eyes closed. She didn't dare to think about how the battle had ended. The thought of imagining her teacher not being there anymore was too appalling. More appalling than what would happen to her if he was truly gone. Suddenly, the wall surrounding her disappeared. She knew that it had because light suddenly shone through her eyelids, and cold wind scraped against her face. The air was permeated by the smell of wet wood and soil. Please. A moment later, a familiar voice spoke from somewhere near. Brat, you can open your eyes now. The relief Rain felt at that moment was strong enough to make her sway. She slowly opened her eyes and looked around, then froze in shock. And no way. The frozen forest was gone. All of it was very mysterious. But, at the same time, Rain understood the underlying meaning of what her teacher had said. Something that we were not supposed to see. Got it. Promising that I won't tell anyone is not going to work, I guess? So, just how big of a secret is it? Her teacher's face was a little somber. Big enough for Clan Song to erase any witness from existence. Well, not any witness. But a mundane girl with no backing? They won't hesitate to silence you even for a split second. Rain felt a cold chill run down her spine. Damn, the royal clan? Why would Clan Song pay attention to someone as small and insignificant as her? She gritted her teeth and looked at him stubbornly. I do have backing, though. My father works for the government, his rank is pretty high now, too. Surely, Clan Song won't want to spoil their relationship with the government because of something like that. Her teacher smiled wistfully. Ah, the naivete of youth. First of all, you are overestimating the significance of your father's position. Second of all, you are overestimating the significance of the government. And lastly, you are underestimating Clan Song. Who says that anyone would be able to prove anything after they make you disappear? His smile turned colder. In fact, they won't even have to make you disappear. Technically. There's a guy among them who is much worse than the Skinwalker. He can destroy your soul and wear your body like a soft, coming to family dinners and gossiping about boys with your mother. No one will suspect a thing. Rain shuddered. Slowly, the magnitude of the trouble she had gotten herself into was starting to dawn on her. Crap, crap. Crap. Who had made her think all those stupid things earlier? Spend months in absolute safety? Rest and relax while working on awakening at a leisurely pace? Be pampered at home? She had been such a fool. Rain cursed quietly, stared at the three corpses for a while, and then asked her teacher in a hopeful tone. So what do we do? Her teacher was, whatever it was that he was. He had to have a solution, without a doubt. Suddenly, she felt a lot calmer. Her teacher remained silent for a while, then smiled. Who to do, indeed. Well. I am sorry to tell you this, Rain, but you can't show your face in Ravenheart for a while. You'll have to disappear before they can make you disappear. We need to go somewhere where they won't be able to find you quickly, and spent some time there. She closed her eyes and asked, her tone turning a little grim. Where can I even go? Even if I can survive a solo journey to another citadel, there is no city in the Song domain where the royal clan doesn't have eyes. Crossing into the sword domain is not an option, not that I would want to leave my family behind. I can't return to the waking world without the help of a saint, and even if I could, locating me there would be even easier. Her teacher scratched the back of his head with a thoughtful expression. He lingered for a while, then glanced at her with a strange expression. What about one of those road crews? They are safe enough for you to survive, with more than enough mundane humans for one more to not draw attention, and best of all, far removed from all citadels, they're lacking manpower, too, so no one would ask any questions. If I were you, I'd get myself hired as a laborer there and hide in the crowd. A sly smile appeared on his face. Her teacher remained silent for a moment, then added with a chuckle. In fact, wasn't there a huge crew being assembled to construct a road east? You know, to Godgrave. Why don't you join that one? Rain sighed. Why not, indeed? Mommy. Effie patted little Ling on the head and smiled. What do you want, Dumpling? She was sitting in a comfy wooden chair, staring at the wooden ceiling absent-mindedly. The little boy cuddled comfortably on her lap, hugging her like a little monkey. He looked up at her with his bright eyes and grinned sheepishly. Story? Effie laughed. Story? Which story? Little Ling was suddenly very thoughtful. He remained silent for a while, a comically concentrated expression on his face, and then beamed. Mommy defeating the giant. She hugged him and shifted slightly, then said in a deep voice. All right. Listen then. A long time ago, in a faraway land, 6 evil saints imprisoned Hope in a tall tower. Hope was very lonely in the tower, and cried bitterly. So, your mom and her friends decided to defeat the evil saints and rescue her. The image of the damp stone cell under the Chalice Temple flashed in her memory. The smell of blood, the whimpers of the other girls, the war maidens, driven to madness by the demon of desire, were slowly training to death. The graveyard of swords surrounding the ancient temple. She chased the ghastly memory away and smiled warmly. Noctis, the wicked warlock of the East. Uncle Kai, who was a brave warrior from the Ivory City back then. Auntie Cassie, who was a wise priestess of the Night Temple. And, of course, your mom, who was a little girl. These were the 4 heroes who ventured to rescue Hope. Oh, and there was someone else, as well. A nameless shadow who had escaped its master and became friends with Noctis. Effie only had a vague recollection of the shadow devil who had followed Noctis, but it seemed rude not to mention him. Her adorable son giggled. Huh? What's so funny? Ling giggled again. Mommy is not little. How can Mommy be little? She smiled. I was a little kid once too, you know. Actually, I was a little kid twice. In any case, after we, the 4 heroes, met each other and swore to save Hope, the evil saints learned about it and sent a messenger to scare us. It was a huge giant. As tall as a mountain, with a body made of polished steel, but your mom and her friends weren't afraid at all. That was because the kind priestesses of the goddess of life had taught me the secret art of slaying evil giants, you see. Effie continued to tell the fairy tale version of her second nightmare, just as she had done 100 times before. For some reason, this story was one of Ling's favorites, maybe because the very idea of his mom being a little girl excited him endlessly. She had no idea why, but looking back, it had indeed been a bit exciting. Effie had spent her actual childhood either in a hospital bed or in a wheelchair, so getting a little taste of what it meant to be a healthy kid was special. Even if it was in the depths of a ghastly nightmare. Of course, she had removed all the distasteful parts from the story, replacing them with fantastical and exaggerated adventures. Flying ships, eccentric sorcerers, fire-breathing dragons, and a happy ending. The sugar-coated version of the Nightmare of Hope had everything one needed for a great fairy tale. And so, Cassie dropped the flying ship right on the evil giant's head. Boom. Crash. Bang. The ship shattered into 1,000 pieces, and the giant fell down, making the ground shake. Auntie was perfectly fine, of course, she had jumped away just in the nick of time and glided down with the help of her magical rapier. A huge shadow was still. Just then, the door opened, and a handsome young man walked into the room. Way too handsome, even. Effie smiled at her husband and took and exhaled slowly, trying to maintain a relaxed expression. Daddy. Little Ling jumped off her lap and ran to hug his dad. Luckily, this time, he remembered to control his strength. Picking the boy up, Ling's dad smiled at him and then glanced at Effie. He was hiding it well, but she could see that the smile did not reach his eyes. Go get ready. With that, she turned to her husband and son, putting on a bright smile. Shall we go? She took her husband's hand, and a moment later, the three of them disappeared from the meadow. Instead, they appeared in a room with alloy walls, situated in the depths of a government fortress. The furnishings were sparse, but there was a large screen displaying the arid landscape of the western quadrant on one of the walls. Little Ling looked at the sand dunes with interest. Daddy, what is that? His dad smiled. This is a desert, Wolfie. We are in the western quadrant. Aren't you a lucky kid, to get to travel all around the world and see all kinds of places? The boy was thoughtful for a moment. Daddy, aren't you a little silly? It's a picture. Little Ling has seen a lot of pictures already. Effie's husband laughed. I guess you are right. He glanced at Effie and nodded. She remained silent for a bit, then patted Little Ling on the shoulder and said in her usual carefree tone. Dumpling, Mom has to go to work now. Be a good boy and listen to Dad, okay? He grinned and waved at her absent-mindedly. Bye, Mommy. Have fun at work. A second later, Little Ling was already asking his dad about deserts and sand. The handsome young man exchanged a poignant look with her, silently mouthed 3 words, and then took their son out of the room. Outside, a high-ranking government envoy was already waiting for them. Left alone, Effie took a deep breath and said quietly. I love you, too. Then, the smile slowly disappeared from her face, replaced by a grim expression. She remained motionless for a while, then nodded and summoned her armor. Soon, her athletic figure was covered by a skin-tight layer of polished metal, as if she had been dipped in liquid steel. She also summoned the Starlight Shard, shaping it into 2 strips of white cloth. One was tied around her waist, the other covered her chest. Effie was ready for war. Well, as much as anyone could be ready for war. Which, in her experience, was not much at all. Picking up the Black Beast locket, she hung it around her neck and walked to the door. In the corridor outside, 2 figures were waiting for her. An annoyingly stunning man with auburn hair and green eyes, and a chillingly beautiful woman with pale skin and raven-black hair. Effie erased the grim expression from her face and smiled mischievously. Hey there, handsome, oh, and you too, Kai. Guys, you won't believe what I saw in Bastion. Princess found herself a boyfriend. At least I think that she found him. She might have just kidnapped the poor man to do unspeakable things to him. I know. She froze suddenly, looked behind her with a cautious expression, then relaxed visibly and added in a quieter tone. I know I would, if I wasn't such a prim and proper, virtuous married woman. Just a few minutes later, a majestic dragon with scales that resembled the midnight sky was flying over the endless sea of dunes, devouring distance with stunning speed. Effie and Jet were on his back, looking south with somber expressions. After a while, Effie sighed. The situation has already changed? Jet nodded. Yes. The city wall is breached. Western Quadrant defense forces are on approach, but the Call is wreaking havoc with their tech. The awakened vanguard was attacked by one of the lesser gate guardians and managed to put it down, but their advance was stalled. So, we will arrive first. Soul Reaper maintained a neutral tone, but Effie could see that she was in a grim mood. It's not your fault. Don't beat yourself up too much. Jet glanced at her and smiled. My fault? Of course, it's not my fault. I am not someone who feels bothered by such things, anyway. But despite her tough girl routine and carefully constructed facade of a cynical salary woman, she was bothered. Effie had gotten to know Soul Reaper Jet a bit during the Southern campaign, but they became really close during the Third Nightmare. And in the 4 years since, their friendship and comradeship had continued to blossom. Jet was a professional, first and foremost. She wasn't really someone with a bleeding heart, the opposite, actually, but she took her responsibilities very seriously. As such, her cynical loyalty to the mission of preserving humanity was quite ironically much greater than the noble intent of most ardent idealists. She had already been doing her very best as a master. But now that Jet was a saint, one of the 5 saints serving the government, the scale and scope of her responsibilities were much greater. While Effie and Kai mostly dealt with military and diplomatic issues, simply executing the orders, Jet was much more knowledgeable and experienced. As such, she was involved in the administration and decision-making process of the government, influencing what orders all of them received. The government was in turmoil, too. It was in flux, drifting on the currents of history. For years ago, the higher echelons of the government had made a decision to throw vast resources into rapidly developing its presence in the dream realm, where the future was. That was why Effie was almost permanently stationed in Bastion, while Cal spent most of his time in Ravenheart. Jet, however, had been against that strategy. She had insisted on keeping the government saints in the waking world, spread across the 3 remaining quadrants, to lessen the inevitable losses as much as possible, even at the cost of the future inferiority of the government's position in the brave new world of domains and sovereigns. It was not that she disagreed with the notion that the future of humanity lay in the dream realm, it was just that she advocated for a different allocation of resources. Sadly, she had failed to turn her opinion into policy. If she had, the current disaster could have been avoided, or at least lessened. Effie sighed. You're angry. I can smell that you're angry. Well, guess what? There's nothing better for treating anger than a good slaughter. And we'll be drowning in abominations in a few minutes, so, there's no day like today. Jet chuckled. You are right. Sure. But also, let's not use the word slaughter, okay? Makes me queasy. At that moment, Kai's pleasant voice resounded in their heads. Ladies, if you feel queasy and are going to be sick, please wait until I land, at least, really, don't go around despoiling my scales. I have an image to uphold. Effie grinned. Oh? What about your image? Who are you trying to impress, Queen Song's daughters? Effie cracked her knuckles and asked, her voice uncharacteristically somber. A great devil, can we even handle something like that? All 3 of them had become immensely powerful after transcending. The battles they had won were beyond count, and the nightmare creatures they had killed were beyond measure, and yet, they had never faced a horror like that before. Only the sovereigns had. Facing a great devil was a first for them, and could very well become the last. A relaxed smile appeared on Jet's face. What's the matter? If push comes to shove, we'll just die. Well, the 2 of you will die. I'm already dead. Above them, the dragon scoffed. His magnificent voice resounded above the desert, making Effie's heart tingle. That was just something Kai's draconic voice did, even if he did not use his aspect abilities. Still. We should try to stay alive, well, Effie and I should. You just stay in one piece, Lady Jet. She chuckled. Alright. As we've discussed before, Kai will support the Western Quadrant forces in their advance. Effie and I will spearhead the assault, push back the abominations, and engage the Gate Guardian. There's nothing else to say. Godspeed. The beautiful dragon nodded its great head, then pushed himself off the ground and glided gracefully toward the assembled army. Jet looked at Effie, already summoning her scythe. She lingered for a moment, and then said in a tone that was a little gentler than usual. But seriously, don't die, Effie. Nightingale and I can die, but you can't. You know why. There are people waiting for you to return. For a moment, Effie felt her heart tremble, just like it did every time she went into battle. It had been easy to risk her life before, when she was young. But now, she had things to protect, and people whom she did not want to and could not allow herself to leave. Every time death snarled in her face, Effie felt guilt and shame. And fear. What was she doing on the battlefield when her husband and son were somewhere else, waiting for her? Why was she being so stupid when she could have remained safe behind a citadel wall, in their idyllic cottage, allowing someone else to fight, and bleed, and die in her place? But then, she remembered. It was precisely because of little Ling and his dad that she was here. Because someone had to prevent the world from collapsing on their heads and burying them under the rubble. Effie didn't particularly trust someone else to not mess everything up, so she had to build a world where her son could live a decent life with her own 2 hands. Thankfully, her hands were quite strong. If you wanted to do something right, you had to do it yourself. Looking at Jet, Effie grinned. Why do you always talk about dying, big sister? Not everyone is like you. I'm not planning on kicking the bucket anytime soon. That would be such a tragedy, imagine all the food I would not be able to eat. Laughing lightly, she shook her head. And activate her transformation ability. A moment later, a titanic figure clad in polished steel rose from the dust, shining brilliantly under the incandescent sun. Chapter 1721, Footsteps of History. Effie rose to her full height, towering 100 meters above the desert. She was like a colossus cast of lustrous steel, the gorgeous lines of her athletic body shining under the blinding sun, a beautiful war deity rising to face the tide of monstrous abominations. The white fabric of the starlight shard rippled in the wind. Expanding the 2 memories to fit her giant size cost a significant amount of essence, but it was worth it. Sadly, the same could not be said about the rest of her arsenal, not that there were a lot of memories in her possession that could accommodate her transformation. Even those that could were too weak to justify the expenditure. Especially because Effie had other ways to spend her essence. As soon as her transformation was complete, she activated her ascended ability. Instantly, every soldier at the bottom of the dry riverbed, those that could see her, at least, felt their hearts beating faster. Their spirit and body were reinvigorated, while their strength, speed, agility, endurance, and resilience were greatly enhanced. But that was the good thing about Effie's transformation, it was hard not to notice a 100-meter-tall colossus, especially one as striking as her. Her ascended and transcendent abilities synergized beautifully to make sure that anyone on the battlefield could see her at any moment, even in the midst of a furious melee. As long as she was on the front line. The loud, reverberating roar rose from the riverbed as thousands of soldiers, both mundane and awakened, chanted in exhilaration. Raised by wolves. Saint Athena. War beast is here. Their impassioned voices were full of resolve and grim determination. And as they looked at her, Effie felt her essence being slowly replenished. Well, at least someone is in a good mood. Looking past the exultant soldiers, she gazed at the burning city. From her current height, Effie could see the eerie fissures of the nightmare gates surrounding it like 7 ghastly siege towers. One of them was especially tall, reaching even higher into the sky than she did. There were several gargantuan figures moving in the sea of nightmare creatures. The Great Devil was not the only calamity unleashed by the 7 gates, there were other gate guardians, as well. 2 of them was even titans. A great devil, a corrupted tyrant, 2 fallen titan, and a swarm of terrors. One way or another, today's battle was going to end up in the history books. It was not quite the chain of nightmares, but definitely the worst crisis the waking world had faced since the Southern Campaign, by far. What would the history books tell? That on that day, the forces of humanity triumphed valiantly over a dreadful enemy? Or that on that day, humanity mourned the loss of many of its most brilliant warriors? Even now, on the precipice of the battle, Effie could not tell. To hell with that. She grinned and kneeled, then placed the back of her hand on the ground, the open palm facing the sky. Who cares about history? This battle might seem dreadful, but it was destined to become an insignificant speck in the tapestry of horrors that awaited humanity in the coming decades. In the near future, there would be 100, 1,000 battles much more terrible than this. By the end of it all, there might be no one left to read history books, let alone write them. It was quite inferior to the Great Wall surrounding NQSC. Not all human cities were siege capitals. After all, the true siege capitals had been constructed and received that title during the dark times, and there were just a few of them left standing in the world. Of course, all human cities had been turned into highly advanced strongholds after the descent of the spell, both to keep the nightmare creatures out and to make them habitable in the aftermath of the previous era. Still, the scale of their defenses bar led. The ruined city in front of Effie had quite a robust wall once upon time, but now it lay in ruins. The streets were obscured by smoke, and countless abominations were rampaging under its suffocating shroud. From this close, she could hear a terrible cacophony of crumbling buildings, bestial roars, sporadic gunfire, and human screams. There were indeed survivors there, below her. Which was why she had to be careful. To your left. Jet's shout was very timely. Turning her head, Effie saw a wide highway piercing into the heart of the city. There was a fortified railway in its middle, with a mess of overturned train cars laying on the tracks. The highway itself was crowded by military vehicles, all empty and painted red by blood. This was where the city garrison forces had tried, and failed, to stop the tide of abominations after the walls fell. What was important to Effie, though, was that she would be able to use the highway to reach the heart of the city without trampling countless civilians to death and toppling damaged buildings. Paving a bloody path through the horde of abominations, she stomped her way to the highway. Countless abominations perished under her footsteps. Those that were more powerful were crushed to death in her grasp, torn apart, or splattered across the concrete. Their assault was like a dark tide. Some were large enough to pose a threat to even someone as giant as her, but Effie did not only have size on her side. She also had her skill, intellect, and battle experience. The combination was truly devastating, and none of these meddling creatures could withstand her might. It would have been even more devastating if she had a proper spear and shield to wield, but alas, she did not. So, Effie fought with her bare hands, or rather, with her entire body except for one hand, which was being used to carry Jet, in accordance with the ancient hand-to-hand combat techniques hammered into her bones by the war maidens of the Chalice Temple. There were swarms of flying abominations, as well. When those descended upon her, even Jet received an opportunity to bloody her blade. Reaching the highway, Effie advanced swiftly toward the heart of the city. As she ran, shattering the road and flattening overturned train cars and abandoned military vehicles with each step, she kept her eyes on the true threats. To her left, on the edges of the city, the colossal shape of the fallen Titan was toppling residential towers and feeding on the crushed corpses of countless humans. To her right, the massive figure of the corrupted Titan was consuming the remains of the government compound. Another Titan was nearby, having already breached the ceiling of a deep underground shelter. And finally, far ahead, on the opposite side of the city, past the shattered barrier, a vague silhouette of the Great Devil was towering above the local outskirts, moving slowly in the eerie silence. There were 2 more gate guardians spread throughout the ruins, as well, both already gazing at her and narrowing the distance. And a sea of nightmare creatures following them. Everyone wants in on the party. Finally, she reached the drop point. Effie sent a shockwave spreading from the spot where the edge of her foot had dug into the ground to stall her momentum, and came to an abrupt halt. In the next moment, her voice shook the sky with a thunderous, defiant call. Wolf Army! Charge! The wolves had been a company during the Southern Campaign, consisting of around 100 awakened and 10 times as many mundane soldiers, as well as a platoon of MWPs and a robust stable of specialized vehicles. The majority of the mundane members of the Wolf Company were not frontline specialists, but instead support personnel meant to facilitate and enhance the combat effectiveness of the awakened. However, the company had swelled in the past few years, turning into a battalion consisting of 1,000 seasoned awakened warriors and around 5,000 mundane soldiers. It had also distinguished itself as one of the most elite combat units of the government forces, earning the official title of the Wolf Army. The wolves were, first and foremost, shock troopers. They often fought in isolation from the rest of the government forces or led the attack, dropping directly into the fiercest locations on the battlefield from the Black Beast Locket. That was right. Effie not only had her own army, but also often carried it around. Their most common strategy was for her to assume the giantess form, cleave her way to a strategically important point, and deploy her legion in a flash of shocking violence. It was the same today. As Effie's roar stunned the nearest nightmare creatures, rows and rows of soldiers materialized on the rubble of the burning city, as if marching out from the depths of hell. A moment later, the awakened vanguard already unleashed a barrage of arrows, projectile weapons, and long-range aspect abilities. At the same time, heavy artillery vehicles launched concussive shells, and the lumbering MWPs came to life, the barrels of their armaments blooming with fire. The melee fighters had already closed down their ranks, forming a loose phalanx. The tide of nightmare creatures descended upon them in a demented frenzy, only to be broken, torn apart, and pushed back. "Show them hell!" Effie's booming voice thundered from above. Invigorated by the sight of their commander, the wolves let out ferocious howls and redoubled their efforts to eviscerate the nightmare creatures. Cheeky bastards. She bent down and swiped her hand across the ruins of a building, grabbing a hulking abomination and using it as a projectile to crush dozens more into bloody paste. Effie observed the battlefield from high above. For the moment, at least, everything was going according to plan. The wolves had a simple, but dire objective: to secure a stronghold in the ruined city that would serve as a bulwark against the horde of nightmare creatures. Effie looked down, studying the tiny, beautiful woman standing on her palm. Soul Reaper's icy blue eyes were full of grim, murderous, and cold resolve. "That one? Are you sure?" Jet nodded, then smiled faintly. "Yes. I'll stall the Great Devil until you and Kai are done dealing with the other gate guardians. Don't play with your food and come help me as soon as you can." Effie hesitated for a moment, holding back the words of concern. Jet was right. Dealing with two titans was already outside the realm of possibility. If the Great Devil was allowed to enter the fray and join forces with them, everyone would be doomed. Eventually, she simply smiled. "All right. Just, don't kill it before we arrive. Or, if you do and receive a weapon memory, give it to me. You already have your legacy relic, while I'm sick of fighting abominations with my bare hands. Their guts get stuck between my fingers. It's disgusting." Jet grinned. "Deal. Now, do it before I change my mind." Effie sighed, then shifted her body, slowly bringing the hand on which Jet stood back. She extended her colossal arm backward, keeping it level with her shoulder. The slingshot maneuver was not something the two of them had learned from books on military science. It was something they invented after participating in countless battles together. Well, calling it a maneuver was mostly a joke. They just liked how legitimate it sounded, which was a bit funny, considering the actual procedure. The procedure in question, meanwhile, was rather simple. Effie strained her muscles, exhaled, and slung her arm forward. Her hand rotated, the open palm facing the wind. Jet would have slid off and plummeted down if not for the fact that the pressure of acceleration pressed her into the vertical wall of polished steel. A mundane human would have been crushed by such pressure, but her transcendent body was immensely resilient. She endured, kneeling slowly and looking up. A small hurricane was raised by the passing of the colossal arm. Effie grunted, and pushed her palm forward with all her might, launching Jet into the air like a supersonic missile. The Soul Reaper soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the distant Great Devil with terrible speed. As she did, her figure was suddenly surrounded by wisps of ghostly mist. Chapter 1723 The Flight of the Wraiths. Plus, turn off reset. Being carried around on the palm of a militant giantess was perhaps the world's most exciting amusement ride in the world, losing only to being tossed into the sky by the said giantess, or maybe riding on the back of a dragon. Today, Jet had the opportunity to experience all three. Who would have thought that a neglected girl from the outskirts would one day be living such an exciting life? However, she wasn't really having fun. Nor was she living, if one wanted to be technical. Clad in a black leather armor, Jet soared across the sky. Her raven-black hair fluttered in the wind as her figure tore apart the towering pillars of smoke, the landscape of the ruined city streaking beneath her like a blur. Her icy blue eyes were burning with murderous intent. Perhaps it was for the best that she was moving much too fast to see the scenes of devastation clearly. The terrible loss of life was aggravating enough, but the irreparable damage done to the crucial infrastructure would frustrate her even more. At the end of the day, the two were one of the same. Cities could not function without people, while people could not survive in this poisoned world without the protection of the cities. So, the losses humanity had suffered today were doubly great. Even if they were to win the battle and slaughter the nightmare creatures, rebuilding the city was out of the question. Not with the focus of humanity slowly shifting toward the dream realm, and not in the aftermath of Antarctica.The most up-to-date novels are published on n0delg.co/m. After today, there would be one less human city on Earth. The survivors could be relocated to other population centers, and in time, the population would grow to replenish the lost lives, but the number of cities would only dwindle. Too many of them had been swallowed by the chain of nightmares, and in the years that followed, 2 more fell to the Skinwalker. This city would be the third the government lost in the last 4 years. To Jet, losing a city felt like being robbed of her personal belongings. It was sad, humiliating, and deeply distasteful. She had a commitment to work for the government a long time ago, and as such, any defeat that the mission of the government suffered was a personal slight. Those bastards. Jet was really sure who she was referring to, the nightmare creatures, or the people who had pushed back against her desire to allocate more precious resources to the waking world. It was not like she did not understand the inevitable future. The waking world, their world, was not ending yet, but its trajectory was already clear. There were already more nightmare gates opening each year than ever before, and the median category of those gates was slowly climbing toward a complete disaster. Most importantly, the sovereigns were in the dream realm. Not only because they chose to be there, but also because it was hard for them to enter the waking world, as if their very existence was denied by it. So, even if a new supreme was born in the future, they wouldn't be able to remain here continuously and protect the cradle of humanity. Therefore, a single Category 5 gate would spell doom to all who remained. Which wasn't that bad, actually. Jet wasn't a reactionary hellbent on remaining on Earth simply because that was where she had been born. In fact, she understood better than most that adaptability was humanity's greatest weapon. Why wouldn't they resettle into a new world if their own was dying? In fact, for every city that had been destroyed in the waking world, several were founded in the dream realm. The government would have to relocate their efforts there, as well. And that was what Jet was dealing with now. A great devil. At that moment, a soft voice resounded in her ears. He is the great devil, heart of Connect. The remnant of a cursed king. His power is to command the souls of the dead. He also wields the power of curses, and is a wraith himself. His body is made of sand and is all but immune to physical damage. Worst of all, his soul can't be destroyed until all the souls he commands are scattered. And they are legion. I am sorry, Jet. It's a bad match. Jet grinned. Thank you. How fitting. The great devil she was about to face was also of the undead tribe. A fellow wraith. His powers did not exactly counter her own, but rather rendered them futile. It was, indeed, a bad match. Or maybe the best, considering that few people except her had even a tiny chance of destroying him. In any case, her determination to slay the abominations only grew stronger. Because as much as the Heart of Connect was a bad match for her aspect, he was a perfect match for her legacy relic. Absorbing his soul would not only elevate its overall power by 2 tiers, but also grant one of the mist blades forms a powerful effect that had a good chance of having synergy with her aspect. Now, then. All that remained was to actually kill this great devil. Or at least survive long enough for Effie and Kai to arrive. Jed slowed down her descent and glided gracefully to the shattered ground. Her ghostly khopesh pointed forward. There, in front of her, a towering figure was slowly walking through the burning ruins, surrounded by a haze of screaming souls. Press forward. They are flanking us. Second company, fall back, asterisk. We need an ascendant here. Across the wide stretch of burning ruins, the Western Quadrant army was fighting against the disorganized horde of nightmare creatures. The tide of abominations continuously crashed into the phalanx of the awakened warriors, quenching the flames that burned all around them with their fetid blood. The mundane soldiers followed behind, supporting the awakened and sweating inside their powered armor suits. The heavy artillery had remained in the riverbed, waiting for precise targeting data they didn't dare to fire after the initial salvos, afraid to implicate the civilians who might have still been alive somewhere out there, among the smoke-filled streets. However, the MWPs still pushed forward. The influence of the nightmare gates was messing with their electronics, but after the rich experience of dealing with it in Antarctica, the scientists of humanity had made leaps in shielding technology. So, the lumbering war machines could fully exert their overwhelming firepower, for now. It was a heroic sight, but usually, even such a large expedition force would have been ill-prepared to face the vast horde of nightmare creatures, especially in the hellish conditions of urban warfare. Nevertheless, today, the soldiers of the Western Quadrant were valiantly pushing into the depths of the city and eradicating the nightmare creatures at a startling pace. There were two reasons for that. One reason was the shining silhouette of Saint Athena, who towered above the burning city in the distance. The sight of her not only lifted the spirits of the soldiers, but also imbued their bodies with ferocious power. Awakened were affected more, but even the mundane fighters showcased inhuman strength, speed, and endurance. What would not have been possible on any other day was possible today. The other reason. Fall. A deep, thunderous, chilling voice rolled across the burning ruins, crashing into the horde of abominations like a tidal wave. Countless nightmare creatures staggered and toppled to the ground, others pressed forward despite its domineering power. However, their movements were drowsy and weak, as if they were struggling against an overwhelming compulsion. That was the moment when the soldiers of the Western Quadrant army advanced, cutting into the mass of dazed nightmare creatures like a sharp knife. The human warriors were strengthened by the war beast, while their enemy was weakened by the Nightsinger. Together, the powers of the two saints reigned on the battlefield. Kai folded his wings and plummeted down. His great maw opened, and an eerie, melodious, otherworldly sound escaped from it, akin to a haunting song. That song made all the other sounds of the ruined city, the roaring of flames, the groans of crumbling buildings, the clangor of steel, the howls of monstrous creatures, the thunderous drums of the cannonade, dissolve into background noise. A moment later, the song crashed into a swarm of nightmare creatures led by a hulking behemoth, causing their bodies to explode into gruesome fountains of crimson liquid. It was as if they were torn apart by an invisible blast. Some of them were numb and terrified, thinking that the Midnight Dragon was another dreadful abomination. Some seemed to recognize him, looking up with desperate hope. The expressions of the latter hurt him more. Because he knew that, for many of them, maybe most of them, there would be no salvation. Because in this world, weakness was a sin, and they were sinners. Kai was no stranger to that sin, either. True, the days when he considered himself weak and unworthy to be in the company of his friends were long gone. After years of leading soldiers and surviving the most terrible hells, Kai wasn't shameless enough to proclaim that he lacked strength. No, he was strong. But his strength was still lacking. If he was stronger, more people would survive, and his friends would return from the battle with fewer scars. Sadly, he was already close to the pinnacle of what a human could achieve. It was so strange. Who could have thought that someone like him, a gentle and shy kid overly interested in music and fashion, would end up this way? Still, there were ways to gain greater strength. Opening his maw, Kai spoke. Be stronger. This time, he was speaking to himself. Be faster. His mighty, winged body was suddenly overcome by a surge of energy. Be sharper. A moment later, he sent a destructive sonic wave spreading outward in a wide cone. Countless nightmare creatures were swept away by the invisible power of his song. A vast cloud of dust and debris instantly flew into the sky, which was suddenly void of suffocating smoke. In the middle of the devastated cone, the corrupted tyrant staggered as the sound blast crashed into it. The dreadful abomination was not killed, of course, or even seriously wounded. But that was not what Kai had wanted. All he had wanted was to distract the enemy for a moment. Knowing that his commands would not have a strong and immediate effect on an enemy of that class and rank, he simply rushed to the ground and opened his maw. In the next second, his sharp fangs bit into the tyrant's neck. A wide street was shrouded in darkness, framed by the burning buildings and billowing smoke. The ground was littered with rubble and broken vehicles. Here and there, human bodies lay in the pools of blood, covered with dust. A woman with raven-black hair and icy blue eyes was standing in the middle of the ruined road, holding a black sickle sword. In front of her, a towering figure was moving slowly across the rubble, each of its steps exerting an invisible pressure on the world. The creature was surrounded by a haze of swirling sand, with only a vague silhouette of a gaunt human visible behind its veil. 1,000 screaming souls shrouded the ancient devil like a mantle. Read latest chapters at novelhall.com. Jet looked at him coldly. I hear that you are called the Heart of Connect. Nice to meet you. I am called Soul Reaper Jet. A dark smile appeared on her pale face. This is my city. So, prepare to die. The great devil halted, looking down at her through the veil of sand. The whirlwind of souls surrounding it parted, revealing 2 gaping pools of darkness. Ghostly flames ignited in their depths, piercing her with a gaze of indescribable malice and hunger. Then, a rustle of a myriad of whispers rose like a tide, enveloping her in a cold embrace. Jet did not know the words of the ancient language the fiend spoke, but understood them regardless with the help of the spell. Broken, thing, bow, submit, surrender. Succumb. She felt a powerful compulsion press her into the ground, as if 1,000 invisible hands were pulling her soul down. However, the weight of her shattered soul was too great for them to move it even by a millimeter. Jet's smile widened. She raised her sword and took a step forward. In your dreams. A split second later, her ghostly figure dashed toward the devil. Jet possessed an unusual soul. Her core was like a vast sphere of shattered crystal, countless shards pressed messily together to form a jagged sun. Her radiant essence constantly leaked through the gaps between the shards, but, in return, the more living beings she killed, the more her broken soul core grew. And Jet had slaughtered countless beings over the years, since that was the only way for her to survive. By now, her core was massive like a giant star, burning furiously in the cold darkness of her desolate soul. Not only that, but her dead flesh could absorb much more essence than that of someone who was truly alive, which granted her tremendous physical strength. Strangely enough, that physical might also translated to the dire power of her wraith form. Moving like a ghost, Jet appeared in front of the great devil and lashed out with her sword. All of it happened in an instant, too fast to be discerned by mundane eyes. Of course, the eyes of the great devil were not at all mundane. The figure hidden in the sand shifted, raising a hand to swat away her strike. At the same time, the sand rose like a giant palm, repeating its movements. What was worse, Jet wasn't sure that she would be able to control herself when facing this slow and excruciating dissolution. The few times she had come close to exhausting all her essence, well, she didn't really want to remember them. She had done a few shameful things. Unsurprisingly, pushing her the limits to battle a great devil consumed an ocean of soul essence. Jet wasn't panicked yet, because her reserves were many times deeper than those of most other saints. More than that, 5 powerful souls were bound to her mist blade. If push came to shove, she would consume them one after another, postponing the inevitable. Still, even if she miraculously won today, the sea of soul essence she had accumulated would be all but spent. Jet would have to collect it again, drop by drop. Such a chore. Killing had become a chore a long time ago, for her. Sometimes, she dreamt of being free of her flaw and living a peaceful life somewhere where there was no need to ever spill the blood of living beings. Not that there was such a place anywhere in the two worlds, for someone like her. Those dreams were rare and silly, though. Most of the time, Jet was quite content with her life. Not at the moment, though. She evaded another attack nimbly and delivered a ruthless strike to the abomination, then jumped back, phasing through a melting wall. The sand followed. Despite the harrowing might and vile powers of the great devil, she was still holding her own. She was still fighting, full of resolve to see the fiend die. Why wouldn't she kill him? She had killed countless bastards who thought that they were stronger than her, and were stronger than her, already. Strength didn't decide who lived and who died. Jet did. Come, come. Follow me more, hurt me more, waste time on me more. If there was one blessing about this excruciating fight, it was that the curse of lethargy affecting the heart of Connect was slowly accumulating. Its effects were not significant yet, and yet Jet could feel that the devil was struggling a little to maintain his unceasing assault. Ignoring the pain, Jet felt a dark grin twist her lips. She retreated, one step at a time. Perhaps she was not powerful enough, yet, to slay the heart of Connect. But luckily, she wasn't alone. Just like the devil had a legion of souls to protect him, she had an army, too. She had Effie and Kai. So, she just had to preoccupy the bastard until they arrived. Surrounded by smoke and flame, suffering the assault of a great devil, Jet smiled viciously and laughed. The wolves were pushing the abominations back. A team of specialists already gained access to the reserve control station of the city's automated defense systems, working on bringing them those that had not been destroyed, at least, online. Makeshift barricades were being constructed, and there was even a trickle of civilians being guided to the shelter, already. Effie had assisted her soldiers as best she could. She had personally eliminated the most threatening abominations in the vicinity of the wolf army and made sure that her soldiers were not overwhelmed by the tide of abominations. But now, to make sure that they were not annihilated, she had to sortie into the city and face the enemy on her own. Fighting a titan was not a problem. Effie was plenty titanic herself, however, this time, there were two walking calamities approaching her soldiers. One was a towering giant, not much smaller than she was, his body carved from obsidian stone. The giant had 6 hands, each holding an archaic weapon. His head had 4 bestial faces, one on each side, waterfalls of blood spilling from 4 terrible maws. The bastard had swallowed countless humans, and was hungering for more. The other titan was grotesque and disgusting. It was vaguely insect-like in appearance, with a bulging, fleshy hump rising dozens of meters into the sky from its back. The chitinous body was almost invisible under that mountain of flesh, and there was a noxious miasma drifting around the revolting creature like a vile haze. What troubled Effie the most was that there were 2 of the gargantuan abominations. Even worse, they were approaching the wolf army from different directions. If she rushed to face one, the other would trample her soldiers, leaving none alive. Those wretched things. Usually, she would not have been miserly on the swear words, but ever since becoming a mother, Effie had been trying to clean up her speech. With varying degrees of success. Letting out a chilling growl, she threw a burning gaze at the obsidian giant, then turned away decisively and pushed her colossal body into an earth-shattering run. All latest novels at novelhall.com. The crawling horror was closer, and so, she had decided to deal with it first. She had decided to do something else, as well. It was a bold new strategic solution that would not lose to the glorious genius of her patented slingshot maneuver. Of course, Effie would have to try her damnedest to make sure the thing actually worked. Leaping over a sprawling park with one tremendous jump, she caused the ponds located on its premises to spill out of their shores with her thunderous landing, and barreled toward the titan. The creature was enormous, but the top of its bulging hump barely reached her abdomen. Its flesh also seemed strangely porous. Of course, Effie already knew why. As she was closing in on the monstrosity, it crawled forward and straightened its segmented legs. At the same time, a strange ripple spread over the gargantuan hump of its back. Effie scowled and held her breath, which wasn't easy because of her flaw. Nevertheless, it was necessary. In the next moment, countless holes opened in the mountain of flesh, expelling long plumes of the noxious miasma. It shrouded the Titan like a cloud, spreading outward to cover a vast stretch of the city. Effie's face darkened. There had still been survivors in that district. Not anymore. Growling, Effie pulled upward and lifted the gargantuan body of the crawling horror into the air. So heavy. She didn't stop at that, though. As her growl turned into a roar, she exhaled and tossed the titanic being into the air. The strategic move would be to move the hostile forces to the same location. Effie had not just tossed the revolting abomination away. She had thrown it directly at the second Titan, whose lumbering figure was towering above the ruins in the distance. Looking at the crawling horror fly, its comically tiny body finally revealed from under the gland fleshy hump, its segmented legs moving in what seemed like panny, she couldn't help but frown. How come all my strategy solutions always end up as me tossing someone at someone else, though? The sight of the massive Titan flying across the sky was so stunning that even the nightmare creatures on the ground stopped in confusion. The human soldiers, who had developed a habit of glancing at Effie's towering figure frequently, did not miss the bizarre and baffling sight either. Perhaps both the abominations and the humans had a similar thought. I am seeing things, right? They weren't. The only creature who wasn't confused was the obsidian giant. Because the crawling horror was flying directly at him. Even though the four-faced Titan was as tall as Effie, he would still be buried under the mountain of flesh if she managed to hit her target. And she had immaculate aim. The giant moved, bringing one of his 6 weapons up. Then, it ruthlessly fell down. The stone mace struck the crawling horror in the air, damaging its body and slamming it into the ground. A lake of fetid blood flowed out of the wounds of the revolting abominations, drowning several streets. The obsidian giant had avoided being struck by the titanic projectile. However, no sooner than the crawling horror hit the ground, the visage of a beautiful steel colossus was revealed from behind its enormous body, barreling toward the 2 titans at terrifying speed. Her exquisite mask was emotionless and eerily calm. Behind it, though, Effie's lips were twisted into a bestial snarl, and her eyes burned with murderous fury. Die. Chapter 1727, A Brawl of Titanic Proportions. Plus, turn off reset. The crawling horror was not as tall as Effie and the obsidian giant, but it was still a titanic creature. Therefore, its vast body had obscured the giant's view for a few moments before being struck down. Effie used these moments to shorten the distance between her and the enemy, unseen. By the time the enormous abomination smashed into the ground, the obsidian giant barely had any time to react. All he could see was a steel colossus rushing at him with great speed, her body the picture of physical excellence and perfect athletic form. The white plume of her helmet fluttered behind her like a foaming stream. The earth quaked with each of her graceful, but thunderous strides. Effie did not waste any time to attack. She was unarmed, but that did not mean that she was powerless. Leaping over the scrambling crawling horror, she planted her feet into the ground and grabbed the hand of the obsidian giant that had swatted the abomination down. Then, leaning back, she balanced on one foot and raised her other leg, bending it at the knee. A split second later, her foot shot forward like a demolishing siege ram and delivered a devastating sidekick to the chest of the 6-armed Titan. A deafening thunderclap rolled over the burning city, and an invisible shockwave tore apart the billowing smoke. The power of Effie's kick was so harrowing that a net of cracks appeared on the black obsidian of the Titan's chest. The giant himself staggered back, his movements seeming slow because of his tremendous size. The obsidian giant would have been sent flying back and toppled to the ground, flattening dozens of buildings, if not for the fact that Effie was still gripping his hand. At the same time as the dreadful mass of the Titan's colossal body pushed him back, she growled and twisted his arm, pulling it in the opposite direction. Effie used the rebound from her kicks to her advantage, adding it to her strength and channeling terrifying strain into the obsidian. There was a sound of cracking stone, and an ominous groan of something that should have been indestructible being torn. All latest novels at novelhall.com. In the next moment, the elbow joint of the obsidian giant exploded into a rain of jagged shards. They rained down like meteors, causing clouds of dust to rise into the air. Effie wrenched the Titan's arm, tearing it from the socket entirely, and then ripping it off. Finally free of her grasp, the six-armed abomination was tossed back. Of course, by then, he was a five-armed abomination already. Most importantly, crushing the fingers of the torn hand, Effie grasped one of the obsidian giant's weapons. A colossal black mace fell snugly into her grip, and a ferocious smile twisted her lips behind the mask. Now, she wasn't unarmed anymore. Two titans? Her voice boomed above the ruins, making the sky tremble. The dreadful giant was left holding only a hilt. He moved, planning to bring his four remaining weapons down upon her, but at that moment, Effie looked at him, her teeth still bared in a grin. A split second later, her lips moved, and she spat a jagged shard of the gargantuan sword at his face. The fragment of the obsidian blade was shot through the air with the speed of a supersonic missile and plunged into the giant's eye, utterly destroying it. Even though the Titan had 7 more left, he still flinched back. That gave Effie all the time she needed, stopping her struggle against the crawling horror, who had been trying to pull her down to the ground. She suddenly kneeled and bit into the largest tentacle, tearing it apart with her teeth. The revolting abomination let out a terrifying screech and reeled away, a river of fetid blood spilling from the severed tentacle. Effie spat the revolting flesh out, drowning a sea of flames below in a torrent of blood, and grimaced. Arg, it tastes like tastes like crap. Using the momentary weakness of the vile Titan, she used her trapped arm to grab another tentacle, pulled it to her mouth, and bit it apart, as well. Both of her arms were free. The obsidian giant was already towering above, his 4 remaining weapons raised to crush her head. Effie lunged forward from her kneeling position. Her shoulder collided with the Titan's abdomen, and her arms whipped around to embrace him. Then, a bestial growl escaped from between her bloodied lips. The armor on her back split under 4 devastating blows, but her awakened ability stopped the obsidian weapons from doing serious harm. She mustered all of her strength, and lifted the obsidian giant into the air. Not too high, but just enough to rob him of any leverage. And away we go. Twisting her spine, Effie bent backwards and threw the Titan over herself, performing a messy suplex. Of course, she didn't slam the obsidian giant into the ground. She slammed him into the crawling horror. The world shuddered, deep fissures opening in the cracked earth. And by the time the 2 battered Titans recovered, a graceful winged shadow fell on them from above, followed by an eerie song that washed over their bodies like a crushing wave. The heart of Connect, the heart of Connect. Suffering unbearable pain, Jet continued to fight the great devil calmly. Her mind was cold and focused, methodically calculating every move and motion of the enemy. She was unable to destroy him, but the abomination could not bring her down, either. As the 2 of them fought, the harrowing fury of their battle boiling in eerie silence, time continued to flow. She was drawing the clash as much as she could, callously luring the ancient fiend to his eventual end. Once Effie and Kai arrived. How do we kill him then? Kai would be able to weaken the great devil with the power of his voice. Effie would be able to deal some damage to the abominable creature with the help of the Starlight Shard, but not enough damage, considering that it was merely an ascended memory of the 5th tier. The white cloth could shine beautifully in the darkness, as well as imbue her weapons with a rare type of elemental damage, one that wasn't that useful, apart from being able to cut intangible things. It was a bit ironic that the only way to fight the terrible wraith had been given to her for slaying the Lord of the Dead. If Jet remembered correctly, that was the name of the fallen tyrant Effie had killed on the Forgotten Shore. Something moved in her mind. Still, none of it is enough to kill the heart of Connect. The most useful thing Effie would be able to do in this battle was augmenting Jet with her ascended ability. However, Jet was powerless against the great devil. Unless she could deliver him 10,000 cuts, the fiend would not go down. However, updated chapters at novelhall.com. As Jet moved between the raging storm of screaming souls, slashing the whirling hurricane of sand with a blade made of mist, she felt a seed of an idea, or a revelation, maybe, bloom in her mind. What was I thinking about? The heart of Connect. The name was quite peculiar. Jet did not know what Connect was, but she had a strange suspicion. That suspicion came from the name of another abomination, a corrupted monster Effie had killed soon after entering the city, and something she had read in a history book. It was a strange thing, really. Jet had never been that interested in history, only learning enough to understand the modern world. However, at some point, and for a reason that she remembered only vaguely, she developed a liking for it. Perhaps it was because of meeting someone who was very enthusiastic about ancient cultures, and being secretly displeased at not having enough knowledge to sustain a conversation. She couldn't remember who it had been exactly, though. Maybe one of the army command officers back in Antarctica? Or someone at the academy, which she often visited to enjoy the food in the instructor's cafeteria? In any case, Jet had read about a strange custom that ancient humans had here, in the Western Quadrant, once upon a time. They prepared their dead for burial in quite a peculiar way, removing all the organs from the bodies before placing them in opulent tombs. Linevalworld_C//M. There was even a legend about a god whose body had been cut apart, and then assembled back together, bringing him back to life. Jet continued to retreat, buying time. Some time later, she absorbed the third soul. It belonged to a great beast she had slain in South America. Jet had had to cash in a favor that Saint Neve of the House of Night owed her to make it across the ocean in time with his help. She was starting to falter. The fourth soul dissolved into a torrent of essence that watered her desolate soul. The fourth soul had belonged to one of the saints who had completed his third nightmare in the wake of Antarctica. The public did not know about him, because the man had gone mad soon after transcending. The scars dealt to his psyche by the chain of nightmares were too deep, and his life ended in tragedy. Linevalworld C//M. Of course, a much greater tragedy had been prevented by stopping him in time. Jet let out a stifled hiss and staggered back, clutching at her chest. This time, the blow she had failed to evade was too vicious. She consumed the fifth and final soul. This one belonged to the great monster she had slain in Antarctica. She had gone there to find and kill that abominable thing, winter beast, but, to her dismay, it was already dead. In the absence of the powerful Titan, several dreadful nightmare creatures crossed the strait from East Antarctica to claim its land. Jet had recklessly fought one of them to satiate her smoldering anger. Not good. There were no more souls to consume. Well, there was one. Her own. Smiling, Jet regained her balance and raised her sword. Her cold gaze fell on the approaching devil. Hey, Heart of Connect. Her voice was calm and full of dark amusement. I know your secret. Also, you took too long. It's too late now, bastard. A great dragon landed on the burning building to her left, and a giant foot encased in polished steel landed on the rubble to her right. There would be no need to consume her own soul today. Her reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 1729 3 Saints and a Devil. Plus, turn off reset. The three saints faced the great devil, standing like a wall between him and the distant troops. For a moment, none of them moved. The abomination was studying the new enemies with its hollow eyes, while Jet and her comrades were observing his gaunt form wearily. How is the situation? Her voice sounded a little stifled because of the pain. Kai answered after a short pause. The Western Quadrant army should be reaching the wolves, by now. Jet nodded slowly. Good. Then. Effie, get down. You're too big of a target. In the next moment, the ruins were torn apart by an explosion of harrowing violence. The great devil did not wait anymore. It took a step forward, and at the same time, a hurricane of sand and screaming souls rose, making countless buildings shatter and dissolve into dust. That dust was caught by the wind, joining the obliterating whirlwind. The words of the ancient language resounded once again in the howling of the wind, rustling like a myriad of whispers. All, succumb, satiate, serve. Jet did not listen, throwing herself into the tide of souls. Now that Kai and Effie had joined the fight, the ancient fiend was not using only soul attacks. Instead, a flood of sand flowed from his gaunt figure, turning into a vague figure of a regal man around it. His giant hands shot toward both of them, and his mouth opened, as if trying to utter a curse. The battle was silent no more. Instead, a deafening cacophony of sounds rang across the burning ruins, assaulting their ears like a tide. Before the great devil could utter a curse, though, a giant mace of black obsidian crashed into the mass of sand forming his head. The abomination was not harmed, but the head of the enormous sand projection was momentarily dissipated, taking some time to reform. However, those bones were simply the outer shell of the fallen tyrant. Its true body was hidden deep within, and resembled a giant corpse worm. During the final battle against the Lord of the Dead, the sleepers led by Nephites had managed to damage the outer shell significantly, which allowed Effie to toss her shield through the heart of the bone mountain. LGHTNVLVM. The worm was destroyed, and the tyrant died. Jet wanted to do the same to the heart of Connect. The hint of a revelation she had felt after remembering the Lord of the Dead was about the nature of these two abominations. The fallen tyrant had been an overgrown corpse worm hiding inside a mountain of bones to protect its frail flesh. The great devil, however, was a wraith. She knew better than anyone that wraiths had no fear of physical attacks. Why, then, was the heart of Connect using a shell of indestructible sand? Why did he have the need to protect himself from physical attacks, at all? What was his secret? It was thinking about the ancient legends of the Western Quadrant that had given Jet an answer, one she believed to be true. Who knew that amusing herself with a bit of history would be so useful one day? If Jet ever managed to remember who it was exactly that influenced her to develop such a hobby, she should thank them. I'll deliver the strike. Both of you, get ready. If she was right, and they managed to pull the assault off, then the great devil would be killed. The other gate guardians must have already been dealt with, considering that Effie and Kai were here, so, killing the heart of Connect meant winning the battle and living to fight another day. If she was wrong, Jet would think of something else. In any case, the damned fiend would die, the battle would be won by humans, and her soldiers would return home victorious. Defeat was not an option. Back then, in her first nightmare, she had crawled out of a fresh grave, digging herself from beneath the wet soil with her bare hands. Ever since then, nothing Jet did seemed that hard, in comparison. So, killing this great devil could not be that hard either. The battle continued, with the three of them slowly losing ground. The great devil was pushing them further and further back, toward the fire line established by the wolf army. Now that they were closer to the heart of the city, there were many nightmare creatures around. Jet would have loved to go on a rampage and cut some of them down to replenish her essence, but sadly, the ancient fiend was too powerful and overbearing. She could not allow herself even a momentary distraction if she wanted to survive. The abominations, too, seemed to abandon their demented frenzy and scattered to avoid the rolling whirlwind of destruction that was the battle against the heart of Connect. Jet, Effie, and Kai were already battered and beaten. Both their souls and bodies had received plenty of wounds, well, in her case, not the body. Nevertheless, they were still holding up well. Pain and injuries were nothing new to them. Each possessed a rich experience of crawling out of the most harrowing of hells. All saints did, but these three, in particular, had experienced too many horrors to be deterred by a few scrapes, no matter how frightening the adversary was. It was also because of their experience that they cooperated seamlessly, not only resisting the unholy powers of the great devil, but also slowly luring him into a trap. The heart of Connect was like a tide of devastation. He was insidious, lethal, and seemingly immortal. No matter how many times they forced the giant limbs of moving sand to collapse, the sand simply reformed into its previous shape again. No matter how many of the souls the fiend had consumed they destroyed, his wailing legion seemed endless. And yet, the moment of his death was swiftly approaching. There were a few things Jet needed to achieve to make sure that her plan worked. She had to learn the limits of both the giant sand projection conjured by the great devil and his actual body, create an opportunity, and make use of that opportunity with flawless timing. Finally, everything was ready. Raising her scythe, Jet yelled updated chapters at novelhall.com. Now. In the next moment, the three saints moved like three parts of the same body. The dragon dove down, opening his maw to release a haunting song. That song crashed into the great mass of sand and produced an earth-shattering blast, dissipating the vague form of the towering man for a moment. Almost at the same time, Effie tossed her shield into the breach created by the blast. The shield tore through the air like a cannonball, colliding with the gaunt figure hidden in the hurricane of sand. That figure was the actual body of the great devil, of course, just like the giant projection he had used to fight them, it was also made of sand. Effie's shield could not truly destroy or even damage it. But the dreadful power contained in her throw was so vast that it shattered the torso of the fiend, turning it into a cloud of sand for a split second. Soon, the sand would be pulled back to rebuild the body of the abomination. But not just yet. Jet's icy eyes glinted with dark satisfaction. It seems I was right. There, in the chest of the great devil, revealed when his body broke apart. A black human heart was revealed, hovering in the air like an amalgamation of countless curses. The heart of Connect. If Connect was indeed a cursed king whose body had been cut apart and scattered to prevent him from coming back to life, then wouldn't the true core of his remnant, the great devil, be one of those body parts? The wraith was just a manifestation of the sinister will that still dwelled in the vile heart, and the body of sand was just a shell to protect it. Just like the mountain of bones had protected the corpse worm. But now, the heart of Connect was stripped of its protection. Before the indestructible sand had a chance to coalesce back into the form of the gaunt man, Jet lunged forward with astonishing speed. Her scythe flashed. The city was beyond saving. It was damaged too much, and too many people had died. The survivors were slowly emerging from the shelters, while the soldiers were searching the ruins for those who had not been lucky enough to find a way to safety. Jet had no heart to look at the lost faces of the civilians, so she retreated to the top of an artificial hill, observing everything from a distance. She had replenished her essence greatly after participating in the final cleansing. So, she was feeling all right. Cal and Effie were sitting nearby, staring at the ruins with exhausted expressions. After a while, Effie suddenly said, "That was a bit scary, wasn't it?" Kai stared at her silently for a while, and then shook his head. "Scary, you know what was scary? Watching a titan fly across the sky like a balloon. Now that gave me a fright." Despite her fatigue, Jet smiled. "Damn. I missed that, what a pity." Effie grinned. "What's the problem? Next time, I'll throw a titan in your direction. You'll get the front row view." But then, the smile disappeared from her face. She sighed, lingered for a bit, and added wistfully. "But, anyway. Battles like this one will only become more frequent in the future, won't they?" Jet hesitated, then nodded simply. "I guess." The huntress lowered her gaze. All three of them remained silent for a while, not knowing what to say. Despite the fact that today's battle had ended in triumph and a historic one at that, none of the three seemed particularly joyous. Instead, their faces were somber, and their eyes were harsh. Eventually, Effie broke the silence. "Well, whatever. Now, about that memory you received, please, tell me it's a weapon." Jet gave her an odd look. "Sorry. It's not a weapon. Actually, that memory, it's a bit strange." Effie cursed, then leaned back in irritation and glared at the sky. "What is it, then?" Instead of answering, Jet simply extended a hand and summoned the memory. Soon, a peculiar object appeared on her palm. She raised an eyebrow, looking at it with a vexed expression, and said slowly, "It's an hourglass." NQSC was still shivering in the embrace of winter, but the smell of spring was in the air. The deserted alleys of the outskirts were drowning in dirty snow and deep shadows, with no one to clean the former and no lights to dispel the latter. Many of the decrepit human hives stood empty, their tall walls forming lightless wells. The people who used to populate the hives had long abandoned the cradle of humanity for the vast and dreadful expanse of the dream realm. Sunny was leaning against a wall in one of the alleys. He was clad in the fearsome carapace of the onyx mantle, hiding his face behind a mask, not exactly a suitable attire for the waking world. His appearance would have probably frightened the mundane passers-by, if there were any. Granted, he was standing in the shadows, so no mundane human could see him anyway. Feels so strange. I can barely recognize the place. The outskirts of today were too different from the overpopulated, suffocating slums where he had grown up. Times were changing, and NQSC was changing with them. Sunny had believed that the world was unchanging, once upon a time. The great upheavals of history, the decimating wars, the descent of the nightmare spell, the legendary achievements of the first generation, had happened long before, reshaping the ways of humanity. But by the time he was born, everything seemed lasting and stable, and so, he simply took that stability for granted. It was a strange feeling, to realize that he was living in the very thick of history instead. Who knew that there had never been any stability, and that the reality he knew was fleeting like a mirage? He sighed and touched his mask briefly. The mask he wore was the memory he had created, definitely not me. Unlike Weaver's mask, which resembled the ferocious face of a demon, this one was quite human, and entirely expressionless. With impenetrable darkness nestling in its eyes, the emotionless mask was quite eerie. It was also not as comfortable as Weaver's mask, which hurt his craftsman's pride a little. He sighed. That lazy guy in Bastion is really worthless. Calling himself names was perhaps not very healthy, but certainly amusing. Sunny looked down. Many things were happening at the same time. Nephi's had received the orders of the Clan Valor elders and was supposed to meet him today to relay their will. In the distant Song domain, Rain had made her way to the roving camp of the road construction crew and was hired as a laborer. The guy in Bastion, truth be told, there was no time to be lazy. From playing the role of the memory purveyor for the Fire Keepers to preparing to forge a sword for Nephi's, that incarnation of his was the busiest right now. Not to mention that he had to craft a few memories for Rain in advance of her awakening. The war was drawing closer, and time was running out. Nephi's, meanwhile, was running late. Sunny was growing bored. To dispel the boredom, he sent some essence into the handy bracelet and summoned the runes. He studied them for a while, went over his memories, and finally settled his gaze on the list of his shadows. Soon, the runes describing the soul serpent ignited in the darkness. Shadow, soul serpent. Shadow rank, transcendent. Shadow class, terror. Shadow description. When the end came, Shadow was the last of the gods to be destroyed. Many have resented him for creating death, but in the end, death embraced all. Mark of Shadows, ability description. Soul Serpent allows the Lord of Shadows to mark his vassals. Sunny honestly did not know how it worked, exactly, so he had allowed himself a few liberties when composing that description. He had been able to find out that Serpent could create lesser versions of itself, for lack of better word. Theoretically, Sunny could place a serpent tattoo on someone, after which a little soul snake would be born in their soul. What was that snake capable of? Was it a new being or a manifestation of Serpent? He wasn't sure. Sunny had tried to mark his shadows, but since they did not really have normal souls, the ability did not work. He had also tried to mark Rain, but nothing happened. He guessed that the soul needed to be at least awakened to nourish and accommodate the little soul snake, and for the mark of shadows to take root. And since there were no other volunteers, his experiments had ended there, for now. All he could tell was that the mark of shadows was connected to the grace of shadows, or maybe even an evolution of it. It was a way to share some benefits of being the master of Soul Serpent without parting with it entirely. And finally, there was the slaying blade. The most mysterious of Serpent's abilities. What was written in the runes had mostly come from Sunny's intuition, corroborated only slightly by careful observation. Something like that was hard to observe. Ability, Slaying Blade. Slaying Blade, ability description. When in its soul weapon form, Soul Serpent embodies the death aspect of Shadow God. As such, it ignores the will of greater beings. Perhaps Sunny should have capitalized the word will. Creatures of higher ranks, such as the corrupted tyrant, Condemnation, had a way of bending the world to their will. And what was the foremost will of all living beings? The will to survive. The will to continue existing. Therefore, killing truly powerful beings was not simply a question of cutting them down. The killing intent of the murderer had to overpower their will to exist, as well. Without the tyrannical will to kill, the sharpest of blades would fail to cut their skin, and the most gruesome of wounds would fail to extinguish their lives. Unless Soul Serpent was involved. From what Sunny could tell, when Serpent assumed its soul weapon form, it was as deadly to the greater beings as it was to mundane creatures. He did not have a very rich experience of slaying truly powerful abominations, so this statement was inconclusive, but, from what Sunny had seen, it was also undeniable. He wasn't sure how it worked, exactly, maybe his killing will was enhanced, maybe the will to exist of the enemy was weakened, or even completely ignored. In any case, he was certain that the serpent's soul weapon form was unexplainably deadly. Which wasn't particularly useful to him, for now, since most of the enemies he fought did not possess that much of the will. And yet, Sunny felt that as his power continued to grow, the caliber of the enemies he faced would also become increasingly inconceivable, and, therefore, the slaying blade would gain more and more importance in the future. Tremendously so. If I live long enough to see that future. As he thought that, there was a sound, and he sensed movement at the periphery of his shadow sense. Soon, a luxurious PTV awkwardly made its way through the snow and stopped some distance away from him. The passenger door opened, and a familiar figure climbed out of the vehicle, looking around with a deadpan expression. Sunny dismissed the runes and smiled behind the mask. Nephi's had arrived. Chapter 1732, Luxurious Ride. Nephi's was wearing inconspicuous civilian clothes. Well, there was a medieval flair to them, since the fashion trends had changed in that direction after the advent of the Dream Gates. In the past, only legacies dressed that way, and even then only for special occasions. But now, it wasn't strange to see people in the affluent districts of NQSC wearing capes, waistcoats, and gambesons. Neff's neat ensemble was tailored to fit her figure perfectly. She wore pristine white, her half-shoulder cape embroidered with golden thread. Of course, it covered her shield arm, leaving the sword arm free. All in all, she looked exactly how one would imagine a princess of a great clan should look like, beautiful and breathtaking, her clothes blending modest restraint with opulence. She looked out of place in the dirty desolation of the outskirts. Or, rather, the outskirts looked out of place when near her. As Nephi's was looking around, Sunny moved and emerged from the deep shadows, stopping at the border between darkness and light. Lady Nephi's. She turned to him, then took a few steps and bowed slightly. Lord Shadow, I am sorry for making you wait. Then, she tilted her head a little and studied him. Her gaze briefly explored his onyx armor, then drifted to the emotionless mask. After a short pause, Nephi's asked. Don't you think that your attire is a bit unsuitable for the waking world? Sunny smiled behind the mask, then raised his chin a bit. Why? I think I look quite good. Don't you? She seemed to be startled by the question. Of course, her expression remained calm, with none of that bafflement finding its way onto her face, but after spending some time with Nephi and Bastion, Sunny was slowly relearning how to read her emotions. Eventually, she said. You look unique. I guess. Her tone was flat. Sunny grinned behind the mask, the darkness nestling in its eye remaining cold and inscrutable. Honestly, he was glad to have the mask hiding his features. Recently, he had been spending a lot of time with Nephi and Bastion, and most of it was emotionally charged and intense enough that maintaining a calm facade was somewhere between a burden and a torment. He was tired from trying to keep his feelings in check or hiding them when all else had failed. Playing the role of an aloof Lord of Shadows was a bit of a relief. He nodded. You look stunning as well, Lady Nephi. She gave him a strange look. Sunny wanted to chuckle, but held himself back. Remembering his previous blunder, he briefly considered adding that Kisong's daughter could not compare. But after contemplating the matter deeply, he wisely decided not to remind Nephi about them at all. Shall we? She gestured to the luxurious PTV and walked back to the passenger door. The PTV was also decently armored and fitted with sound isolation materials, so he could probably speak freely. After hesitating for a few moments, he asked. I was thinking about one of our previous conversations. Nephi glanced at him with a hint of curiosity. Oh? Sunny stared ahead indifferently. You said that if one wants to kill a sovereign, they need to become a sovereign. Hypothetically speaking, of course. Do you really think that there is no other way? She seemed calm. But then again, she always did. Unless Effie was involved. After a long stretch of silence, Nephi looked away and shook her head. It is not only a necessity, but also the only acceptable way. Sunny did not say anything, knowing what she meant. The sovereigns had covered their backs, indeed. Nephi sighed. There are hundreds of millions of mundane people living across the two domains, by now. Their number is constantly increasing. There are many more sleepers each year, as well, but not nearly as many as there should have been. Because those who enter the dream realm through one of the sovereign gates are protected from having to undergo the first nightmare, as long as they don't leave the borders of their domain, the spell won't call upon them. Her expression darkened. So, what will happen if a sovereign falls, and their domain collapses? All those mundane people will instantly be taken by the spell. The casualties will be harrowing, and the nascent human civilization in the dream realm will be decimated. The only way to avoid such a result is for another supreme to take the place of the one who fell, and for a new domain to rise from the ruins of the one that was destroyed. She looked at Sunny somberly. Do you see, Lord Shadow? You asked me how I would fight a sovereign. Killing a sovereign is tremendously hard, but not impossible. Killing one in a way that I can stomach is much more vexing. You might not harbor similar concerns, but something tells me that you do. So, you see, in the hypothetical situation you presented, becoming a supreme is not only what has to be done, but also what needs to be done. I won't have it any other way, nor can I. As she finished speaking, the PTV came to a halt. Nephi smiled. But let's not discuss such dreadful matters anymore. We have arrived. Sunny nodded and prepared to exit the vehicle. As he did, he asked with a hint of indifference. Who are we meeting? Nephi opened the door and climbed out, then said without turning back. Oh, didn't I mention? We are meeting my sister. Chapter 1733, Familiar Stranger. Sunny did not show any outward reaction. The Lord of Shadows was not someone who would be agitated by a mere mention of the Princess of War, after all. Internally, though, he was troubled. Morgan. His relationship with Morgan of Valor was not very deep, but it was rather impactful. From their first meeting in the arena of the Dream Tournament, to his brief stint as her sparring partner, to the hellish journey across the Nightmare Desert, he couldn't say that he hated her a lot, but he also couldn't say that there was any sympathy between them. First and foremost, Morgan represented the great clans in his mind. Not only their callousness, but also their dread and might. As such, he could never quite perceive her as an individual, which was, perhaps, a little unfair, but also understandable. There had been a time when Morgan represented the pinnacle of power in his mind. That time was long gone. By now, Sunny was confident that he was superior to her in all but a few aspects. Morgan did possess a diabolical talent for warfare and strategy. The cruel stratagem she had pulled off in Antarctica would have decimated the forces of Song, costing the Queen of Worms several of her most cherished daughters and the chance to claim the tomb of Ariel, if not for the sudden arrival of the Nightmare Gates, of course. And that was despite Mordred's scheming to ruin Valor behind the scenes. However, that was not what troubled Sunny. What troubled him was that he did not know the current Morgan at all. The old Morgan was dangerous, but familiar, like a sharp sword. The new Morgan was a stranger. There were rumors that she had changed a lot after suffering a defeat at the hands of her brother, and the mystery surrounding her third nightmare did not help. Someone cunning and unfamiliar was the exact kind of person he would have preferred to avoid. However, there was no avoiding her now. Sighing quietly, Sunny followed Nephi into a lavish building. It seemed that the elders of Clan Valor were being considerate today. They had not invited him to the heavily guarded compound of the great clan, choosing neutral territory to conduct the meeting instead. It was just that. The territory they had selected was an exclusive restaurant frequented by the elites of NQSC. Sunny, in his onyx armor, looked more than a little out of place when a dapper maitre d' led them to a private booth on the lowest underground level of the luxurious establishment. He caught a few stares. But not as much as Nephi's. She ignored them casually, so he followed suit and acted as if it was the restaurant that was at fault for the mismatch, not the other way around. Is that the way of a legacy? The pleasure is mine, Lady Morgan. I've heard a lot about you, too. She raised an eyebrow. Oh? Only good things, I hope. Sunny kept quiet for a moment, considering what to say. Eventually, he spoke in a cold and indifferent tone. That brother of yours paid me a visit. He seemed like a weakling. The implication was clear, a person who knew Mordred's true background would undoubtedly know about the Battle of the Black Skull. Therefore, what Sunny had said meant the following. I fought your pathetic brother and defeated him easily, you had fought him and lost miserably. Doesn't that make you the true weakling? Of course, Mordred was not weak. He was the opposite, the vessel that had visited Sunny in Godgrave was merely one of countless that the Prince of Nothing controlled, and an expendable one to boot. Which meant that it did not possess a lot of power. Nevertheless, that weak body had somehow traversed the harrowing hell of the death zone and arrived at the nameless temple in one piece. Even then, Sunny had only defeated it easily because Mordred had no knowledge of how dangerous his soul was, anymore. The legion of silent shadows dwelling in Sunny's soul took care of the rest. Sadly, it was a trick that would only work once. What would happen the next time Sunny and Mordred met? He wasn't sure. No one truly knew how many bodies the Prince of Nothing controlled. His transformation ability was similar to that of the Soul Stealer. It allowed Mordred to split his soul and wear multiple bodies at once. It seemed to be weaker than that of the appalling plague, though, or at least more limiting for someone who had not succumbed to corruption and wanted to remain sane. Otherwise, Mordred could have probably consumed all of humanity by now. Sometimes, when Sunny walked around the crowded streets of Bastion, he looked at the faces in the crowd and felt momentarily overcome by fear, thinking that he had no way to know if, maybe, Mordred already had. If everyone had already been turned into his marionettes, with only Sunny and a few powerful people left alive, not knowing that they were surrounded from all sides. It was a disturbing feeling. Chasing the paranoia away, Sunny glanced at Morgan and waited for her reaction. She looked at him silently for a few moments. And then threw her head back, laughing melodiously. Oh, right. You met that despicable person. And roughed him up. That makes me like you, already. Please, tell me more. Chapter 1734, Behind Closed Doors. After the initial pleasantries, it was time for the actual negotiations. However, Sunny did not have to strain himself too much. Most of the work had already been done by Nephi and Cassie, so he could just reap the rewards of their efforts. Still, he felt a little wistful. The situation was reminiscent of the last time he had to negotiate with Valor. Back then, it was Morgan who had come to represent the great clan, as well. Sunny had been a mere master and in hot water with her family because of the incident in the Night Temple, trying to avoid becoming their retainer at all costs. Times have changed. Today, he was trying to come to Valor's side, instead. However, the situation was entirely different. His position had been hopelessly below the great clan back then, and therefore, there had been almost no room for negotiations. Now, Valor needed him much more than he needed them, at least on the surface. As such, he held all the leverage, and could dictate his terms freely. Morgan sipped her wine and smiled. So, let me get it straight, Lord Shadow. You are willing to ally yourself with the Sword Domain in the upcoming war. You will fight on our side, aiding our armies to the best of your ability. Which, by the way, must be truly a sight to behold, considering how impressed my sister seemed after returning from Godgrave. Taken, even. Sitting by his ald, Nephi remained perfectly impassive. He noticed her grip on the stem of her glass tightening, though, and smiled behind the mask. Morgan continued. However, you refuse to swear allegiance to my father. You also insist on retaining sole ownership of your citadel, which, as you must know, is the most precious thing you possess, in the context of this conflict. More than that, you are only willing to make a personal deal with my sister, not a pact with Clan Valor as a whole. Am I correct? Sunny nodded. Indeed. Morgan laughed again. Ah, really, if I hadn't known any better, I would have thought that you harbor impure thoughts about my little sister, Lord Shadow. You don't, do you? He answered evenly. Not at the moment, no. Nephi spared him a calm glance. Before Morgan could reply, however, Sunny added in the same aloof tone. I hear that Clan Valor offered a marriage alliance to the House of Night, Lady Morgan, but you were refused by that young saint. I wonder if the rumors are true. His wording was ambiguous, leaving room for interpretation. Did he mean that Clan Valor was refused, or that Morgan herself was? She smiled. I do not need to tell you how great of an advantage it would be to possess an operational base in the depths of Godgrave. Not only will we be able to hasten our exploration of it, but we will also have an opportunity to put pressure on Song from two sides, forcing them to allocate a significant force to defend their flank, unless they wish to have their supply lines cut, of course. He considered it for a few moments, then nodded. Acceptable. Morgan continued. Second, you will have to assist our saints in establishing safe passages through the hollows and share your knowledge of local topography, including the probable locations of unclaimed citadels, the hunting territories of powerful nightmare creatures, and the general characteristics of the abominations dwelling in Godgrave. Having advanced knowledge of these things will be of great help to the war effort, no doubt. Sunny tilted his head. Venturing into the hollows was dangerous, but unavoidable. He had expected a condition like that. I agree. She smiled and picked up her wine glass, bringing it to her red lips. Well, and lastly, all the rest that one would expect from an ally. You will participate in general battles against the enemy, take responsibility for your stretch of the battlefront, and so on. I trust a warrior like you won't be reluctant to prove his mettle. Sunny smiled behind the mask. I don't have a desire to prove anything to anyone, but sure. These terms suit me fine. Morgan nodded and offered him her hand. If only everyone was so easy to persuade. Then, I will look forward to working with you in the future, Lord Shadow. Sunny took her hand, feeling a bit disappointed. That was it? Wasn't it a bit anticlimactic? They were talking about the war that would reshape the world, throw all of humanity into chaos, and potentially destroy it. And yet, the words they spoke were so mundane. But then again, maybe the fate of humanity had always been decided by dry conversations between very few people, held behind closed doors in opulent chambers. He smiled. I am looking forward to the future, as well. After Sunny and Morgan shook hands, the official part of the not-so-clandestine meeting was over. Of course, there were plenty of details left to discuss: what troops would be stationed in the Nameless Temple, how their accommodations would be organized, who would provide provisions to feed them, when the first mapping expedition would start, and 1,000 more. But all these things could be decided at a later date, and in a less ostentatious company. Morgan leaned back in her seat and raised her wine glass, smiling with satisfaction. This calls for a toast, if I do say so myself. The three of us will be fighting side by side soon, so, to loyal comrades. May we fare well. Nephi took a sip of wine without saying anything, while Sunny simply stared at the table, full of regret. He wasn't that attracted by the wine, but there was also a veritable feast in front of him, all dishes prepared by masterful chefs and both extravagantly expensive and endlessly delicious, without a doubt. However, he was wearing a mask. So, none of these delicacies were destined to land in his mouth. Damn. Morgan looked at him with a smile. You aren't drinking, Lord Shadow? He stared at her silently for a few moments, then picked up the wine glass. To loyal comrades. Sunny did not move, but on a wall behind him, his shadow picked up the shadow of the wine glass. It brought the shadow glass to its lips and leaned its head back, as if drinking. Then, it lowered its hand and returned to its previous position, copying his pose perfectly. Morgan laughed. Fascinating. Sunny smiled behind the mask. It was indeed fascinating. The three of them were toasting to loyalty, each planning treason. Morgan was playing nice for now, but as soon as the war was over, she would give the Lord of Shadows an ultimatum: submit or die. Sunny was promising to fight for clan valor, but he intended to betray them before the war reached a conclusion. Nephi's was playing the role of an obedient daughter while planning to kill her adopted father, the King of Swords, and usurp his domain. This toast of Morgan's was quite funny. Sunny put the glass down, contemplating the ease with which Morgan had accepted his demanda. Was there really no other reason than to prevent him from siding with Song? Claiming a citadel in Godgrave could very well be the deciding factor of the entire war. Valor would not have given up on the Nameless Temple easily. Unless... He turned his head and stared at Nephi's, who was savoring her meal quietly. She wouldn't. Would she? He lingered for a few moments, then asked in an indifferent tone. Why didn't you insist on claiming my citadel, Lady Morgan? People usually tended to dance around the truth in these situations, but there was a benefit to playing the role of a reclusive, aloof, and eccentric saint. If Sunny wanted to be direct, he could very well be as direct as he wanted. Morgan seemed amused by his question. She glanced at Nephi's, then said in a pleasant tone, updated chapters at novelhall.com. I can answer, but if you share what I say with anyone else, there'll be blood. It didn't even sound like a treat, just like a fact. Sunny did not bleed easily, so he was not impressed. He stared at Morgan, waiting, but Nephi's answered instead of her. It is indeed exceedingly important to claim a citadel in Godgrave. The side that manages to win the race will be able to unleash the power of its sovereign upon the enemy first. There's no need to describe how meaningful such an event can be. LGHTNVLV //M. But, even without the Nameless Temple, Valor possesses a vital advantage in that regard. ETA, 37 minutes. Evacuate immediately. 37 minutes. The obel scale had become much more reliable after the conclusion of the Chain of Nightmares, but it had never quite managed to return to its past stability. 37 minutes was much more time than the citizens had received back when a gate opened near Rain's school, but still far from a stellar result. Nephi's pressed on the notification, and a map opened on the screen, denoting the impact zone. After another tap, a further message showed up. Attention all awakened. Request immediate action. Gate category, 2, 61% probability, 3, 34% probability, higher, undefined. Strike force ETA, 14 minutes, 44 seconds. He let out a small sigh. This time, at least, the government forces would arrive far in advance of the Nightmare Gate's descent. The disaster would be contained, and civilians would have plenty of time to evacuate. Then, Sunny glanced at Morgan with suspicion. Had she known that this would happen? Logically, she could not have. But then again, all of it was a little too convenient. Choosing such a public location for their meeting was premeditated. Without a doubt, Morgan clearly wanted to send Sung a message that the Lord of Shadows was taking Valor's side. Was there a better way to announce it than to be seen clearing a gate side by side with him? Not to mention that it was a good opportunity to gauge his strength. Sensing his gaze, Morgan looked up from the screen and smiled helplessly. Ah, how bothersome. Do not worry, Lord Shadow, we can stay here until the turmoil ends. The restaurant is outfitted with top-notch defenses, and employs awakened guards. She leaned back and then added in a relaxed tone. Or, we can respond to the summons and help the government contain the gate. You are my guest today, so you decide. Sunny stared at her coldly, feeling like he was being played. Before he could answer, though, Nephi's wiped her lips with a napkin and stood up. She hit her communicator, buttoned up her waistcoat, and glanced at Morgan calmly. I'll go. Morgan laughed. My little sister is an example to us all, as always. Well, in that case, I'll go too. Sunny sighed and threw a regretful look at all the food on the table. Should he secretly leave a shadow behind and make it steal all these delicacies once they leave? Abandoning that thought, he pushed back his chair and stood up, as well. His voice remained indifferent. Then let's go. The three of them left the opulent chamber and headed to the surface level of the restaurant, intending to leave. Morgan walked in the front, while Sunny and Nephi's followed a step behind. As they approached the elevators, they could see the staff of the restaurant leading the guests to a heavily armored shelter. This place was usually visited by the elites of NQSC, after all of them were prominent citizens. Their safety had to be guaranteed for an exclusive establishment to fare well. Many of the elites recognized Morgan and Nephi's. Sunny could tell that all of them were relieved at the sight, especially when they saw Neph. Her reputation was not only that of a brilliant warrior, but also that of a selfless champion. Morgan could have decided to ignore a descending gate, but Changing Star would never. Lady Nephi's. Lady Morgan. Are you heading for the gate? Morgan slowed down a little and bowed slightly. Indeed. Have no worry, ladies and gentlemen. We will contain it in no time, and you'll be able to finish your meals in peace. Please excuse us. Nephi bowed silently and continued on her way, surrounded by excited whispers. As they entered the lift, Morgan sighed and looked at her sternly. Really, sister? Couldn't you have said something? That old man manages the hydroponic complex that supplies half of the grain to Bastion. The young couple is the daughter and son-in-law of the chief administrator of the Central District of NQSC. The rest hold important positions, as well. Leaving a good impression would not hurt anyone, would it? Nephi glanced at her emotionlessly. Actions speak louder than words. Morgan laughed. What does the action of ignoring them say, then? However, she didn't press the issue. She wasn't someone who cared for ingratiating herself to people either. In fact, it was the people who were desperate to get in her good graces. Not only was Morgan a saint, she was also the princess of the sword domain. Her importance would trample all of these elites combined. Soon, they emerged from the restaurant. The beautiful building had undergone a transformation, plates of heavy armor descending to cover the doors and the windows. Sunny would have expected the armor to be made from reinforced alloy, but to his surprise, it was actually made from Dream Realm materials. Truly an exclusive establishment. A familiar firekeeper, Sid, hastily opened the door of the PTV and invited them inside. The drive was a short one, only taking a few minutes. Most of the vehicles on the road were moving away from the impact zone, but they were driving to its very heart. In the end, they arrived almost at the same time as the first squids of the government forces. The gate manifested in a park. It had not opened yet, of course, but there was already a sinister atmosphere in the air. There was a strange haze above the frozen pond, a precursor to the appalling fissure that would split reality apart soon. Armored vehicles had torn apart the white blanket of snow, and soldiers were hastily raising fortifications. The government awakened were silently preparing for battle, while a small group of awakened volunteers were huddled together, discussing their aspects. The arrival of the luxurious PTV caused quite a stir. And when Morgan and Nephi emerged from it, everyone simply froze, staring at them with wide eyes. That's, the Sword Sisters. Goddess Morgan. Goddess Nephi. Quiet, you fool. They are saints. They can hear you. Who is that with them? Is he an echo? I don't know, but that guy is super creepy. Sunny stared at the soldiers menacingly, unhappy with the way they ogled Nephi. Morgan and Nephi, meanwhile, calmly walked to the person in charge. It was a master wearing a military coat on top of light memory armor. He, too, was both elated and taken aback at the sight of them. Lady Morgan. Lady Nephi. It is an honor to meet you. Morgan nodded, flicking a snowflake off the lapel of her stylish black suit jacket. We were nearby. So, we decided to help. The master seemed relieved. But he doesn't seem to be lying? No, but it can't be true. I would have remembered having a best friend. So if he's not lying, but also not telling the truth. I see. This man is insane. He sincerely believes his lie. Wait. Oh, gods. He's not a sayseeing, is he? Kai's magnetic smile dimmed a little. At that moment, Nephi gave Sunny a strange look and intervened. This is Saint Shadow. He is, a bit eccentric. He is also here to help. Kai hesitated for a bit, then nodded dubiously. I see. Thank you for volunteering, Lord Shadow. With that, he turned to the master in charge of the government forces. Scrap the battle plan and move your people back. We will take care of the gate, with some luck, you guys won't even have to put down the stragglers. The master nodded gratefully. Yes, Saint Call. By then, the wind was stirring, and a strange dimness was spreading over the park. The air above the frozen pond was trembling more intensely. The descent of the Nightmare Gate was not far. Kai turned to Morgan and Nephi, asking politely. How do you want to handle this? Morgan lingered for a few moments, then gave Sunny a teasing look. Her red lips twisted into a smile, and she said pleasantly. Lord Shadow, would you like to do the honors? My sister was so eloquent when describing your prowess. I must admit, I am a little jealous at not having had the pleasure to witness it myself. Sunny stared at her coldly. Want to measure my strength, do you? He remained silent for a while, then shrugged. Sure, stay here, then. I'll handle it. Well, then you'll have to be disappointed. As the reality split, torn apart by a dark fissure, a graceful figure of a stone knight rose from his shadow, two ruby eyes igniting with cold crimson flames. Sunny looked up at Saint, pointed at the gate, and said evenly. Go deal with it. His taciturn knight tilted her head slightly, then turned around and looked at the gate. Although she did not say anything, somehow, it felt as if her aloof gaze was full of disdain. Summoning her black blade and a round shield, she gave its rim 2 lukewarm blows and headed toward the frozen pond with graceful, unhurried steps. Morgan, Nephi, and Kai were left staring at her in bewilderment. Sunny crossed his arms and said in an even, indifferent tone. That should do it. Everyone, relax and enjoy the show. Chapter 1737 A Walk in the Park. Plus, turn off reset. When the appalling darkness of the Nightmare Gate split reality apart, sunlight dimmed and turned strangely bleak, making the world look desaturated. A gust of cold wind rushed across the snowy park, as if the sky itself was being sucked into the black fissure. A moment later, an eerie shockwave rolled over the soldiers, making them stagger. Neff's white cape fluttered in the wind, but none of the 4 saints moved. For a moment, the only being moving in the impact zone was Saint. She walked steadily toward the gate, her graceful figure emanating the feeling of a cold, indifferent inevitability. Kai stared at her back for a second, then cleared his throat. Your echo seems really impressive, Lord Shadow. Stylish, too, such a chic and understated armor design, monochromatic in theme, yet rich and expressive instead of being dull. What a beautiful use of form and texture variation to counterbalance the lack of a dynamic palette, splendid, really. Wait, where was I? He paused for a moment, and then added with an embarrassed smile. Right. What I meant to say was, your echo can stall the abominations and break their momentum. We will follow behind and engage the nightmare creatures when they get past her. Sunny glanced at him and tilted his head a little. Get past her? Kai hesitated a little, unsure of what to say. Yes, there is a high enough possibility that this gate will reach Category 3, after all. Even if she is a transcendent echo, it might be a bit tough. Sunny smiled behind the mask. Just watch. He turned away and stared at Saint. Kai, Nephi, and Morgan had no choice but to follow his example. In fact, Sunny felt a bit awkward, just standing there and doing nothing while Saint did all the work. He would have summoned the shadow chair and sat down, but sadly, that chair usually stood behind the reception desk of the brilliant Emporium. Anyone who had visited the dining hall could recognize it at a glance. Standing awkwardly it is, I guess. Out there in front of them, the first of the nightmare creatures appeared from the dark fissure of the nightmare gate. It was a hulking beast with a bulging body, terrifying muscles moving smoothly under its tough gray hide. The abomination's hind legs seemed underdeveloped, but its front limbs were grotesquely large, resembling craggy tree trunks. Two vicious tusks curved upward from its jaw, as long as pikes. The beast let out a deafening bellow and charged forward, the ground shaking from its heavy footsteps. Saint did not slow down. She simply lowered her shield, meeting the abomination's charge head-on, mid-stride. In the next moment, the dreadful tusks hit the onyx shield and shattered. Next was the creature's head. Its skull burst like a rotten pumpkin, splattering across the snow in a crimson wave. The massive abomination collided with the shield and was crushed into pulp against its surface, only to be tossed aside by a flick of the wrist a moment later, falling to the ground in a lifeless, bloody heap. It was as though it had used Saint to commit suicide. Standing by Sunny's side, Kai blinked. Nephi's, who had seen the taciturn shadow before, seemed unsurprised. Morgan was too shrewd to show a reaction, but her gaze had turned a little sharper. Sunny smiled. In front of the gate, more nightmare creatures were born from the appalling darkness. A tide of them, each seemingly powerful enough to rip an armored vehicle to shreds. Finally, not knowing what to say, he turned away stiffly. Sunny chuckled internally. Ah. I miss teasing this guy. In front of the nightmare gate, Saint had mercilessly obliterated the first wave of the abominations. The same fate awaited the second wave, and the third. Not a single nightmare creature managed to escape her blade. Observing the scene of chilling carnage, Sunny couldn't help but feel a little wistful. He remembered vividly the first time he had encountered a nightmare gate. How desperate he had fought, and how impossible the task of stemming the tide of abominations had seemed. In the end, he would have failed if not for Jet's timely arrival. Yet, this time, the category of the gate was one rank above the one he had defended against as mongrel. However, Sunny did not even have to move a finger. Just one of his shadows was enough to contain the threat, and he did not even have to bestow the full augmentation of all his shadows upon her. So much time had passed, and so many things had changed. Some for the better, some for the worst. Sunny secretly glanced at Nephi's and Kai as the gate guardian finally emerged from the fissure. The creature looked like a mountain of gray flesh, its towering body brimming with bulging muscles, sharp tusks, bloodied spikes, and ghastly bone armor. It bellowed furiously, making the entire park quake. A corrupted tyrant, from the looks of it. Standing on a pile of corpses, Saint glanced at it and finally deemed it necessary to summon the elemental darkness from her heart. A dark aura enveloped her black sword, and a cold chill ran down Sunny's spine. Her ruby eyes flashed with furious crimson light. The tyrant surged forward, and at the same time, the black blade slashed the world apart. Now who's showing off? A thin line slowly revealed itself on the towering abomination's powerful body, cleanly dividing it into two vertical halves. Then, it slowly oozed blood. The tyrant stumbled, then slowly crumbled to the ground, its body falling apart into two bloody chunks. The handy bracelet spoke into Sunny's ear. You have slain a corrupted tyrant. Your shadow grows stronger. These were the only fragments Sunny had received from this fight. Looking at the carcasses of the massacred nightmare creatures, which piled high in the suddenly silent park, he sighed. What a waste. Saint stared at the bleeding chunks of the dead tyrant with indifference, then turned and glanced at Sunny. Receiving his nod, she took a step back and dissolved into shadows. A few moments later, Creepy and Crazy silently returned to him and fused with Naughty, who had been pretending to be a normal shadow all along, resting leisurely on the ground beneath his feet. Sunny looked at Morgan and remained silent for a moment. My apologies. I'll try to give you an opportunity to witness my prowess some other time. The gate crisis had come to an end just like that, leaving the government soldiers standing there in stunned silence. In the end, none of them had to do anything to contain the nightmare creatures. The arriving reinforcements were shocked to see piles of corpses littering the ground. They had been expecting to dive into a dire battle, but ended up witnessing the aftermath of a chilling slaughter instead. Of course, it was not as if they had nothing to do. The park had been ravaged by the devastating battle, and the ugly fissure of the Nightmare Gate still shimmered in the air. Sunny looked at it with regret. There were not that many parks in NQSC, and this one would be unusable for the foreseeable future. Unless a cohort of masters challenged and conquered the Nightmare Seed, this place would never be safe for humans. The initial tide of abominations had been obliterated, and the Gate Guardian fell. However, new nightmare creatures could emerge from the fissure at any moment. The government forces would have to build a containment zone around the gate, complete with powerful explosive charges and a fortified perimeter. Mundane soldiers and awakened warriors would have to stand watch inside the zone at all times, participating in sporadic skirmishes every time an abomination wandered into the waking world. Kai was looking at the gate, as well, his expression grim. In the decades since the descent of the nightmare spell, many of such containment zones had littered the areas populated by humans. There were many here in NQSC, too, and the more of them appeared, the thinner the government forces had to be spread. The situation had only worsened after the chain of nightmares. It was comparatively easy to find cohorts of awakened willing to challenge second nightmares and hopefully conquer it, closing the gate. The one near Rain's school had long disappeared, for example. But it was much harder to close a Category 3 gate, since only masters could hope to survive the third nightmare. Even then, most did not. And although the number of masters humanity possessed had increased tenfold, and continued to grow with each year, the number of gates of higher categories was increasing faster. Kai sighed and shook his head. His voice sounded a bit tired when he mumbled quietly. No rest for the wicked. Morgan, who had been conversing with the master in charge of the government soldiers, glanced at him with curiosity. Oh? Will you lead the charge personally, Lord Kai? He smiled weakly, causing a few of the mundane soldiers to sway, and shook his head. I'm not sure. I'll have to discuss it with my superiors first. She nodded in understanding. Well, for what it's worth. Clan Valor is willing to offer help, this time. After all, I didn't get to do anything despite showing up so confidently. My hands are itching for a fight. Sunny was listening to them in confusion. He was certain that none of it showed in his body language, and yet Nephi's decided to explain. The government is trying to adapt to the new environment. Since there are too many gates that can't be closed, they are constantly searching for a way to lessen the strain of guarding them all. The most effective method is to allow a saint to follow the call to the Nightmare Seed and cleanse the territory surrounding it from all abominations. That way, they won't be wandering into the waking world, at least for a while. She studied the dark fissure of the gate and added, I have participated in plenty of these cleansing operations myself. Many of the legacy saints have followed my example, as well, offering their services, especially those of the new generation, who hold me in high regard. Their battle experience is comparatively poor, so they see it as an opportunity to sharpen themselves. As long as the vicinity of the Nightmare Seeds is cleansed at set intervals, the strain on the government resources is lessened drastically. Sunny stared at her for a while, then said in a cold tone. Sounds like trying to plug holes in a crumbling dam. Nephi smiled faintly. Indeed. However, it also teaches the people who are sealing the holes how to swim. What? The two of them glanced at each other, then shook their heads at the same time. No, no. It's just that, you have a unique way with words, Lord Shadow. Nothing. The former was said by Morgan, while the latter was said by Nephi. He smiled behind the mask. Curious, I've been described as unique twice today. I am starting to suspect that it is not a compliment. Morgan smiled pleasantly and said in an exceedingly polite tone. It isn't. Shaking her head, he bowed to Kai lightly and turned away, heading for the PTV that had driven them here. Sunny followed, giving Nephi a chance to say a proper goodbye to the charming archer. She caught up with them soon, wearing a complicated expression. Or rather, her expression was as stoic as always. However, Sunny could feel a bit of tension hiding in the depths of her gray eyes. They passed the military vehicles and approached the PTV. The firekeeper who had driven it, Sid, was already back. She had joined the volunteer awakened before the gate opened, intending to lead them into the battle. Of course, their participation had not been necessary, in the end. Sid was on her way to open the passenger door when Nephi stopped suddenly, looking at the PTV with a frown. Sensing her unease, Morgan and Sunny stopped, too. Morgan glanced at Nephi's, raised an eyebrow, and asked with a hint of amusement in her voice. "What's the matter?" Neff remained silent for a few moments, studying the luxurious vehicle somberly. Then, she slowly turned away and looked at Sunny. "Lord Shadow. I apologize." He blinked a couple of times. Was she apologizing for having dragged him to an opening gates? No, Nephi saw the fight against the nightmare spell as a sacred duty of all awakened. She would not have apologized for something like that. What then? Hiding his confusion, Sunny asked in a cold tone. "What for?" Her expression remained calm when she answered. "It seems that I am about to be assassinated. Sorry for the inconvenience." "What?" Before Sunny could react, Sid unlocked the passenger door and pulled on the handle. In the next moment, the PTV disintegrated in a blinding flash, and the roar of a deafening explosion thundered above the snowy park. The PTV exploded. No, really. Sunny was stunned. Who tries to assassinate a saint with explosives? Were these people mentally challenged? The notion was so silly that, for a moment, his mind refused to register it. Everything had happened too fast for the government soldiers to react. The vehicle dissolved into a blinding flash, and a furious onslaught of flame was unleashed upon the world. A devastating shockwave also rolled out, spreading like an invisible ripple of crushing force. But, of course, the saints were faster. Kai was too far away to do anything, but Sunny, Morgan, and Nephi were not. Granted, there was not a lot that they could do in such a short amount of time. Nephi seemed to have controlled the flames to flow around Sid, her driver. The firekeeper was spared from being burned, but received the full brunt of the shockwave, staggering back as her dirty blonde hair fluttered in the wind. Of course, as a master, she would not be hurt badly, but a pained grimace still appeared on her face. Morgan, meanwhile, raised one leather-clad hand, and cut the explosion apart. Sunny was pretty sure that he was not seeing things. As her hand slashed forward, both the flame and the shockwave parted in front of her, as if cut by an unseen blade. The explosion rolled past the Princess of War, leaving her entirely unscathed. Not a single blemish appeared on her stylish black suit. As for Sunny himself, he didn't do anything. That short moment was enough for him to determine that the explosion was utterly mundane, so there was no need to act. Sunny simply allowed the flame to swallow him, and for the shockwave to batter him. A second later, his onyx figure was revealed from the expanding fire, standing exactly where he had stood before. He didn't even flinch under the assault of the violent forces. But behind him, many of the government soldiers were thrown against the hulls of the armored vehicles, the vehicles themselves swaying heavily or even overturning. Screams and stunned yells filled the air. There were many wounded. Luckily, the PTV had stood apart from the military vehicles, so no one seemed to have died. But still, the explosion seemed to have hurt everyone except for the person it was supposed to, presumably, kill. Before the shockwave even had time to dissipate, Morgan, Nephi, and Sunny looked at each other, all sharing the same thought. It's a diversion. The explosion was simply meant to distract them when the actual attack arrived. T from. Sunny had to deal with the strange arrows before there would be a chance to find the answer. There's not enough time. He raised a hand and simply caught one of the great arrows from the air, sliding back a few steps before its momentum dissipated. Sunny had already started to manifest countless shadows when a haunting song suddenly resounded above the silent park, drowning out all other sounds. Sound was invisible, and yet he sensed the song move past him like a ghostly river. In the next moment, the great arrow seemed to have hit a wall in the air, splintering and scattering in different directions. Looking back, Sunny saw Kai closing his mouth as he rushed toward the burning remains of the PTV. Good job, buddy. Sunny's shadow sense had already reached the limits of his perception, encompassing a vast part of NOSC. However, no matter how much he searched, he could not sense the mysterious archer. That meant one of two things. Either the sniper had the ability to avoid his detection, or the arrows had been shot from beyond the range of 40+ kilometers. Sunny felt a hint of chill, wondering who would have been able to shoot enchanted arrows from such a distance, and with such precision. A master? Possibly, with the right aspect, but quite unlikely. A saint? An echo of a high rank? Catching Kai's glance, he gestured in the direction from which the arrows had come. A split second later, his former friend, shot into the air, flying toward the possible location of the attacker. But, somehow, Sunny doubted that the sniper would be caught. They must have escaped immediately after sending the arrows loose, and would be long gone by now. Looking back, he studied the scene of devastation. Broken vehicles, pieces of burning debris, dozens of wounded soldiers groaning on the ground. Nephice was slowly rising to her feet, white flames dancing in her eyes. Morgan lowered her hand, a deep scowl replacing her usually composed expression. Sid had just landed on her back, rolled over her shoulder, and jumped to her feet, hissing in pain. The whole attack had only lasted a few seconds. But the impact it had left was bound to have long-lasting consequences in the days to come. And maybe even beyond that, far in the future. Sunny had been right, the archer was long gone by the time the arrows hit. Kai flew all the way to the edges of the city, searching for the sniper with his miraculous vision, but found no trace of them. He did discover the sniper nest on the roof of a dormitory tower in the outskirts, close to 50 kilometers away from the Nightmare Gate. However, there were no clues to be found there, only a few footprints in the snow, and punctured concrete where the arrows had been thrust into it for ease of access. The arrows themselves were memories, and had either dissolved after being destroyed or disappeared after being dismissed. There were no functional cameras in that area of the outskirts, so no records remained to identify the attacker. The sniped, whoever it was, had disappeared like a ghost. By the time Kai returned, the park looked like a disturbed anthill. Nephice had insisted on healing the soldiers who had been hurt in the explosion, and there were no casualties. But an attempt on the life of one of the two princesses of valor, or maybe even both of them, was no small matter. Government forces flooded the scene, both to take care of the gate and to investigate the scandalous event. There was nothing they could find, of course, but doing nothing was not an option. Sunny had accompanied Nephice as she healed the soldiers and received their gratitude, both admiration and devotion burning in their relieved eyes. Then, he followed her to the side of a medical vehicle, where Morgan was waiting for them while typing something on her communicator with a cold expression. Sid, the fire keeper, was walking behind them sullenly, her civilian clothes in disarray. That was where Kai eventually found them. The charming archer relayed his findings with a troubled look on his face. We will conduct a thorough investigation on the scene, of course. But I am afraid that we won't find anything. There is no physical evidence left, and since the attacker was careful enough to eliminate these traces, they would have had means to throw off our divination experts, as well. He looked at Nephice with guilt in his eyes. I am sorry. There is not a lot that the government can do. She grimaced silently. Morgan, however, was more vocal. Looking at Kai with a frown, she said in a cold tone. NOSC is your territory, please forgive me for being blunt, St. Cal, but the government is allowed to exist because it is useful, maintaining order in the waking world. If members of my clan can be freely attacked on your land, with no consequences, then what use is there for the government? He met her sharp gaze somberly, not saying anything. She scoffed and shook her head. Fine. Whatever. My little sister answered the call and hurried to prevent a gate crisis, in her usual selfless manner, but ended up being struck by human arrows. Once the news gets out, what do you think will happen? Kai frowned, still having nothing to say. However, Sunny was staring at Morgan, instead upstarted a tea from Soon, a convoy of heavily armored vehicles appeared near the entrance to the park, these ones painted in the colors of clan valor, not the government. Morgan looked at the convoy and put her communicator away with a heavy sigh. Glancing at Kai, she lingered for a moment, and said with a semblance of decorum. "I will be going, then. Please inform me immediately if there is any news about the investigation, Lord Cal." Then, she turned to Nephice. "Are you coming? You must be tired after healing all these people." Nephice considered it, then shook her head. "I'll catch up with Kai. You go. There has to be a lot of things you have to deal with." A dark smile appeared on Morgan's face. "Ah, yes. I do now. Are you sure, though? Who says that there won't be a secondary attack? If someone manages to kill you, Father will be terribly cross with me." Nephice raised her chin a little. Her voice remained even when she said, "Is there someone who can kill me?" Morgan remained silent for a bit, then chuckled and turned away. "Suit yourself. Well, my sister is right. If someone manages to kill her, they would have worked really hard." With that, she nodded to Sunny and walked away. "Until we meet again, Lord Shadow." Soon, her elegant figure disappeared from view, leaving him alone with Nephice and Cal Sunnyside behind the mask. So, these two are going to catch up. There was no place for him at their friendly reunion. So, it would be better for him to leave, as well. He opened his mouth, intending to say something curt and aloof, but to his surprise, Nephi spoke first. Giving Kai a poignant look, she turned to Sunny and asked, "Lord Shadow, would you mind keeping us company?" Chapter 1741, Best Policy. They left the impact zone in a government transport. The ride was much less luxurious than Nephi's destroyed PTV, but Sunny, who had crossed countless kilometers in shaky military vehicles, did not mind. I wonder how much that PTV cost. If Sunny had lost something that lavish and expensive, he would have been cursing the dead gods and drowning in bitterness. But Nephi's did not seem to mind the loss too much. Granted, her mood seemed a little strange. As they drove past the burned remains of the PTV, she stared at it intently, a distant look in her eyes. "Are you all right?" Sunny wished that it was him who had asked that, but the Lord of Shadows was not that considerate. So, he had kept silent, and Kai spoke in his stead. Nephi's lingered for a few moments, then looked away from the wreckage and sighed. "Sure. It's just that, the situation is so familiar. But the outcome is entirely different. Times have changed." It seemed that she was reminiscing about the past, just like Sunny. He had contemplated how different the dread of having to face a nightmare gate for the first time felt from today's battle, where he did not even have to lift a finger. Nephi's, meanwhile, must have been comparing the powerlessness she had felt as a child to today's attempt on her life. The difference had to be quite startling, considering that she was one of the most powerful saints in the world now. The transport moved along the streets of NQSC at a moderate speed. The news of what had happened, however, was spreading much faster. Sunny did not even want to imagine what kind of storm would rise when people learned that Changing Star, humanity's darling, had almost died to a human assassin while defending innocent lives from a descending nightmare gate. The people responsible for the government's propaganda would be losing their minds by now. They were great masters of both disseminating and suppressing information, but this time, the incident was too sensational, and the parties involved were too renowned. There was no stopping this story from spreading far and wide, so they could only try to control it the best they could. The government was in a tight spot. It was a bit ingenious, actually. Nephi's was so beloved and venerated largely because the government had once decided to make her into a shining symbol for the whole of humanity. She had worked very hard to build upon that foundation, of course, but the government was responsible for the initial push. Now, however, someone had taken the fruit of their labor and used it against them. The public outrage caused by an attempt on Changing Star's life would be proportional to the amount of effort the government had put into turning her into someone who was revered and admired by all. That reputation of hers had only grown more exalted in the last 4 years, reaching unimaginable heights. Was the assassin's real goal to undermine the government instead of killing Nephi's? Sunny continued to contemplate who was behind the attack while the transport rolled across the streets of NQSC, eventually reaching a remote district. There, a modest manor stood apart from the bustling city, surrounded by a tall wall. This was the manor of the Immortal Flame clan, which served as the base of operations for the fire keepers in the waking world. The transport passed the security check and made its way to the underground vehicle stable. Kai sent the driver and the guards assigned to Nephi's by the government away. Sid also bade them farewell and left, lamenting the state of her tattered clothes under her nose. The loss of the expensive ensemble seemed to bother her much more than the recent ambush. Kai studied Sunny with a very strange expression, hesitated for a bit, and gave her a short nod. She seemed perplexed. Sunny suppressed a chuckle. "So, what did you want to discuss with me, Lady Nephi's?" Nephi's frowned slightly. However, her voice was even when she spoke. "We've been dancing around the issue for a while now. You gave me plenty of hints, subtle or not. We are supposed to be allies, so what I want to discuss today will decide how far our alliance will go. LGHT Velk VC/M. If you don't mind, I will ask you a few questions. The nature of our partnership will depend on your answers." He remained silent, voicing no objections. She lingered for a while, then nodded and said, "First and foremost, I am quite curious. You seem to be very keen on knowing how I would kill a Supreme Lord Shadow. What exactly makes you think that I, a princess of the sword domain, am so interested in regicide?" Sunny stared at her silently, cold darkness nestling in the eyes of his emotionless mask. His onyx armor glistened with a sinister luster in the dull lamplight. Eventually, he spoke in an aloof tone. "I can answer your question with 3 of my own." Nephi's raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" He nodded, then said evenly. "Who attempted to kill you as a child? Why? And what would I do in your place after becoming a saint?" His voice turned even colder than usual. "Imagine that a bunch of traitors killed my father, conspired to ruin my clan, and turned my life into living hell. The further into hell I fell, the higher these despicable ghouls rose. If something like that happened to me, I would have been positively peeved." Sunny shrugged. "In short, it's because I know enough about you, Lady Nephi's." She studied him for a while with a deadpan expression, then glanced at Kai. Receiving his confirmation, Nephi scowled. Her voice sounded a little flat. "I must say, my sister was right. You are indeed very well informed for a recluse, Lord Shadow." Chapter 1742, Good Reason. Sunny grinned behind the mask. "What can I say? I wasn't always a recluse." She contemplated for a few moments, and eventually nodded. "All right. Then, my next question. Let's presume that you are correct, and I do, indeed, harbor such an interest. But what about you? What is your reason?" Sunny chuckled. "Would you believe me if I said that my reason is exactly the same as yours?" Nephi thought for a moment, then shook her head. "Not really." He tilted his head a little. "Well, fair enough. It's not. In truth, I don't have as great a grudge against the sovereigns as you do. I do despise them a great deal, true, but to answer your question, I guess it has to do with what I desire." She pierced him with a heavy gaze. "And what is it that you desire, Lord Shadow?" He laughed coldly. "Oh, nothing much. A nice house with a scenic view, somewhere warm and pleasant, tasty meals and good company. Enough money for a comfortable life. Safety and well-being, stuff like that." Nephi's blinked a couple of times. She seemed quite surprised by that answer. "You live in a dark temple in the middle of a death zone, surrounded by dreadful nightmare creatures. But all you desire is a nice house and tasty food?" Sunny stared at her emotionlessly. "Don't forget the good company." He paused, then added evenly. "You might think that it's a simple wish, Lady Nephi's. But that is the thing, in this world we live in, even a simple wish like that is insurmountable. One would have to be a god to live without worries. No. Actually, even becoming a god might not be enough. She frowned. What does it have to do with your enmity against the great clans and the sovereigns? He remained silent for a few moments. When he finally spoke, his voice sounded dark and sinister. The root of my enmity lies in the fact that they insist on dictating the shape of the world where I live, while not possessing enough competence to keep it safe. Their methods, their callousness, and their hubris are both misguided and loathsome. What better proof there is than this war they are about to start? Sunny shook his head. In other words, I disdain the notion of allowing the sovereigns to decide my fate. I would rather have the power to make such decisions for myself. I fought long and hard to gain it. Someone told me once that people like me are born to destroy things, not build them. That this world needs killers and destroyers more than it needs saviors and builders. Well, they were right. He looked at her, hiding behind an expressionless mask. I am indeed best at killing. However, there are people building things all over the dream realm today. There is a young girl building a road somewhere in the Song domain right now. Elsewhere in the Sword domain, a young father is developing a farm to feed his wife and child. LGH Vel World C/M. These people might not be as powerful as me, or as ambitious as me. They can't slay nightmare creatures as well as me. But they matter, too. Sunny grimaced and added evenly. That young girl, that farmer's child, and countless others like them. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but I hope that all the killing I do will change the world into a shape that allows them to live their lives building new things. Even if they have to build them on the ruins that people like us, Changing Star, leave in our wake. He leaned forward a little. How is that for a reason? She remained silent for a long while, looking at him calmly. Eventually, it seemed as if Nephi accepted his answer. She sighed, then asked nonchalantly. Do you serve any of the three supremes? Sunny shook his head. I don't. She nodded. Are you planning to betray me? He chuckled. Not particularly. Nephi raised an eyebrow, then, she smiled slightly. Are you hiding anything from me, Lord Shadow? A great deal of things. She looked at Kai, received his confirmation, and then leaned back in her chair. Fine. This is acceptable. Then. I'll be honest, too. At that moment, the door opened, and someone who Sunny had very much not expected to see entered the room. Jet glanced at him with a scowl, then turned to Nephi and said, her voice harsh. This guy reeks of death. A crooked smile twisted her lips. I like him. Read latest chapters at novelhall.com. Chapter 1743. A small group of committed citizens. Plus, turn off reset. Sunny was surprised to see Jet here. She was one of the executive leaders of the government now, after all. Someone like her was not supposed to visit members of a great clan unannounced. Not that he wasn't happy to see her. Jet was exactly like she had been before. Her ivory skin, raven black hair, and icy blue eyes made for a striking sight. Despite the fact that she had risen much higher in the government hierarchy by now, her uniform was pretty much the same, it was just that there were 4 stars on the insignia instead of 3. If anything had changed, it was that she seemed even more sleep-deprived than usual. If that was even possible. Sunny found himself staring at her without meaning to, but for a very different reason than he had during their first meeting. It was just good to see her, after all that time. Jet stared back at him. You must be the Lord of Shadows. He nodded and answered evenly. You must be Soul Reaper Jet. She studied him for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. What's up with the Halloween costume? Huh? Sunny tilted his head, contemplated her question, and asked seriously. What is Halloween? Jet blinked a couple of times. Eventually, she waved a hand at him. Never mind. I've heard a lot about you, Shadow. It's nice to finally put a face to the name. Well, sort of. So, no one is going to explain to me who this Halloween is? Rude. Sunny frowned behind the mask. Only the good things, I hope. Jet grinned. Well. They say that you rule a death zone, eat cursed nightmare creatures for breakfast, wrestle titans for fun, and can turn into all kinds of terrible monsters on a full moon. He stared at her somberly. That is preposterous. She nodded and wanted to respond, but before she could, Sunny added in an even tone. I can turn into all kinds of terrible monsters anytime I want. What does the moon have to do with it? Jet seemed to forget what she was supposed to say. Standing beside her, Kai suddenly choked on thin air. Sunny smiled silently. Or rather, his looks could not. There had to be an awakened out there somewhere with such aspect, and definitely more than a few nightmare creatures. He said emotionlessly. She's loud. Effie gave him a dirty look and grinned. Wanna arm wrestle? If you win, I'll shut up. Scowling behind the mask, Sunny tilted his head and stared at her some more. He was tempted, but did not wish to destroy the table. I don't. She laughed. Good choice. With that, she finally sat down. Now, there were 6 of them, sitting around a table. Which, coincidentally, was round. Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, Saint Xianxia, Song of the Fallen, Nightsinger Kai, the Dragoness Slayer. Saint Athena, raised by wolves, the War Beast. Soul Reaper Jet. And a mysterious transcendent known as the Lord of Shadows. The 5 saints looked at him, while Sunny stared back at them silently. The cohort is all here. He secretly looked around. The room where they had gathered was not exactly opulent, but someone told him that history was going to be made here today. He could practically sense it in the air. The omen of ruinous change. Sunny sighed and said evenly. It seems that I've found myself in illustrious company. Nephice remained silent for a while, then sighed. I told you that the nature of our partnership would depend on your answers, Lord Shadow. Your answers were satisfactory, so I've decided to trust you. Enough so, at least, to bring you into the inner circle. These people are my closest confidants. She paused, then added after some deliberation. Usually, I would not have been so quick to trust someone, but time is not on our side, and my instincts tell me that you deserve it. I've asked Saint Kai to help me confirm this feeling. I hope you won't take offense. Saint Xianxia advised me to take this step, as well. Sunny remained silent for a moment, then said in an aloof tone. What a strange group. 2 renowned transcendent warriors of the sword domain. 3 exalted champions of the government. And me, a stray that has no master. Why, exactly, are the 6 of us gathered here together? Nephice looked at each of the gathered people slowly. Then, she shrugged and answered in her usual even tone. Because the 6 of us are going to destroy the sovereigns. The 6 of them, were going to destroy the sovereigns. Sunny was silent for a while, staring at the members of the cohort from behind his expressionless mask. Then, he chuckled. You want to topple both domains and completely change the world, with just 6 people? Nephice remained composed and gave him a nonchalant shrug. Why not? Wasn't the world I want to change shaped by just 3? He had no retort. The current shape of the world had indeed been dictated by 3 powerful individuals, Andal of Valor, Ki Song, and Asterion. For the past 2 decades or so, they had been acting as the gods of humanity, deciding its fate from behind the curtains. And now, Nephice and her cohort were preparing to rise in rebellion against the gods. It was strangely poetic. It was also a little ominous, as if history was repeating itself. Sunny sighed. So, you are welcoming me into your underground revolution club. Well, fine. That has been my intention all along, as well. But now that we have reached this point, I need to ask you the same question again, Lady Nephice. This time in a less hypothetical context. How do you plan to defeat the sovereigns? She met his dark gaze calmly. My answer stays the same. By attaining supremacy myself. His gaze suddenly turned much more intense. Oh? Have you Found a way to become a supreme without challenging the fourth nightmare? Sunny would lie if he said that he wasn't interested in hearing the answer. He had been trying to discover the secrets of supremacy himself. After all, in Neff's case, she couldn't challenge the fourth nightmare because she wasn't allowed to. But in his case, he simply couldn't. Without the spell, coming into contact with nightmare seeds was meaningless. Not only was Sunny unable to enter a nightmare, but getting too close to a seed put him at risk of becoming corrupted. Nephi inhaled slowly, a hint of tension appearing in her eyes for a short moment. Did I find a way? This is a complicated issue. In a sense, yes, I did find a way to become supreme. However, I am still searching for the means of actually walking that path. Sunny frowned behind the mask. You will have to be more specific than that, I'm afraid. And that an inevitable process. Soon enough, the dream realm will become humanity's new home. In that future, the role of the government will have to change. If we don't adapt, we will disappear. Which is not really a problem, since we would have served our purpose, but then, the question is, who will rule that new world? A dark smile appeared on her ivory face, never reaching her cold blue eyes. The King of Swords? The Queen of Worms? Or the third one? None of them are qualified. Sunny looked at her with curiosity. Why do you say that? He had his own reasons to believe that the sovereigns were not the best choice to guide humanity, but Jet had always been very practical. What was her reason? She chuckled. Ah. Sorry. It's nothing too philosophical. Actually, my reason is very simple. It's because Changing Star has gone from a mundane girl to a saint in about 5 years, while the sovereigns have been stuck at their rank for decades. Once we are all living happily in the dream realm, what will the one who wins the war do when an unholy titan wanders out of a death zone? Will they be able to contend with the future? I don't think so, so I am betting on someone who would. Because I know that Nephi won't be satisfied with mere supremacy. When Jet finished speaking and gave him a relaxed smile, Effie added in a calm tone. Big Sister is mainly preoccupied with the end result, but as for me, I care about how we get there, as well. It's not enough to just preserve the world, it's also important what kind of world it will be. Right now, the stuck-up legacies are looking down on everyone. LGH Vel World C/M drives me nuts, really. Can you imagine how much worse it will become once all of humanity is living under their roof? The kings, the queens, I don't trust any of them, but I do trust Nephi. She, at least, won't stop me from becoming a supreme myself. If anything, she'll probably push me into a nightmare seed. Nephi did not comment on that, making Effie smile. You would, wouldn't you? See, she's not even denying it. After that, Kai broke the silence, speaking simply. I just believe that it is the right thing to do. No more, but also no less. Sunny stared at them for a while. Eventually, he shook his head. What could he say? You are all crazy. Then, he smiled behind the mask. Fortunately for you, I am as well. Fine. I like it. Let's conquer the world. After making the bold proclamation, Sunny paused for a moment, and then added in an emotionless tone. Or rather, 2 worlds. One more, one less, it doesn't really make a difference. Jet checked dead at his words, while the others just nodded with varying degrees of seriousness. Only Nephi did not react, simply looking at him calmly. Sunny sighed, leaned back a little, and said evenly, all latest novels at novelhall.com. However, let us return to the initial conversation. Lady Nephi, you said that your source element is the people whom you inspire, and that they are the foundation of your domain. However, what comes next? How do you plan on building upon that foundation to actually reach supremacy? He was quite stumped. It seemed that Nephi was half of a step ahead of him. She had dived deeply into the nature of her source element, to the point of being able to enhance it. Sunny, however, had never even questioned whether his connection to the shadows could be deepened. What was he supposed to do? Actively try to build rapport with the wild shadows? Turning them into his zealous followers? Would that bring him closer to supremacy, as well? No, I am thinking about it wrong. Nephi had said it herself, and he knew it too. Each aspect was unique, and the process of realizing a domain differed for each awakened. What worked for her would not work for him, and vice versa. She had to weave a vast tapestry of yearning souls, inspiring people one by one. But his source element was shadows. As their lord, he already enjoyed the veneration of every shadow in existence. Sunny had no need to build a foundation for his domain. Or did he? If there was a process of accumulation involved in the initial stages of attaining supremacy, then what was he supposed to accumulate? The thought resonated with him so deeply that even the humble shopkeeper stopped what he was doing, far away in Bastion, frowning for a moment. Isn't it quite obvious? Unseen, Sunny's eyes gleamed under the mask. Had he not been accumulating something from the very start of it all? The legion of silent shadows dwelling in his soul, were they the foundation of his future domain? Shadow God had been the god of death as well, after all. Was Sunny limiting himself by ignoring the connection shadows had with death? If so, what the hell was the nature of his domain supposed to be? He grimaced, feeling more lost than he had been a minute ago. Maybe Nephi will enlighten me. Sunny waited patiently for her answer. Sadly, he was doomed to be disappointed. When Nephi finally spoke, a slight frown twisted her brow. That I am not sure about. As I've said, I know the path to supremacy, but am unable to walk it yet. There has to be some kind of catalyst that will ignite the foundation I've built, turning it into an actual domain. The soul, the source element, the world, once all three are fused together by will, a sovereign is born. But how to fuse them? I do not know. Damn it. It took all his self-control not to fall out of his chair. He remained still through sheer will, not allowing even a hint of his emotions to show in his body language. Passion? How is she studying passion? What great strides? What exactly is she mastering, and with whom? Outwardly, Sunny remained calm. But internally, he was fuming. After a long silence, he asked evenly. What does passion have to do with anything? Nephi looked at him with a hint of confusion. It has to do with my source element, of course. What else? Sunny let out a mental sigh of relief. It's all right, it's all fine. She's not practicing passion with anyone. Luckily, the conversation could be safely guided elsewhere. Or so he thought. Because right at that moment, Effie suddenly said. Oh, right. I am sure that it's not the case, but if Master Sunless is having trouble making you achieve a breakthrough, tell him to come see my husband. Let the man learn from the master. That guy is a real veteran. Something fell on the floor noisily. Kia silently covered his face with a palm. Jet's smile widened a little. Cassie turned her head, pretending to look away. Sunny was appalled. Who says I need to learn anything, you vile woman? I am myself a, wait, why am I even thinking about her nonsense? Damnation. Nephi looked at Effie in confusion. Isn't your husband an awakened? Plus, Master Sunless is a real veteran, too. And what does he have to do with my aspect legacy? Sunny felt vindicated. Thank you. No, stop, what? Effie stared at Nephi with a strange mix of mischievousness and exasperation. After a few moments of silence, she said in a low tone. Princess, you mean that he served in Antarctica, too? Right? Neff's confused frown deepened. Of course. What else could I mean? Effie sighed and waved a hand in the air, giving up. Forget it. Gods, why do I even bother? After Sunny was introduced to the general shape of the plot, more technical details had to be discussed. The war was approaching swiftly, and at least 3 of the 6 conspirators would have to participate in the bloodshed directly. The other 3 could be drawn into the deadly game between the 2 sovereigns, as well. Both the government and the House of Night were desperately trying to maintain neutrality, but it was unknown if the great clans would cross the line in exerting pressure, thus making at least one of the neutral sides an accomplice in the domain war. Jet seemed a little troubled. Our position was more or less stable before. But now, with that damned assassination attempt. I don't know. The situation is unclear. She glanced at Cassie and raised an eyebrow. The blind seer seemed distracted for a moment, then said quietly. The news is spreading like wildfire, both in the waking world and in the dream realm. By now, it's all people are talking about. Everyone is outraged, of course, even the legacy clans are incensed. The situation is much more fiery in the sword domain incendiary, even, but the song domain is reacting badly, too. Neff's influence transcends borders. Jet frowned. That was fast. Too fast, even. Castle nodded. Someone has been prepared. They are adding oil to the fire. As everyone fell silent, Nephi said in an even tone. I wonder, who is responsible, this time? Jet looked at her, lingered for a few moments, and smiled crookedly. It wasn't your own performance? Nephi frowned slightly, not exactly offended by her words, but seemingly displeased. Her answer was short. No. Sunny listened with interest. Actually, he had considered that the whole thing was staged by Cassie, as well. That would be in line with both her goal and her cunning. However, a few things didn't add up. Nephi leaned back and sighed. My first thought was that it had been planned by Morgan. But it's not really her style. If Morgan was behind the assassination, there would have been countless victims among the government soldiers. She is always thorough, after all. Jet crossed her arms, considering. Eventually, she simply shook her head and said with a hint of frustration in her voce. Then who the hell did it? It couldn't have really been Song, could it? Kai seemed troubled, as well. He remained silent for a while before saying cautiously. Actually, it could have been. Princess Morgan was right when she said that there aren't a lot of archers in the world who can pull off something like that. The two prime suspects, coincidentally, are from the Song domain. One is Silent Stalker. The other is Dar of the Maharna clan. Sunny smiled darkly behind the mask. That guy. He had considered Dar of the Maharna clan, as well. The man had an eerie ability to hit targets from a great distance, and was fond of using oversized arrows to boot. Sunny had brushed sides with him during the Dreamscape tournament, almost catching a few of those arrows himself. Later, they crossed swords in the elimination rounds, where the legacy scion was cut down by Mongrel. He had not left a good impression. Maharna was one of the vassal clans of Song, too. Effie scratched the back of her head. Dar of the Maharna clan? Last I heard of him, he was a master. Where is he now? Cassie answered a moment later, effortlessly pulling the information out of her head. Sunny was tempted to tell her to ask her husband for an explanation, but held himself back. Instead, he said in an emotionless tone. Sure. There is not much to explain. Casus belli is just a fancy term for justification. An official reason given when starting a war. An assassination of a royal is more than enough reason to drown the world in blood. In fact, this exact scenario was used before to do just that. He chuckled coldly. Honestly, I would have expected Valor to actually kill one of their saints in order to have a more solid claim. But either someone among them is growing soft, or they can't allow themselves to lose even a single transcendent before the war. LGH Vel World C/M. In any case, someone attempts to kill Changing Star, humanity's favorite saint, and both of the main suspects just happen to be from the Song domain. One of them is even conveniently unavailable for questioning. This is more than enough ground to spin a pretty tale. Sunny sighed. As for the fact that none of the government soldiers had died, which is unlike how ruthless Morgan usually acts, that is the result of a shrewd calculation, as well. If the purpose of the assassination attempt is to make Clan Valor look like the wronged party, then wouldn't it be counterproductive to make the government suffer more losses than Clan Valor did? Who would look like the true victim then? So, it was all part of the plan. His cold voice echoes in the room, sounding more than a little bit sinister. As everyone was digesting his words silently, Sunny laughed. Well, At least that is how I would have done it. With more flair, of course. Nephi looked at him somberly, not saying anything. Eventually, though, she spoke in an even tone. So, they had someone pretend to try and kill me while using the method that would point at someone serving Qisong. This gives them the ammunition they need to both declare war and maintain the illusion of righteousness, eventually. And, as an added bonus, they even get a chance to pressure the government into making concessions, or even joining their side entirely. He nodded. More or less. Nephi sighed and looked away. She remained silent for a while, then said quietly. Well, good. It plays into our hand, actually. If I become the catalyst for the start of the war, it would only be logical for me to be the one to end it. At that moment, Cassie spoke, her voice a little grim. If they are already moving so openly, then it seems that we have even less time than we thought. I'm afraid that some of our plans will have to be accelerated, or even abandoned entirely. Sunny scowled behind the mask. Yeah. Like me forging a sword for Nephi, I doubt I can make it in time, can I? Nephi gritted her teeth. It has been a long time coming. All we can do is prepare ourselves the best we can. When Song and Valor go to war, the only side that shall win is us. She looked at the people gathered at the room, her gaze settling on Sunny. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on her face. Or, we'll die. Lord Shadow, that favor I owe you, you'd better call it in soon. You might not get the chance later. He crossed his arms and stared back at her. Who gave you permission to die? Sunny smiled slightly behind the mask, then said in a cold tone. You are too weak right now. Become stronger first. Nephi remained silent for a moment, then chuckled. All right. If you insist that I become stronger, it seems that I have no other choice. I will. Soon after that, the secret meeting ended. The members of the cohort left, some openly, some in secret. Sunny himself simply crossed the border between the realms, returning to the nameless temple. There was a lot for him to do. Outside the manor of the immortal Flame clan, the engines of war were churning, and the world was moving on. In the days following Sunny's appointment as the memory purveyor of the Fire Keepers, the brilliant Emporium had undergone a transformation. Once established as a cover for his ability to weave sorcery, the Memory Boutique was suddenly thriving due to the high number of acquisition deals flowing through it, almost as if he was a real merchant. The Fire Keepers were quite generous. Nephi did not enjoy the favor of the Valor Elders, so her private troops rarely received resources that a princess's personal guard deserved. They existed on a pitiful stipend that wouldn't cover the needs of 50 awakened, let alone half 100 masters. Nevertheless, they were quite rich. Their riches did not come from the great clan, but from their own exploits instead. Every time Valor sent Nephi and her Fire Keepers to deal with a terrible calamity of some sort, which happened on a regular basis, countless abominations would fall to their swords. That meant that there would be many memories and echoes brought back from each expedition, as well as valuable materials harvested from the nightmare creatures. The Fire Keepers kept the best for themselves and sold the rest. That way, they were quite self-sufficient, and their coffers never ran empty. Cassie managed the assets of the Fire Keepers, investing in various enterprises throughout the sword domain. In fact, many establishments in Bastion and other young cities had been funded by her on behalf of Nephi, not only bringing in stable income, but also adding to Changing Star's reputation. There was a sizable charity fund established by the Fire Keepers, as well, helping people in need. In short, Nephi was quite affluent despite being shunned by the elders of Clan Valor. And now, Sunny was benefiting from her wealth, as well. There were a lot of mocking rumors about him in Bastion these days, calling him names and detailing what it was exactly that he was doing for Nephi in exchange for her money and gifts. But Sunny didn't mind. In fact, he was of the firm belief that everyone talking nonsense about him were simply jealous. Who wouldn't want to receive expensive gifts and attention from a stunningly beautiful young lady? What was there to feel shame about? If they did not know how to put themselves in such an envious position, it was their problem. Plus, Of all the things Sunny had learned over the years, shame wasn't one of them. He had none, to begin with. In any case, the brilliant Emporium was now handling the flow of memories in and from the Ivory Island, collecting a commission from each deal. Granted, the Fire Keepers weren't selling much these days, they were, however, on a spending spree. The war was just beyond the horizon, and everyone who knew anything about it was in a hurry to arm themselves as well as possible. Aiko was so giddy that Sunny was seriously concerned that the petite girl would explode from the excitement. Her greed and love for money put even his own prodigious avarice to shame. The deal with the Fire Keepers was not the only reason why the brilliant Emporium was doing better than usual, though. The restaurant side of the business was booming, as well. And the reason for that was not just Sunny's face. Well, it was, in a manner of speaking. The real reason was that damned duel with Tristan of the Aegis Rose clan. Sunny had expected that playing the role of Changing Star's lover would attract a lot of attention, of course. What he had not expected was how much the citizens of Bastion loved to gossip, and how much free time they had on their hands. These people. What a contradictory feeling. On one hand, he was tired of hearing idiots talk trash about him. On the other hand, the idiots paid a good amount of coins to spend time in the brilliant Emporium. So. It was a good thing, overall? Sunny remained motionless for a while, then sighed and descended into the memory boutique. There, Aiko was busy checking the descriptions of the memories she had recently purchased. She was in charge of the whole operation, not only because she had better business sense than him, but also because Sunny was unable to receive and transfer memories, like all carriers of the nightmare spell could. The memories he crafted had to be designed with the customer in mind. Sunny had stolen a trait from the shard memories of the Forgotten Shore, which had the ability to bind themselves to those who touched them. After modifying it a little, he was able to devise a way to bestow the memories on the clients without transferring them directly from his own soul. Which meant that for the deals concerning purchased memories, he needed an awakened courier. Alco played the role splendidly, delivering the memories to the Fire Keepers in person. "How is it going?" The petite girl looked up from the documents and grinned. "All accounted for, boss. We even managed to find a weapon with the weird combination of enchantments that Master Shim requested. Damn, it's still strange to call that guy a master. I remember how he used to nag the older hunters for losing all their shards gambling with me, back in the Bright Castle." Sunny smiled. "Good, then. Make a trip to the castle tomorrow, come back early, though. I won't survive in the kitchen alone." Aiko shuddered at the word early, then sighed and gathered the documents. "See you tomorrow, boss." Soon, she was gone. Sunny had followed her onto the porch and remained there for a while, watching the sun set. And the full moon rise. Tonight was the night he had to meet Cassie again. Cassie was waiting for him near the same toppled tower as the last time. She was just as ethereally beautiful as the last time, too, bathed in moonlight and standing on the edge of tranquil water. However, the atmosphere of their meeting was different today. It was more familiar, somehow. Perhaps even friendly. When Sunny emerged from the lake, Cassie smiled faintly. "Sunny." He brushed his wet hair back and smiled, as well. "Lady Kasha." She shook her head lightly. "It feels unfair that you are still maintaining decorum after insisting that I should be more informal. Call me Cassie, please." He hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. "All right, Cassie. Shall we go? I am hoping to explore as much of the mirror labyrinth as possible tonight." She nodded and offered him her small hand. Sunny took it and pulled them both into the shadows, teleporting straight to the underground chamber they had discovered before. This time, there was no need for her to guide him deep into the ruins of the castle, erasing the memories of the nights patrolling it. The chamber had not changed at all, which was a relief. Sunny vividly remembered the warning Cassie had given him about the others, so he was wary of the beings that lived inside the mirrors in the former stronghold of the demon of imagination. Summoning the shadow lantern, he drowned the maze in shadows without wasting any time. Soon after, Sunny and Cassie continued to explore the labyrinth. "This place is vast," They had wandered it for hours the last time, and were not making any noticeable progress tonight. Slowly, Sunny was starting to grow wary. He remembered the nightmare desert and the black pyramid standing at its center. No matter how long one walked across the white dunes, the pyramid never drew closer. Was there some sort of trickery preventing him from reaching the heart of the labyrinth, as well? They walked in silence for a while, but quickly grew bored of it. Eventually, Cassie spoke. I must admit, Master Sunless. Sunny, you are a fascinating man. He raised an eyebrow. I am? The blind seer chuckled melodiously. Indeed. I suspected that you were, of course, when we first met. But knowing it and witnessing it in person are two different things. That stunt you pulled with poor Master Tristan. I pride myself on being able to predict things, you know. However, that caught me by surprise. What were you thinking? Sunny coughed quietly. What was he thinking, indeed? He kept quiet for a few moments, then said nonchalantly. Well, thinking too much is bad for one's health. Back then, I was thinking, gods, I want to punch this buffoon so much. And so, I did. It's all about the little joys in life. Cassie smiled, then asked in a gentle voice. But, speaking of the Lord of Shadows, can I ask you something? Sunny glanced at her briefly. You can. She nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said. Before, you asked me to keep the true identity of Master Sunless to myself, saying that Nephi's would not trust either if the connection between him and the Lord of Shadows was revealed. But now, you are not a stranger to her anymore. She has accepted Lord Shadow into her inner circle and entrusted him with her life. Likewise, Neph is, sympathetic toward Master Sunless. Why maintain the charade? Sunny did not answer immediately, contemplating her question. Why did he want to keep that secret? He hesitated for a while, then sighed. Because it's fun. It was a callous answer, but a truthful one. Well, of course it was otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to give it. There was no strategic reason to keep Nephi in the dark anymore. And yet, Sunny was enjoying himself too much to let it go, already. Nephi did somewhat trust the Lord of Shadows now. But she was also wary of him, because anyone who possessed such power would make people wary. The humble shopkeeper, however, wasn't powerful at all. So, she could allow herself to be at ease around him. And to Sunny, such moments were precious. They were much closer to the relationship they had before becoming saints than the courteous distance between her and the Lord of Shadows. He didn't want to lose these moments, yet. Cassie let out a small laugh. Fun? Well, I have to admit, it is indeed a lot of fun. However, she lingered for a moment, and asked quietly. Don't you think that it is unfair to her, to keep such a secret? Sunny kept quiet, the smile slowly disappearing from his face. Eventually, he let out a sigh and lowered his head. You are right. It is indeed unfair. But don't worry. I'll tell her soon. He looked ahead and added with a hint of regret in his voice. I'll tell her before the war starts. Until then, well, Master Sunless should probably make an effort to enjoy his last days of peace as much as possible. The two of them continued to explore the labyrinth, sometimes keeping silent, sometimes chatting about this and that. Sadly, Sunny failed to solve the maze this time as well. Not long before the dawn came, he found himself back in the underground chamber, face to face with Cassie. It was time to show her another memory. The battle had just ended, and the winter beast was gone. The dark ecstasy of having killed the butcher of Falcon Scott had washed over Sunny's heart and receded like a tide, leaving it cold and hollow, dark and utterly devoid of light. There was nothing binding him to the world anymore. He was banished from the nightmare spell, fate, and existence itself. In the whole world, 2 worlds, actually, not a single soul cared whether he lived or died. No one even remembered that he existed. Facing the cruel truth of that loss was too painful, and so, Sunny longed to leave it behind. He opened his eyes in a familiar hall. Warm sunlight was pouring through the stained glass windows, painting the ivory walls with vibrant colors. Heavy chains lay on the floor, arranged into a flawless circle. The sky was vast and blue outside. The ivory island floated on the sea of clouds, enveloped by a peaceful silence. Sunny had not wanted to come here. In fact, he wanted nothing more than to avoid this place at all costs. However, this was where his soul was anchored to the dream realm, and so, this was where he had arrived after giving up on the waking world. Standing in the center of the chain circle, Sunny shifted slightly and dissolved into the shadows. The ivory tower was mostly empty right now. Most of the fire keepers were still lost in the depths of their nightmares, while Nephi's and the rest of the cohort were too busy to visit it often. Still, he didn't want to be seen by anyone. They could not remember him even if he told them who he was, so there was no point. Sunny glided across the floor as a shadow, hiding in the darkness near the gate. Then, he extended his shadow sense outward and froze. On the emerald grass outside the great pagoda, 2 people were walking toward its gate. The sunlight suddenly seemed brighter. He kept himself hidden when they entered the sunlit hall. Nephi was frowning, while Cassie followed her with a strangely lost expression on her delicate face. Sunny remained motionless as he unwillingly eavesdropped on their conversation. "Are you sure?" Cassie nodded slowly. "Yes, I think I am. The future has grown too elusive to decipher." Nephi halted and remained silent for a few moments. "Can it be connected to your transcendence? Or witnessing that thing in Verge?" The blind girl hesitated briefly. "That was what I thought, as well. However, I've reached out to several seers in confidence. They all seem to be having trouble glimpsing anything from the future, as well, all over the world." Nephi's scowl deepened. "What can be the reason? An aftershock of the dream gates being open? The chain of nightmares itself?" She shook her head and continued walking. Cassie did not move for a while, standing there with her head lowered. Eventually, she whispered quietly, "What has she done to me?" With that, she turned around and descended into the basement of the ivory tower, where the runic controls of the island were located. Sunny was left alone. He exhaled slowly and emerged from the shadows, looking in the direction where Cassie had gone. Torment, did she really believe that her defiled twin had been capable of doing something like that? The timeline didn't make sense, and Cassie knew it. Well, it was a reasonable theory to make. Torment's power. Cassie's power had to do with manipulating memories, after all. For a moment, a desperate hope ignited in his heart. What if Cassie could restore the memories of him with her transcendent ability? What if he could make them remember? But no. He knew that it was impossible. If it was, she would have already done so, restoring her own lost memories first. "I'm sick of it." He gritted his teeth and walked out of the ivory tower. By now, the crushing was of no threat to him. Sunny wasn't sure if he could endure its terrible pressure, but he also did not need to. The range of his shadow sense had grown enough to reach the distant islands, so he could simply step through the shadows to leave the ivory island behind. He contemplated for a few moments, considering if he should. What was he going to do, anyway? Live like a hermit in some godforsaken corner of the dream realm? Leave to travel the unexplored regions of this dreadful world, away from where any human could see him? Jump into the sky below and try to reach its bottom out of curiosity? Each alternative was as good as the next one. Well, jumping into the sky below was probably a bit worse than the rest. Sunny remained still for a while, thinking. In the end, he did not use Shadow Step to reach the flying island far below. Instead, he circled the great pagoda and headed toward the graceful gazebo, where the portal to the ebony tower stood. If he remembered correctly, there was a chamber in Nether's scorched tower where the walls were engraved with countless runes. Sunny had not been able to understand those runes before, or at least retain the understanding of the ancient demon's words. After his visit to the estuary, however, who knew what he would be able to learn? Chapter 1750, Nothing But Time. The ebony tower was just like the last time Sunny had seen it, floating ominously in a boundless black void, with a sea of fire burning above it relentlessly. The fire keepers had established an outpost here, but after the chain breaker gained the ability to brave the crushing, they only maintained a token presence in the sky below. Now that Neff's followers had left to challenge the nightmares, there was not a soul around. He stepped out of the black arch on the highest level of the obsidian pagoda and remained there for a while, staring into the distance. Somewhere far away, in a different world, one of his shadows was following Rain. Sunny had to think of a way to approach her openly, but his current mental state was too volatile to try. "I'll think of something later." Nothing moved in the sky below. Nothing disturbed the cold silence. Rid of the suffocating pressure of human company, he felt comfortable for the first time in a while. Or at least numb. There was consolation in solitude. Sunny exhaled slowly, then allowed the onyx mantle to retreat back under his skin. With his military bodysuit in tatters, he was left practically naked. After hesitating for a bit, Sunny allowed the wild shadows to envelop his lithe body, and manifested them into a semblance of soft fabric. Summoning the endless spring, he satiated his thirst and left the 6th level of the Ebony Tower. The 5th level consisted of one large chamber. It was shrouded in darkness, with countless runes covering the obsidian walls. These runes were the reason why Sunny had chosen to come to this place. He stared at them emotionlessly. I knew it. Before, Sunny had been unable to read the forbidden runes. In fact, simply beholding them had almost killed him, but things were different now. Not only had he grown vastly more powerful since his day as an awakened, but he had also received the revelations of madness from the Sin of Solace. Thanks to that, he glimpsed the secrets that Ariel had left behind, and was seemingly inoculated against the power of the forbidden runes by the knowledge of the forgotten god. And so, Sunny did not feel repelled by the runes carved into the walls of the Ebony Tower anymore. All he felt was a slight sense of discomfort. Of course, he still had to be careful when studying them. The knowledge of the void that a demon was capable of enduring could very well plant seeds of corruption into his transcendent soul, and there was not telling if any of it was mixed between the passages concerning the forgotten god. There was also a bit of a problem. In any case, his mental fatigue lessened no matter which incarnation slept, as long as one of them did. Rising from the cot, Sunny looked around groggily. There was nothing pressing he had to do, so he was not in a hurry. He summoned the covetous coffer, took out some supplies, and seasoned some monster meat. While it was roasting, Sunny brewed himself a pot of coffee. Then, he took the pot and the plate of meat outside and ate breakfast while dangling his feet above the bottomless abyss of the sky below. The sea of divine flames above made for a spectacular sky. He enjoyed the views for a while, sipping coffee and not thinking about anything in particular. Eventually, though, Sunny grew bored, and finally returned to the 5th level of the Ebony Tower. He looked at the runes for a while, eventually stopping near a familiar section of Nether's writings. Out there on the obsidian wall, a strange map had been carved into the stone. The Ivory Tower, the tomb of Ariel, Ravenheart, Bastion, the great vessel that served as the citadel for the House of Night, the Underworld, and Weaver's Mask placed above the other 6 landmarks, with a question mark next to it. The other 6 strongholds were only marked by a single rune each. Desire, Oblivion, Dread, Imagination, Repose, Destiny, and Fate? Sunny studied the map with amusement. It had seemed a bit strange before. After all, there were no borders, no terrain, no measure of distance between the strongholds. They all seemed strangely disconnected, as if there was no map at all. Now, of course, Sunny knew the demons had built their citadels in different realms, and so, it could as well have been a realm map. It was only after the Dream Realm had assimilated all mortal realms and 5 of the 6 divine realms that the demonic strongholds ended up connected by land. Finally, his gaze settled on the carving of Weaver's Mask. Nether had not known where his eldest siblings dwelled, or if there was such a place at all. Perhaps Weaver had been a homeless wanderer, just like Sunny. Smiling darkly, Sunny looked away from the map and turned his attention to the runes.